Why is my mouse suddenly... No, it's not slow. It has pretended to be slow. That's fast again. Okay. More confusion, maybe, potentially, but nothing that can kill me. Now, all of that set up. Good news, we are going to get a visit. Hello, little Sturaji. Fast as ever, I see. I'm pretty sure the Kronos will be along shortly, but I will already start doing something. Question, however, is what? Shut up, kitty. You already had your food. Yeah, isn't it cute? I actually made a thing out of that. Because I had nothing else to do. Hello there, little Kronos. I need to play right now because that is actually rather important. Funny how long it takes to actually get rid of a business. Ah, yeah, it's about that. No, that's not that important, honestly. We can probably safely ignore that for a while longer. It should give me enough of an opportunity to prepare pipe, because I was actually not yet doing that. So, while that is going on, I will think about what we could play. Yes, because I have quite literally not spent even a second thinking about that, now that I think about it. I was prepared than usual. Yeah, capture cards. Capture cards can be really, really special. Go play some more Easy Odyssey. That is actually a good way to start off, I'd say. I'm gonna play some Odyssey, and then when later on little Kronos comes back from his probably well-deserved shower, because fighting with a computer has paid for the experience, to put it mildly, we'll see what we'll play then. But that is a good way to start, I'd say. Let me quickly change things around then. First you get the new screen, because, well, fuck it, I'm not doing this just because I can, I'm actually doing it because it is fun. Indeed. Also, I'm pretty sure we're at the point where we're supposed to kidnap somebody to recruit them, and it's like, yes, that's totally how that works, right? You bump them over the head, you drag them to your ship, and then they have no choice. Neverwinter Nights only. Oh, there, little William. Haven't seen you in a while. I'm pretty sure that a massive game like Neverwinter Nights would require a bit more presence, stream-wise, than I can at the moment actually give you. Yeah, that sounds precisely like how slavery works. I'm just gonna take you with me, and then when you have no choice, I'll be like, work for me now. Oh, not much. Rather busy with work, little William. How about you? Haven't seen you that often, ever since we stopped doing the Winter Nights. I mean, it will return at some point when I actually have more time, but... Come on, Odyssey. Fucking loud. I'm not really paying you to sit around and do nothing. Odyssey's like, nah, man, I don't want to. That was a fair point. Now doing 3 things at once. That is not a good idea. Thus, preparing the pipe while trying to start a game, while also trying to get YouTube to do things is, well, surprising. Indeed, they basically have 2 choices. They can either jump to the water and hope to God that they can swim fucking far and fucking fast, or they die. What game is this? We're gonna play some Assassin's Creed Odyssey. For the moment. And if you're meaning the screen, that is just something I made in my spare time. It's fun. I also made a new thing on the Discord. Actually, that's the thing I did today. Oh, well, correct, Ramondo. I finished today. I started working on that one a while ago. Then I didn't have any time for that. And now I finished it. In like, you know, half an hour or so. Now I'm feeling validated. Come on, you fucking update yourself. Ugh. I hate Ubisoft Connect. That's a fucking plague. Every single time I'm trying to start a game, randomly, it's like, let me an update. It was easy, but... At least an offline test. Yeah, that's always nice. Like, oh, everything seems to be working. Let me go live. Nope, nothing works. Actually, I have a new thing now, don't I? Let's see. Does it actually work? Should be on Twitch, shouldn't it? Yes. Let me see if this works. It does. Look at it. Doesn't work that well with this screen though. To be fair. Red text letters on red letters do not actually please me. I swear to god, this game is... I have the distinct feeling that every time I'm starting it, it's taking longer to fucking load. Well, to be fair, mostly because every single time fucking Ubisoft thingy wants to update itself. Bloody asshole. I tell ya. Bloody asshole indeed. Yes, well, the game is fucking loading. Where is my game? Would you like to give me back my thing? Game's like, no, I'm not gonna give you back your thing. Ah, okay, too. Niet te dim avond in lang wel. Game, take your sweet ass time, I swear to god. By the time we have actually started the game, Kronos will be like, oh, I'm finished with my shower and I'm now ready to play or something. Better. Now I just need... Why aren't you capturing, you little soul? Well. Ah! Fucking finally. That took a while longer than I had anticipated, but well. Yeah. Auto, manual. That should be the right one. Ooh, shit, now I need to fucking play this with my new fucking controller thingy, don't I? It's gonna be fucking fun. Well, you'll never learn. Yeah, I've actually managed to finish my pipe. It's a good start. Let's see what the little controller thing does. And if it works. Was promised. Yeah. Okay, this was a bit strange. What the fuck was I doing again? Dock ship.
We're ready to dock.
Sounds reasonable. Oh yeah, we were here. I was about to say, there was an island somewhere, wasn't there? Pretty sure my ship just got turned around. That explains why I'm so confused. So why are these people so fucking close to each other? Undock ship. No, I don't want to undock my ship. I need to remember how to play game now. Which is gonna be fun. As usual. Okay. First we get the bird. Then I need to remember how to make the bird stop. That's how I make the bird stop. Then I use his magical powers to see through everything, literally, because, well, he's just that fucking good at what he's doing.
That's my target.
Aha. If that's your target, then we'll kill everything else first. Sounds like a solid plan, I'd say. Whoop. Now, where is sneaky button? There is sneaky button, okay. Okay, maybe since he's that close, I just capture him first. I mean, he's quite literally standing there like an idiot. Okay, so how do I not kill you? Recruit people in the world, make them lieutenants. Use knockout, damage, and abilities to pacify an enemy. Okay, so... where the fuck that would be the knockout button, I have no fucking idea, but I mean, if you say that is so... I'll recruit.
Go to port. A man named Varnavas is hiring sailors for my crew.
What do you mean port? There is no port. We are quite literally docked in the wetland. Just like, go to the dock. She starts running like fucking hundreds of miles towards the next port. Okay, arrives. There's nobody there. That would actually be a pretty nice way of escaping my slavery. Also, that was a lot more anticlimactic than I would have liked. You know, take the people with you, start torturing them a little bit, poke them with something, and do horrifics. You do it, little Kronos. I'm just going to start murdering some people. After all, I have a game to play. Da-dum-dum-dum-dum. Now, what was the assassinate button? That was the assassinate button. Good. Now I just need to remember. Yeah. That works surprisingly well. Did you shoot an arrow at me, you bitch? When have I become so powerful? Oh, I don't know, but I'm kinda happy. Kinda happy indeed. Come on, go inside. Steal all of the shit. I mean, doesn't that mean, technically speaking, that we have a whole new island to practically explore, now that we're here? Do we want to follow the main story, or do we want to go fucking explore? Good question, isn't it? Okay, that's not what I wanted, but thanks anyway. Yeah, that's okay, that's not an island, that's the fucking main fucking land. All up to me. That's, something. So I do kinda have no idea where the story will actually take me. I guess we're gonna try at least to follow it a bit longer for the moment, and, what actually was the point we were trying to do? I know it is leveled to high level sometimes. Makes me confused. Okay, so the story will actually lead me to places that are, well, basically what I'm supposed to be visiting. How the fuck do I get rid of that again? My photos, friend photos, no photos. Fuck you. I don't need any photos. I mean, you know, that was an error we could reasonably, in a reasonable time frame, get through. This, however, there's a lot here, I'm assuming. I guess what is next question? Where does we need to go? Return to Barnabas. Okay, basically it's still tutorial mode, explaining things to you. That's fair enough, I suppose. You're dead. Now then. Whoop. Oh right, I played around with those things. I wondered why I had a harem on my ship. That explains it.
I got him.
Good. He'll be a valuable asset to the crew.
Will he be enough?
Yes, sure.
Don't worry. There'll be
He'll be a
plenty of
valuable asset
opportunities
once we
to
beat
recruit
into
more
him that he is not to disobey us at
Something
any
tells me
point.
We're going to need them.
We should set a course for Megaris. A long voyage can be relaxing, but we are not really the cruising type. If you want to spice things up a bit, you can always check my log over there. I make a note of anything I hear that could be of interest to a daring captain.
Oh, you're basically telling me where all the looty bits are. Straw retrieve. That's not really helpful. Place there. Assign lieutenant. I already have a lieutenant. It's Evie. I have no idea who Evie is, but she's my lieutenant. What do you have to offer? 3 more arrow damage. Look at that bitch. Look at this. This is a lot better. I'm pretty sure that is DLC stuff or something, isn't it? Relatively fucking sure at this point. Oh well. Okay, that needs another 20. That needs 23 more viewpoints, which I don't have. Was that again? Oh yeah, that's what gives me more damage, isn't it? Yes. Not bad. Higher level. First in the story. Why can't I level anything that I want to level? What's that? Second wind. Lift for... Okay, yeah. Considering the fact how good I am at fighting, that seems to be a reasonable choice. Oh god, that's an ability. Well, that's fucking disgusting. That's the sort of thing you get as a basically... or you should get as a last fucking thing. Automatically, you know. You go down, game is like, okay, he died, here, give him that. That's better, actually. Well, that is really a rough blade. I wouldn't trust that blade, to put it mildly. Now, those all seem surprisingly high level. That, however, doesn't. Reach Megaris. Okay. What the fuck is Megaris? Hardly around 2.2 kilometers in that direction. Okay.
Ready to sail!
Okay, so
Welcome back. Where shall we go?
where the fuck Megaris is, I suppose. Da-dee-da-dee-da.
Get that sail down!
Travel speed.
Oars at the ready! Hang on tight!
Hey, combat speed. Wing. Hello.
Feel that wind! Blue spear!
Oh, that was that button. Oops.
Who's ready? Head for over water.
Just randomly decides to whoop them.
Brace yourself for impact.
Okay,
Archers,
maybe I'm not.
yourself.
Ouch. Maybe I really need to learn how to do this whole bracing thing a bit better.
Go.
Meow. To be fair, my ship seems to have an amazingly small turning circle, so kinda amazing.
Archers, forward.
Ouch. I don't get can I hit though. Can I hit you from here?
Get ready to fire.
Can I? Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
Speed up.
Yeah, I just kinda wanna ram them. Come on, speed! If it can't keep going at this speed, are you sure about that?
Now.
And we are not in good shape. Have to look at the enemy. Pep.
Something tells me that's not the last battle we will have.
Okay, enough fun with sunny waters and sinking people and making the water all bloody. Let's see what we actually have in Megaris. Pretty sure the other ships will not just randomly decide to attack me. Hopefully, maybe. Actually, can I? Oh, I can just do it like this, whenever the fuck I please. Okay, that's kinda cute. Yeah, I can use this. Or I can do that.
Archers, take
Yeah.
your marks.
I kind of have to decide the general direction beforehand, eh? Yeah, that's kind of cute.
Rowers, go.
Let's see, that's the brace button. I need to remember that for some point. At some point. Yes, I'm so sure I will remember that at some point.
Now the
Pew.
spear. Ready arrows.
Why aren't I firing arrows though? Do I need to tell him to fire the arrows somehow?
Archers to the front.
That's enough of that.
Oh, I can actually summon my bird. While doing that. Okay.
Let's move.
I'm still confused though.
Archers.
Ah, that's how I do it. That explains that. Okay.
The gods are with us today, Cassandra. The sea is calm and the winds are warm.
It's beautiful.
It is, my friend. It's warring.
Spear them.
Oh, I
Ready
missed.
your bows. We're ready.
Position.
Smart little ship.
Let's move it.
Going as
Book.
fast as we can.
Archers. Ready.
Gods won't favor us for killing innocents, Commander.
Okay, so that is something you take affront on. If you run around the whole fucking map and kill people, nobody's so much at betting an eyelash. I do it on a ship, they're like, yeah, the gods will hurt us for this. I have some doubts about that. No. Let's go beat faster then, shall we? Whee! I do like my sail though. Kinda looks neat. Da-dee-da-dee-da.
The war has changed the face of the great world. If it's not Spartans or Athenians, it's bandits and pirates.
Sounds pretty damn pleasant, doesn't it? It's like, look, we have some...
The Athenians have blocked the entrance to the bay.
And you're telling me that why? Probably because you're expecting me to attack that. Well, let's start with one of the small ships and walk our way up to the big ship, shall we?
Here, looks like something valuable.
Well, I mean, if there's some loot in the water, I'll just take it with me. Hey, faster! Faster! Faster!
Battle positions. Orders
I was about to say, how the fuck are you going to do this game? The game's just like pulls you back like no one's business. That's actually kinda kinda nice. I mean, not in a realistic sense, but amusing enough, I'd say. Okay, did you have some nice loot for me? Well, apparently not. Also, I do like that everybody else is just looking and goes like, yeah, we're not gonna interfere, that would be dishonorable of us. That was not what I wanted to do again.
Onward!
Onwards indeed!
Leave those guns!
We board! Follow
We
me!
bought again. At least this time the game doesn't have to magically fucking pull me. Okay, apparently fire doesn't burn me. You have a shield, it will not protect you. So now we need to kill the big shit. It shouldn't be that hard. Well, what we've seen so far is anything to go by, ladies. Oh.
Forward!
Yes, yes, forward indeed. Bounty hunters tracking you, sinking the ship. Aha. Not really afraid, strange as that might sound. So far. Hello, enemy ship. How are you today?
Everyone to your positions! We'll crash them!
New.
Archers!
That is
We
the
need you!
wrong direction, you idiots.
Ready!
Till we're ready!
Spear volley!
Da, 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 da. Into the side again.
Archers! Get ready!
Wait until they're out of range! Shoot! Come to your marks!
Like, wait until they're in range. They're straight ahead. Okay, so how did I use my bow again? Okay, so that's how I use my bow again. Bep. Bep. Okay, where's the cunt that's shooting? You're not really shooting me, you're just throwing something at me, I suppose. Ouch. Guess it might be better to just go over there and deal with it. Okay, so how the fuck do I Spartan kick them? Get that ability. I mean, I do have a heavy attack. I think that's an ability I need to learn, isn't it? Did I learn that already? Well, we can probably check that out, can't we? Abilities. Probably a warrior ability, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. Actually, it's a Spartan kick. Do I have a point? I don't think I have a point. Da, 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 da. Okay, so that's how I use that. Good to know indeed. I actually had 2 chests. I need to. I'll take it. Whatever you had, I shall take it most deviously. In my own possession. Da, 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 da.
We are through!
I mean, yes.
Megaris is home to the fiercest fighting so far. The Spartans are preparing for a final push to rid the region of Athenians.
Increase speed!
I mean, sure. Why not? Teach those Basilians a lesson, I suppose. Yeah. At least the weather's always nice here. That says something nice. That is very nice indeed.
Force down!
No, ramming speed. Rams into the harbor. For no particular reason other than I can. The game is like, let me take 5 minutes to load. Okay, fair enough. If you decide to do it so, who am I to complain? Now we sit and wait. Ah, no. That was nice to see Greeks killing Greeks. Not like there aren't any fucking Persians to deal with or something. You know, maybe potentially do deal with the fucking Persians. Plonk. I highly doubt that your bronze spear would just go dead smoothly through their armor, but alas, pretend otherwise. Let's just look the other way very nicely and go like, no, 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 I've seen nothing.
The Athenian dog Pericles fears you. He cowers in his Parthenon, surrounded by playwrights and sophists. He dares not face you with honor on the back.
Maybe he just doesn't want to.
He knows you are too strong. He knows Athens' days.
Maybe he knows you have magical armor and magical
And
weapons.
he knows Athens is next.
Maybe, potentially. Isn't that the guy we are supposed to be killing? I'm just gonna assume that is indeed the guy we are supposed to be killing.
You destroyed the Athenian blockade.
Kind of, yeah.
They were in my way.
Indeed, they were.
Sparta owes you thanks. Dihi has blessed you, my friend. You arrived in time to watch my pater achieve a glorious victory.
A glorious victory, you say.
You can't be his son. I heard his children died in Sparta many years ago.
He adopted me into his household after his previous family failed him. I would never bring dishonor to him.
You look fucking Roman, though.
Sometimes things happen in a way that you don't plan or expect.
Or is it just me? That guy looks suspiciously
History has a way
fucking
of
Roman.
remembering things
Not that I'm
strangely.
not against it, I mean, so I maybe
Because
get
if you were there,
get armors
Maybe
that
I
look
was.
very, very
nonsense. You're too
Roman.
young to have witnessed such things. But enough of the past, let's discuss the future.
Okay. What do we have to
As a
offer?
mercenary doing sailing into a war they aren't being paid to fight in. Tell me why you're really here before I cut you down for wasting my time.
I'm a mercenary, I need fucking money.
It's my honor to serve Sparta. I've come to pledge my sword to the Wolf of Sparta.
If
Well,
you
all
wish
in
to
it for
pledge
money.
your services to my pater, you can do so by helping me.
I smell
Fleet
FedEx
might be
quests.
destroyed, but Megaris is firmly in Athenian control. We need to weaken their position if we are to take to the field and drive them back to Athens.
That's suspiciously
Why
cowardly
do you
for
need
a
a
Spartan.
mercenary to do that? You seem to have plenty of soldiers at your disposal.
Yep.
It's not a question of manpower. The Megarians are our allies. We do not want to commit troops until we know victory is assured.
That sounds
My
fucking
scouts have
cowardly.
already
I'm
located
just
key
saying.
targets that we can hit.
I'm kinda not very Spartan. I will call you Roman from now on.
I'll help you rid Megaris of Athenians for a price.
I'm a mercenary after
Typical
all.
of your type. No honor or sense of duty.
Says the guy who just was like, well, we're not gonna take this to the field, we're just gonna sit here and play with the balls all day.
Have a mercenary working for
Fucking
them.
Roman, I tell ya.
They don't need money.
He's not a Spartan, he's
You can
fucking
roll the
Roman.
leader out and eliminate
He's too used sitting around and
crush
doing
the
nothing,
Athenians on the battlefield.
while having a big
Drive their
fucking
forces
giant
all the way
empire.
back to Athens, destroying their supplies, stealing their
Very good
watches,
Roman name.
and
I could call you
killing them
Scipio,
in
but it would be
troops
kinda
should
insulting to
be
Scipio.
invulnerable. Take this and present it to my scouts. If you find them in the field, be sure to check for new information. They might also have need of your skills.
Ha 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 ha. Well, we'll
I
give you
think
go.
I know what must be done.
Remember, every Athenian soldier you eliminate will also help us achieve victory.
Yes, why don't I kill all of them? Then I fucking win the fucking war of my
I'll
own.
Get that meeting with Nikolaos, or you'll be next.
Send those Athenian dogs to
That
Hades, Misty.
was quite the change of
Do
tone.
this, and the wolf will personally see to it that you are rewarded.
One moment we're like, yes, we're gonna do shit for money, and the next she's like, congratulations, to meet your father helps Stentor conquer Megaris. I'm not too sure if I'm seeing that as a good point. Okay, so I need to kill the leader. Not well defended when nation power is 9 to no nation power and weaken his defenses, kill soldiers. Burn war supplies, pillage the nation tail treasury. Give a bounty. A sponsor has put a bounty on you because you have your illegal actions, such as killing civilians or soldiers, stealing and sinking ships. Use the pay your bounty section, page sponsor on the map, kill the sponsors in the world, keep a low profile until it expires. I mean, I could pay for that. I just don't see the point. Well, yes, we are now going to just win the war of our own.
Shouldn't waste any time.
I mean, basically, screw the Spartans. What have they ever done heroically or not? That one singular woman can't do her very own. Apparently. Can be interesting, isn't it? Beggar. Do wonder if that actually adds to my bounty if I just hit them once or twice. Doesn't seem like it. Okay, so I actually need to kill them in order for that to become a problem. A lot of people not liking me all of a sudden. I'm sure they'll have forgotten about me the next time I come around. Like, who's this nice little stranger coming inside? Ford, whatever your name is. I'll be just sitting here and waiting. I have quite literally pulled half of Sparta's army apparently up here. I'm not feeling very sorry about it though. They're like, huh, where could they have gone? Strange. I might have started a bit of a war here.
Fort Hierania is formidable. This must be where the Athenians keep their war chest.
I'm not gonna take any responsibility for this, of course. It's not my fault that things are like they are. But I'm gonna plunder the spoils. There's me, these people are not really that good at fighting. What do you mean stop running? I'm not fucking running. I'm just sitting here enjoying the fucking view. Thinking about how I'm going to make do of this. I have a distinct feeling I won't. Now, while they are busy in the front, we are going to sneak into the back and start killing a few people. Sneaky, 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 sneaky. Fine, let's use the bird.
That's what I'm looking for.
Well then. Oh, I have more bounties on my head. For some mystical reason, the people don't like what I'm doing.
The fuck?
The fuck? This goes like, the fuck you doing? And why you're doing it? Suddenly the amount of people has increased by a lot. Okay, we killed one of them. I don't know who you are, but you will die a fucking horrible death. Some of these people have surprisingly lots and lots of health. Oh, that's not good. That is indeed not good. Well, I mean, we were doing a good job for a while, and then we died. I guess you're not really supposed to be that hyper-aggressive. That is a good lesson to have learned. Yes, learned it and understood I have. And now we'll do it better.
I should stay. Fort Hierania is formidable. This must be where the Athenians keep their war chest. I should use Icarus to find what I need.
Should indeed, but first you should kill someone. Randomly.
That's what I'm looking for.
Yes, but there are many things we could take. Why wouldn't we do that? Seems to be a pretty damn fair question. Maybe try to avoid getting caught immediately again. We have seen nothing. Especially not me.
Look there. Are they dead?
Well, he didn't die, but it was close. We can heal. That's not nice. Well, not nearly as stealthy as we could have been, but good enough. Good enough indeed. We've discovered a new mercenary. Makes me wonder, like, okay, so what? Doesn't really seem like the sort of profession that's especially rare. Where are you going, the larcher? You're not really looking in my direction, are you? Nope, he's just like, the outside world is nice. Let me take a nice, long, hard look at it. While everybody around us dies. Painful little death. Painful. Yep. Yep. So I murdered myself through the camp. One at a fucking time. I do love the fact that I can just assassinate them though. Yep. Okay. I think that was pretty much everybody on the higher ground. Nope.
I should get the treasure and leave quietly.
Leave quietly. Oh, no. Why not?
The Athenian soldiers won't be so eager to fight when they don't get paid.
Whoop. There's a man. So another one is bitten most profoundly ye olde dust. According to this little thing that popped up there, more chests here. I'll probably take a look at. Oh. Will die soon-ish. That is indeed a very good question. Ouch. I should actually look at what I'm doing.
Die before you bleed all over.
How long? Probably 3 hours, maybe 4, basically. Around that time frame, I'm thinking. Okay. Very smart of you. First we run away, very heroically, I know. Then I'll quickly do something about the other thing. Now, that should be the key for the moment. That should be okay as well. Then, more stealing. Maybe a bit more care. That almost killed me. It is not a nice feeling, to put it very, very mildly. Sestor, the lucky drunk. Oh, that's not good. He doesn't sound too happy about me attacking him. Then we should still probably be around by the time we come back. Yes, yes. I don't really want to fight those soldiers fairly. Oops. Doesn't really sound like something I would do. Try me. Try me, bitch. Get back here. Might actually not be a bad idea. I will admit. It takes a bit more concentration than I am enjoying. They're like, you're making this too easy while they die in the rows. As I will probably try, at least. Plunder his corpse. As soon as it gets a bit more quiet around here. Mm-hmm. Confirm kill. Yes, it is dead. Like you don't say. Don't think there was much room to argue for him not being dead.
Hey, you!
Game logic. Very nice game. Very nice indeed. But like, yes, you jump down, then you attack him from behind, and he totally can't do shit about that. So, that sounds reasonable. Okay, there's still a chest I would like to plunder. I have, however, a distinct feeling that the rest of the world will not be too pleased with that. He just randomly stealing their shit. I have a distinct feeling I should be running. Ouch. That could have hurt me. I doubt it. Very much so. What you gonna do now, eh? What you gonna do now? They're like, strange, the stranger has disappeared. I'm not pretending even to be brave here, I'm just pretending that I can probably kill a lot of them by being smart about it. I can probably kill a lot more of them by being smart about it. God damn it, how the fuck? Normally you're so blind, how the fuck did you manage to see me now? Yeah, what you gonna do about it, Yeah, you do that. See you later, little strategy.
No one here.
Well, he gave up. How about you give up?
I want that bounty! I knew I'd find them!
Ouch, I have a flaming sword. That's a bit disgusting, honestly.
Where'd they go?
One flame almost killed me. I can run forever. Please fucking surprised.
You're a waste of breath. Any last word?
Not really.
I'm still coming to collect that bounty.
Yeah, you may be. It's not gonna really stop me though.
I'm here.
Oh yeah, it's very birdy. Hurts very much. Okay, let's not deal with fucking firecracker. He seems to be a bit unfriendly. What actually was my original goal here before I started randomly killing people? I was supposed to steal shit and go away again. Relatively sure that is.
This area will be well defended.
How the fuck do I burn that? I need a torch or something? I have a torch or something. I don't know what that was, but I don't like it. Not here at least. Attack it, but that's not going to work now, is it? I suppose it might be a good decision to, for at least a while, go for some other location, because, well, not be very liked around here, to put it mildly. Really can't understand why that would be the case. I mean, after all, we are nice neighbors. Apart from that whole randomly killing you. What else do we have in store for me, Objective Boys game? Let's see. Okay, that's something we can just do. Destroy Senior supplies and meganas. More supplies can be found. Fire can be used to destroy them lower. Yeah, nice. I know that fire can be used. I don't have fire though. Well, at least that was considered a treasure. Actually, there should be more treasures here, shouldn't there be? Yeah, let me think about it. Yeah, there's one chest. Should be one more chest. Somewhere. Right around there. Oh, wait a second. You are the bitch. I didn't want to fight.
I have you now. They were right here. Get back here.
No.
I'm not getting up until I get my black meat.
Yeah, but I'm also not going to stop until I get away. I might be at a bit of an impasse there. Little fire lady. There's a chest somewhere there. That shall be my chest. The last chest is up there. Okay, it's not too far away. It should be easy enough to get. Sounds like a plan. Not the original plan, but at this point I think we are pretty much masters at improvising anyway, so we'll go with that. Okay, I've set a trap. I don't know what that's supposed to be doing, but I guess I set a trap now. What else is here? Burn the war supplies. Can't do it. Don't have fire. And pretty sure the little fire lady is not willing to share. I mean, it would be funny, you go up to her and go like, hey, sorry to bother you, but could you maybe potentially spare me some fire, you know, light, maybe? Would be kind of interesting, to be fair. I think any of my weapons actually randomly have some fire effect on them for good measure. Would have been kind of neat to though. Oh well. Oh well, oh well indeed. I'm so fucking tempted.
With me. Let's... I'm sad I have to kill you, but that's how this works. Put it out! Put it
Jesus Christ, that lady does a lot of damage, doesn't she? Yeah, we should definitely go somewhere else. It does not seem to be a place that I want to be in, because, well, that will kill me. Most profoundly and most brutally. Many, many bad ways. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. Up, 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 up. Are you shitting me?
There'll be trouble if I'm spotted here.
Okay, let's just loot the chests and be on our fucking way then. Because there is a bit more trouble than it's worth. And if I can't actually finish the other objective, that kind of leaves me a bit unsatisfied. And let's check out the other place and then we'll see. Don't mind me. Just random strangers stealing all of your shit. Mysterious letter. Aha. I would probably proclaim that we have done more than enough damage for one single location. There was another one. That one. Crumble and burn. It's not that far away. Just another kilometer of running. Sounds reasonable. Very much so. Then let me think. Might be feeling like relaxing between playing some Hoi or something. This can make a lot of action. Action is nice once in a while, but indeed, yeah, a lot of rather annoying days behind me. Then our starting World War sounds like just the right way to relax. Yes, reasonably. Maybe. Maybe we'll do some more missions in the Company of Heroes. That too would be nice. Show me new options. Shut up, always. Quite literally on a mission here. They really aren't that good at attacking, are they? You missed. Lost, to put it very mildly. Hey, and maybe we're lucky at finding some fire over there. Wouldn't that be nice? Because I could really use some bloody fucking fire. Actually, what's that other ability? I think that's poison or something, isn't it? That at least does look like a pretty nice city, I'll have to admit. Nice big city. Probably lots of people in there. Paul will not really appreciate me coming along and start randomly murdering, I assume. Probably a good idea to avoid that.
The capital, Megara. If the leader's anywhere, he'll be here.
Well, yes. You would assume that the leader of the nation is in the capital city. But it could very well be assuming wrong. Maybe he's hiding in the outskirts. Nobody knows. Let me guess, it's gonna be another fort or something. Actually, is there a merchant here? Then maybe we can buy some fire. Maybe. mean, there's a blacksmith. Maybe he has fire.
Hello.
Why? Do you perchance sell me? Doesn't seem like it, does it now? Okay, so I can add some fire damage to my thing. That's kinda cute.
Good day to you.
Let's hope that's gonna be enough to do what we're supposed to be doing. Yeah, that is really not a good state to be in. Especially it's like, yeah, I would like to, but I can't. Yeah. Luckily my reserves are full. Full and plentiful. Then again, I only need tobacco.
If I'm going to find Athenian supplies, this'll be the place.
Probably yes. Bird, yes. No birdie. Yeah. Well, you should probably stay away from the map. And it's quite the killer. Keep it up mildly. Merchant, okay. Guards. More random guards. Chest some supplies. How many supplies are there? 4. How many supplies do I know of? 2. Well, that's gonna be fucking fun. Where the literal fork is the rest. Maybe somewhere in this direction. Yep, it is. Okay. Okay, that's not nice. Just shooting around. It's fire bitch again, isn't it?
You call yourself a fighter? I don't have all day. Let's get this over with.
Why does this bitch appear everywhere I am?
Just die already.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, it does sound like a good idea to then not provoke it any further. And instead go for the peaceful solution. It sounds reasonable. I approve. Not so much of the going through hell though. And again, I've lived through a hell of my very own. In a way, the last couple of weeks.
Got to be careful not to get spotted.
Oh, good news and bad news. Well, that'll strategy first, things first, welcome back. Secondly, I'll do tell. Watch the word. I'm not sure I want to check the news, honestly. Last time I checked the news, everything was bad. Hi, Zeus! Zeus, she won't help you now, but pretty sure Zeus is too busy. Probably busy fucking somebody. All things considered, yes, I'm pretty damn sure that is precisely what Zeus is doing at this particular moment in time. Sounds like something he would always do. Strangely enough. Nope, nope. Relatively sure there were some supplies here.
Those blue supply crates with the white owl are the ones I need to destroy.
A single fire arrow should do the trick.
Listen, lady, we don't have fire arrows where we are from. I mean, quite literally, I have normal arrows. Pretty sure I can't make fire arrows yet. Rudolph in the game is like, yes, I'll send you here now, do horrible things. I'm sitting here like, okay, how? What fucking need? Okay, so I specifically need fucking fire arrows for that. Well, nice of you to tell me, game. Which also means that I have a very distinct feeling that we should get outside of here.
You won't survive this.
Get the fucking fire lady again. That is the fucking fire lady again, isn't it? That lady is following me like a bloody fucking stalker. That's putting it fucking mildly. Yay! Flee! Flee most brutally!
You think Odysseus had to take care of his sick father? If I hope to be remembered, I can't stay in one place like this.
Is that
Stop
the same witch
standing
again?
around and do what I've told
It's a beautiful game. It is! Does look nice, doesn't it? Ah. Also, the weather's always nice in this game so far, which I do kinda enjoy. Try hello there, I'm pretty sure you're a new face. Although I'm pretty sure Croatia itself is not a new face. And then, we've gotten rid of the bitch, we have gotten rid of the bitch. Fucking finally, she was following me quite a bit more brutally than I appreciate, to put it mildly. Okay, can't really do much about that. How about anything else? What else do we have? Target is currently 2 levels above you. Find to kill the Assyrian leader of Megaharus. Okay. Seriously? Can't have a quiet moment, can I? I'm pretty sure the ladies pointed out that the leader's probably in the capital city. So I shall assume that to be so, and we shall go to the capital city and see if we can find him. Sounds like a most reasonable plan for the moment. Since I actually have a fucking bird that can do so. Is that the leader? Leader house. Okay. Already have a leader house. Hey, something pinked. Let me take a look. Daddy daddy da. Button fell. Honestly, if I had the options of going like, hey, Persians, we have stuff here that you can kill, I would like to kill. Probably would just do it and be done with it. You're like, Greek. Or become very, very outdated and dead. Be replaced by superior Persians. Yeah, I mean, the Persians gonna need to be in very high numbers. We need 1 million of them. At the very least. Okay, so that's the house of the leader, eh?
I should try to stay out of sight.
I
I said, stay out of sight. Immediately walks into a person. I'm not gonna fucking fight you. I'm just gonna run away. Smart person. Might be a few more guards than I'm absolutely comfortable with. Then again, there still is a chance that they can't see me. Let's politely assume so. I mean, they don't really seem to... That one guy's like, draw sword, not draw sword, draw sword, not draw sword, I'm pretty sure you can't see me. Okay, maybe you can. You don't. Chaka, no! Horrible! We're getting murdered. Missed. Nice one in the crouch, just because we can. Seem to be eating a bit more in the way of arrows there, as I'm strictly comfortable with. Actually, are those even arrows? Some of them might be. Pretty sure I've proven that I damn well know what end to hold. Come on. Push him. I hate cowards using shields. And another one bites the dust. Why prolong your suffering? I don't know, because again, literally. He's master the wealthy. I didn't say I have a chance. Give me enough time to feel. Like the bloody idiot you are. I mean, I kinda doubt it. Damn. I just sidestepped your fucking arrow. Ouch. Somebody else is also shooting at me. Distinct feeling that staying here for this long is probably not gonna do me well. Hey, how the fuck did you manage to hit me there, you bitch? Pretty unbelievable. Oh well, oh well. Yes, we need to retreat for the moment. And now, like... And now I can dodge. This doesn't mean I'm good at it. As usual. Which is why I prefer the coward's tactic. Running away most heroically. Works like a charm. They don't see me any longer. I'm not even here. The good thing is they will actually come to the conclusion that yes. In actuality, there was no one here. Technically speaking, I'm pretty sure I can even parry and shit, but meh. Come on. Yeah, that woman is not really good at what she's doing. I just need to kill the fucking master. If I can get him alone, that would be ideal, wouldn't it? I mean, hey, they are trying. Reasonably trying even to find me. Which, you know, fair is fair. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of fucking guards though. Yeah, I'm not really sure if that guy saw me or not. I'll take the risk, shall we? Let me use the birdie powers to take an educated look around. Anyone here we have missed, guard-wise? Doesn't seem like it. I mean, technically speaking, you know, we only really have one target. Problem is also that that one target is not fucking alone. At the target. It looks like it. And he's not completely alone. How the fuck did you okay, that's not going to the ground.
You will not walk away this
That's kinda actually interesting choice of you to attack me in fucking close quarters while you have used your fucking bow for like half an eternity. I mean, how do you think that's gonna play out for you?
Now the Athenian leader is dead, I should return to Stentor.
I've spotted you!
Oh, they wanted me to kill the Athenian leader. I killed the Athenian leader. Tell you now, nobody can fucking complain. Assassinate. Ah, it's always nice to just randomly assassinate someone. Now the question is... And I feel like we had quite a nice amount of action, so let's go back to the beaches, basically, and then think about a bit what I wanna play next. Still schon mal undecided. And a bit. Come on, kill it. Whip. How the fuck did you manage to hurt yourself there? He dropped quite literally lower than this and nothing happened. No, of course not. Okay. Enough people killed. New then. Wait a bit, beep, beep. Okay, I need to go 300 in that direction. Of course, the precise other direction. Aha. You're not gonna catch me though. Like, stop running. No. Why the literal fuck would I stop running? Fresh missionaries are not necessarily the smartest boys around, are they? Restore.
Got every last Athenian responsible for this. Fucking cowards. Once they're dead, Stentor will know I'm worthy.
Come on, come over here, bitch. You want to? That's for hitting me, potentially in the head. Hello, stranger. It is
What
I,
happened here?
your friend.
What business is it of yours, Mistios? Do you know anything about this?
No.
If I did, you'd already be dead.
Which is a pretty fair point, yes.
But
I would
it's
have
your
killed you.
lucky day. I'm here to help. Stentor sent me.
Stentor sent you?
Sparta doesn't fully control Megaris yet. It's easier for me to move freely in certain areas of Megaris than a Spartan.
Like going right into the fucking
Athenians have
capital city and killing the
more
leader?
resilient here
Yep.
than expected. But they will not
Before
stand.
Sparta, yes. I've heard the speeches.
We all
But
have.
until that glorious
Quite
day
impressive.
comes, we should find out what happened here.
Do you have any ideas?
Not yet, but I will.
I should get a closer look to figure out what happened here.
These were professional soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
Slaughtered to a man. I don't think bandits could have done this.
You know, probably Assyrians. Would be
Supplies are
the
missing.
obvious
They
candidate.
can't have gone far, though. They didn't use the carts.
Looks like they went this way, into the forest. Don't think I'll find anything else. I should report back.
I found out some people came, they
So
killed
was it the
everybody and
Athenians?
go into
I
the
found some
woods.
fragments of a green crystal.
Bandits then. The mountains here are riddled with caves, and the war has made them brazen.
Mm-hmm. Wise enough to attack fucking soldiers.
Nothing about this adds up.
In what way?
There's no bodies.
Many ways.
At least not any assailants. Athenians would have taken the carts and their dead. But bandits would have left their fallen in the dust.
Then who
Pretty
did
much.
it?
Barbarians.
I'm
Indeed.
not sure. Whoever did this went into the forest. So I'll start by looking there.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Just randomly go into the fucking forest. That an extra mission I just picked up, it probably is, isn't it? Yes. There it is. Complete all bandit camp objectives, okay.
There they are.
Really? That's another tomb. That's a random thing. That is probably what I'm looking for. Okay. Run we shall. I mean, it happens to the best of us, you know. Now that I've accepted this quest, I feel the defining need to just finish it. Seems fair enough. Fair enough indeed.
There's food being cooked near here.
Yeah, you surprised? You know, bandits need to eat too. It's really, really, really not surprising. She's like, no, they're cooking food. Like humans. Disgusting. I mean, we're gonna find out once we start killing them, if they're bandits or not.
Private gathering? Or can anyone join?
What are you? Please, please just leave.
No, I will
So I
refuse.
followed a trail that started with slaughtered Spartans and stolen goods, and ends with you. And the supplies, all hiding quietly in a cave.
Explain thyself.
Took the food. We didn't hurt anyone.
Uh-huh. Not believable.
You are murderers and thieves and deserve no better. Please, no! You don't understand. It was a mercenary that killed the soldiers.
And I believe you.
No!
Mercenaries attacked the wagons, not us.
Well, everybody is dead. Everybody's dead. Ah, well. I'm not really caring too much about if they're lying or not, honestly. Just like I found myself someone very, very convincingly I can sell as the one responsible for this. What means I need no further investigation. Evius, the flame. Evius. That's just easier that way. Don't need to worry too much about anything else. Ouch. You burnt me, bitch boy. That actually hurts me more than, you know.
You'll be petty this day.
Get over here, bitch boy. Indeed. Can't say a lot about them, but at least they were efficient about it. Get over here, bitch boy. Ouch. It does hurt me, you know. The bitch just threw a fucking bomb at me. Ouch. I messed it up. The fact that I can basically counter every attack is kinda nice though. Admittedly.
Let's get this over with.
Get your ass over here, bitch boy. Bam, 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 bam. Feel the poison in your veins. It is there indeed to stay. I hate this attack because it's delayed.
Why won't you just die?
Good timing on that question. Like, why won't you just die? Oh, nice. Like, oh yeah, you're absolutely right. I should have died a while ago. Rob dead. Okay. If you want to remember for the future, once again, mercenaries are kind of a pain in the ass to deal with. To put it nicely. Yes, very nicely. Child. Oh, come on, game. What nonsense is this? Ah, well, okay. Actually focus on the main quest again. Oops. This time, for real. With some nasty attention though, coming my way. Strangely enough, people apparently don't appreciate my way of doing things. That's how that works, isn't it? You would assume they'd be happy about my way of doing things because it's the easy way, but apparently randomly killing people is not seen as that nice an act. Look, I found some people.
Did you find the ones responsible?
I found your supplies with a bunch of hungry Megarians.
Mucho pointos indeed.
You again.
Ah, that is enjoyable.
Will be secured, and we will
That
push
is
on to
indeed
Atlas.
rather enjoyable, isn't it?
Didn't do this alone. There's more going on than we can see.
Nah, don't worry about it.
Yourself further. The
Ah.
guilty have paid for their crime, and
See, I
that's
knew
what's
there would be at least
important.
one person
You
who
have
can
done
get
well.
something out of that.
Sparta thanks you.
Surprising, isn't it? Ah. He's like, we could have learned so much more. Yeah, that's first not what I wanted to do, but thanks. What do you mean to a degree? Isn't it a nice little picture? Technically speaking, it has been a very, very long while in the making, but mostly because, well, I never came around to finishing it. And then I decided to add a few more things.
I hear good things
Like a
from
nice
my
stretch
commanders,
armband, because,
mercenary.
you know, why
What news
not?
do you have?
The Athenian commander is dead. Megaris is ready to fall.
Good.
That was actually a lot of work. There's details that you can't even see at this point.
I'm
But well,
glad you're
I
here
know
to
they're
join
there.
us in our
That
march to
pleases me.
glory.
That pleases me indeed.
It's about time we took the fight to the Athenians.
Yes, it's time they felt the wrath of Sparta. Come, Chaos awaits.
It's what I was born to do.
Ah,
We will win the day for Sparta and the wolf. Come, we must reach the forward camp.
I am ready.
Follow me.
I
We must
am
prepare
not.
for the battle ahead.
Because I would rather like to, you know, smoke my
Tell me
pipe,
about
but
the wolf.
He is a great man. He will lead Sparta to victory against the...
No. What is he like as a man? As a father?
He is to be admired. Strong, caring in his way, but sometimes I...
very caring, yeah.
Nothing. Just... He gets this faraway look in his eyes. And I sense his He is Sparta's general. But he is also made of flesh and blood. Life cannot be lived without some regrets.
Fair enough. But you will love it when NPCs have all the time in the world instead of just fucking sprinting there like they're supposed to. Da-da-da-da. I hate it. I feel the need to attack him actually. Just for his fucking walking speed. Maybe a bit of the good old fashioned whip could get him into, you know, walking maybe a tiny fucking bit faster. I'll try it. Immediately since we started this quest, the weather has
won't be
gotten
like
bad.
any other battle I've been a
It's
part of.
really not good. Just as I was enjoying a nice little walk in the sun.
Are you ready to crush the Athenians?
Yeah, I mean, why not? Conquest battle becomes available. Both assassins in Sparta reward epic year for conquest battles. Defending a nation is easier, but provides less rewards. Attacking a nation is harder, but provides more rewards. We're gonna attack every fucking nation
I'm
we
ready
find.
for war.
And for no particular reason, just the fact that we can. So let me guess, now we need to kill a lot of people.
A bad day for Athens! A glorious day for Sparta!
Oops, I forgot. I need to attack the blue people and not the red people. Ouch.
Come on! They're letting up!
This can't attack you from behind. It's not very nice of him. Your shield won't help you against my unbelievable power counter, which can literally counter everything that this world has to throw at me. See? Do it again, bitch. I dare you. Ow. Oh. I was about to, how about time I heal myself? Dies immediately. Okay, let's do this a bit more, you know. Actually, I have a bow. Why don't I use my fucking bow? Now that I think about it. Yes, game, I know. I know how to do a parry. Actually, this is a game that has a very, very, very nice parry system for the player, because it actually allows you to push the buttons and then wait like a second or two for attacks to get parried. It's kinda neat to. Come on, game. Come on, game. What's there? You being the road, Marcus. You're dead. Demon child, isn't it? I'm pretty sure you are.
Tell me about the wolf.
Oh, for fuck's sake, game. Really?
Who lead Sparta to victory against the...
No. What is he like as a man?
Going to go ahead
As a
then.
father?
Used to be a man. Strong.
I already know where we need to go anyway. Please tell me he's not just randomly stopping. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yes?
No, just...
Fine, I'm gonna be your fucking babysitter. Actually, can I attack you?
And I sense a sadness there. He is Sparta's general. But he is
It
also
sounds like I'm attacking him.
blood. Life cannot be lived without some regrets.
Actually, they will pick up some better armor, because I feel like I die quite easily, and I kind of would like to avoid it. Swords. Better. The timeless eye. Okay, looks cute. But it has a nice epic color. It too has a nice epic color. I like it. I look like a fucking bandit at this point, but alas. Guess there is no reason to fucking complain about that now, is there? I mean, I'm basically doing banditry anyway. Yeah, what else have I picked up? Since... Hey, that's the sort of quest you really... you can... upgrade armor to level this with you. Okay. I shall remember that for the future. For the moment, I'm just going to fucking complain about a fucking NPC deciding that, well, fuck my life. I'm just going to fucking walk with the fuck I want. Which... makes me want to kill him. Most
This won't be like any other
brutally.
battle I've been a part of.
Yes. Motor Stratovos, yes. Very
Are
much so.
you ready to crush the Athenians?
It was the last time, and then I died, to be fair.
I'm ready for war.
I am ready for many great things. But hey, if I just have to kill fucking Athenians, that's good. Easy enough of a goal. And I did that already. Ouch. I messed it up, didn't I? We counter. And we counter again. Come on, I pressed the buttons and all of that good nonsense. The game's like, nah, you did not. Otherwise you would have been in a counter stance. Still feel like I really don't have enough health for that. Now you die. Just gonna feel like we Spartans are a bit outnumbered, maybe. Because, you know, basically every last one of our Spartans is fighting like 3 fucking Athenians. That's really not the sort of raid you wanna have going. That will lead to a lot of attrition. And that is a bit too much in the way of attrition. Ouch, 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 ouch. Don't do that, you bitch. Okay, we're a bit more healthy again. Thank the gods for that. There's some random person. Ouch. I would like some more healing. I'd kind of like to point out that I'm surrounded and outnumbered. Shit, I missed. Don't falter, we can still win this. We haven't really, you know, seen much signs that we will lose this yet. I mean, apart from my health, maybe. Come on, just... You know, go down like a bitch. About fucking time, wasn't it? Good, -1. And another one who decides to attack me.
I need some help here.
Let's kill more fucking Athenians. The guns deserve it, probably. Okay, that was just two of you. Now, you are next, bitch. Nice one. We're on the road to victory, yes. Very much so. What do you mean defeat is imminent? See? Runs away like a little bitch. Like, no. Sparta has successfully defeated Athens. Megara will now settle Sparta. Complete battlefields. Kainus Cunning was killed, and 27 soldiers. Probably killed more than each and every last one of those Spartans. I have a very distinct feeling. Oh, finally it's over. That was a lot of action.
The wolf requests the presence of the mercenary.
We shall be up to him in a moment.
With respect, he wishes to see the mercenary alone.
What?
I said the commander
I
wishes.
heard what you said. I just don't understand why.
Why do you ask the
Those
messenger
were
that?
his orders, sir.
If the messenger goes like, this is what I was told, don't question the messenger. What is he supposed to say? Like, I don't know. Poor messenger. That's a sucky job, hasn't he?
I have other matters to attend to.
Well, apparently. And he's all the way up on the mountains, isn't he? To make this a bit more painful than it needs to be. Oh well, oh well, oh well. Got a new helmet, didn't I? Okay, it looks more funky than anything else, but no, so I'll take it. Abilities. Where was that Sparta kick thing? There it is. Landing hits, such as totally parrying enemy attacks. Is used. Segmented and spent. Cool. Now he's a...
Awaits you. You fought well today. For a mercenary. Don't keep the
Yeah, probably killed more than all of you. At the very fucking least.
This is it. What do I even say?
Hello, father, I'm here to kill you.
murderer! She has killed him!
She kinda did. She kinda did indeed. Was a bit stupid about it, but she kinda did kill some poor random person. For no fucking good reason.
So you are the champion who won us today. Tell me your name, hero, so that I may greet you as a true warrior.
Here, Pater. It's been a long time.
Barley.
Impossible. I saw you fall.
I didn't fall. You fucking threw me to my death.
And rightfully so.
I did what was required of me as a Spartan. I've made my peace with that. You need to as well.
You were my father. You were supposed to protect me.
And you were supposed to stand
were
aside.
reckless. You forced my hand.
You
I
did.
was protecting my brother because you wouldn't.
The Oracle decreed that Alexios had to die.
Indeed, we did.
Her word is absolute. You know that.
You can't cower behind your sense of duty
Enough!
anymore.
You mean Kawa? He's absolutely right. You don't piss off the Oracle. The Oracle pisses back. They piss back a lot harder than you.
I can't change the past, Sandra. I will live and die a Spartan.
You will. Actually, we can have the
There's
job to kill you.
a large reward for the mercenary that can collect the wolf's head.
It's kind of what we're here for.
Is that why you're here?
Basically, yeah. I kind of regret my decision, though. I kind of want him to live, though. I mean, he's kind of right in what he's doing. Then again, that is a lot of money, and I kind of did accept the job. Can't really, you know, become an oathbreaker on my first fucking job as a mercenary. That would not really go well. Oh well, Papa, I guess it's time to, take care of
Duty
you.
won't save you from the ghosts of your past. Now you will answer to me. I'm going to watch the light fade from your eyes as you die by my hand.
Let's hope he's not too strong.
Ah!
Come on.
I loved you. And your brother.
I mean, I assume so, but still, Oracle has agreed that, well, one of them needs to die, and the other one decided to be an idiot.
What do you mean?
There's something you need to ask, Mother.
Uh-huh.
Sandra.
Good to know.
Sandra. Beware the snakes in the grass.
Okay. Sounds like fair advice. But that's all nice and dandy. But we just killed the general and there's a fucking army basically watching like a few steps away. Might actually be a good opportunity to, you know, run away. Most profoundly and most fast. Don't just stand there all dramatically. It's the same mistake you did in the fucking intro cutscene. Like, look at me, I stand around, then I ram the poor priest boy, and then, well, shit happens. That's gonna be awkward.
What's the meaning of this?
Pretty awkward.
By all the gods! What have you done?
I came here to get revenge against the man that tried to murder me. And that's what I did.
Traitor!
Yes. Very true words you have spoken there. Oops. Suddenly I've forgotten how to fucking do this, eh?
The Spartans will have my head for this.
I knew it would come in handy. To be fair, this was just a too ideal of a situation when you think about it. I could literally not help myself. I mean, come on, you can't just fight me at a cliff just when I got an ability that's quite literally called Spartan Kick. What were you expecting, you idiot? Of course I'd fucking kick you around the very first fucking second I get a chance for it. That's surprisingly well. Where's his corpse? Somewhere here. I have a distinct feeling that I'm not welcome here for some mystical reason. Don't know why. Might actually be a good opportunity to run for my fucking life, because that would be a bit much. I'm kind of sad though that I can't find his corpse. I kind of would like to plunder his remains. Ouch. Ouch. And there's a shield here. Oh yeah, I kinda did. It's like, well, I mean, I kinda took a job to kill him, so, you know, I kinda would like to get my money out of that. Jesus Christ. Okay. That fire was a bit more powerful than I had anticipated. Even used my heal for that. Game was like, nah, that's not enough. I still seem to be maybe a tiny bit brittle. All things considered. I die so easily it's not even funny to put it in another way. But alas, it could have been worse. Could have been worse indeed. And then where was my last save game? Well, up here, after I killed some people. I still don't see the corpse I produced. If there's a bad ending and I can make it worse, well, and we'll see. I'll make it the worst I can possible. What is the next step in our journey? I have a nice ability point. How pleasant. What's that? Quest level 16. Further the story, Quest level 16, further in story. Don't like that. Don't like the game going like game. Don't want to. What else is there? Let's go 30%. I must be in range and not complete performance. And considering how often I try to assassinate people, that seems reasonable. Talk to Barnabas again, okay. The Spartans have left surprisingly easy. You would assume that after they just lost their leader, the one who brought them victory in this particular battle, well, by all rights, just got murdered by some random mercenary bitch, you would assume them to be rather, how to put it mildly, a bit of a chasey mood maybe. Instead, they have decided that, yes, I kind of would like to not be here. Yeah, so that's where the things came from. The lion. Also, my hiding place was very well chosen, wasn't it? I'm totally invisible. But yeah, totally. Don't you know? I got a lot of unwanted attention at this point. Those mercenaries are only gonna get stronger, aren't they? What a pain in the ass. And I guess I could try for a sneak attack. But that will get me very much unwanted attention. And again, I do like his style, just running around with his little kitty cat, going like, yes. I'm a great hunter. I use the power of the kitty cat. Understandable. No, we just stick away. Yeah, the game was like, yes, you can do this. And I was like, I'm never ever gonna remember to do that. Why the fuck would I? Screw it.
I should watch my step around here.
I mean, really? That's really not that dangerous compared to all the other things we usually deal with. Assassinate. I forgot doing with the bounties. Help those, baby. I know it's an option, I just don't know where it is. Somewhere in the menu, I'm assuming. Go straight to hell, probably. But you will go first. Remember that. As I do kinda like that I'm getting chased all over the place by fucking mercenaries. Puts me a bit on edge, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I would say, most proudly. Oops, that was not what I wanted to do, but the last game has decided that that is precisely what I wanted to do. And I, hoping there would be a bit more loot. Okay, what else is there to do? Find that and my treasure, okay. Okay, little buddy. There's the ancient text, there's the treasure. That was fucking easy location, I'd say. Pretty much all of them are that easy. And then let's take an educated look so we know how that goes. Map. Ah, there's my bounty. I have a whole 600 on my head. Tell me how much, oh well, correctly, how little money I have on my head. You would kinda assume I wouldn't send the best of the best after me, but apparently they have decided, yes, only the best of the best of them all can hunt me. I can literally, like, 4-hit kill normal dudes.
Welcome, mis tíos.
Upgrade. Should actually use that sword, shouldn't I? Now, where's my armor? Bows. Because all of my armor is very, very epic. To change it with a full some clues in, hopefully. That does sound promising. I'll be around for a bit more, although you kinda think I'm probably gonna change the game after we went back to a ship. A kinda nice cutoff point, I think. Will mean I don't have enough. Game. Okay, do you perchance sell, what is that for? Yes. All of them first. Still not fucking enough. Okay, game. If you say so, sell all trade goods. I don't know why I have some of this random junk in my inventory, honestly. Shroud of Penelope. Man, I'm probably not gonna wear that. And some shit. All the grey shit in the world will be sold. Actually, everything that isn't epic can be properly sold. Without much regret on my side. Yeah, I was kinda thinking that maybe he would restock immediately, but no, that would be too easy. It would be too easy indeed. Now let's change that to big sword. Wolf's Helm. The helmet was worn by the mighty Spartan general Nicolaus, the Wolf of Sparta. Standing wolf adorns the top of the helm. No, the beloved Polemarch's nickname. Apparently, at least. Also, isn't this technically speaking the war Spartan war camp? Why do these people just let me be here? Actually, I would kind of assume that the word has probably spread that random mercenary shows up. Our leader is dead. Strange coincidence is dead. But everybody's like, nah, man. Totally unrelated. I can see something. You're not gonna miss those few. Rack me now, will ya? Whoop.
So, stepfather?
Pretty much.
Father.
I suppose the gods won't judge you too harshly for a step patricide.
Surely.
Nikolaos raised me, trained me. He was my father.
Listen, bitch, you were the one who started with the whole step business. Now don't you pedal back and go like, no, he raised me, he was totally my father. Go fuck yourself, woman. Decide where you wanna be on this particular list. Yeah, come. Let's continue being a sassy bitch for no fucking reason.
What would make you feel better then?
Liquor.
Finding my mother.
Lottery.
She's alive, Varnavas. At least, Nikolaos thought so.
Some good news, praise Ira. What's your plan? What course should I set, Captain?
I kinda would like to get some money.
We go to Fakis. Elpinor said he'd meet me there. He owes me money and an explanation.
Aye, Cassandra. And let's seek the wisdom of the Pythia while we're there. If anyone has answers for you, it's the Oracle of Delphi.
The Oracle of Delphi.
The Oracle's predictions destroyed my family.
The Pythia has the wisdom of Apollo himself. Now, I'll admit, if people choose to ignore her, they might court disaster.
Which is why we had that whole dramatic scene of killing your child, but, well, apparently that doesn't matter.
Still be alive, and our mother would be safe at home.
Back to business. You know where to meet Elpinor, I suppose?
His home is in Pilgrim's Landing, but Nikolaos's last words to me were a warning of snakes in the grass.
Sounds like you should make extra preparations.
Elpinor is the one who should prepare.
Meet me at Apollo's temple in Delphi when you're done dealing with the snakes.
Okay, so first we want to get our money.
Oh, and Cassandra, in all the excitement I nearly forgot. Terrible things have happened to your home.
Yeah, speak
That old
freely.
house, it was barely standing to begin with.
I meant Kefalonia. A sickness has spread across the island. They say it started in Kausos. There doesn't seem to be a cure. Many have died.
That priest was
Oh yeah, right, I remember
Say
now.
the word. You can return to Kefalonia whenever you wish.
Thanks, Varnavas. I'll keep that in mind. Let's go.
I remember it. I was in that one burnt out village. I was a priest burning everything and I was like, random priest burning village. Let's just kill him. Oops. Partly he was right about that sickness being in the fucking village. Oops, indeed.
In position for sailing!
That was very unintended evil on my part. I actually thought for once I did something decently okayish, all things considered, saving a family and stuff, but apparently I kinda fucked it up. Oh, well, that ship has sailed, as they say. Like, also I did like his tone. He made it sound like he was basically about to tell a joke, like, Cassandra, yes, terrible news happened, horrible sickness has spread in you. You're kind of waiting for the pointe there, like, at some point he's gonna be like, I'm joking, of course. No, he's not. I apparently, that's some horrible. Okay, so we're gonna sail back there by taking that, then we're gonna go back and see how horrible it is. Yeah, that's the village. I did not expect this to have devastating consequences. Of course, now I want to see if there actually are devastating consequences, or if the game is just fucking with me and the city will look just the fucking same. Yes. Don't even fucking ask me, just fucking auto pick it up, because why the fuck would I not? Whee. That felt a bit unneeded, game. Also spread to other places. Nice. I might have cursed the Greek islands to a slow and terrible death of dying through sickness, but absolutely worth it if you ask me. Yeah, Jesus Christ, though. The fuck do those ships just collided for no fucking reason? Okay, you little bitch. That's not very nice of you. I'm gonna get involved in that. Whee! Can't really hit you at this distance with my spears, can I? I mean, maybe I can. Like initiate boarding. Yeah. I hope you can swim. And he's like, yes, I'm fucking Greek, of course I can swim. Maybe he can't. I'm not gonna stay in the fucking water. Okay. Randomly stealing the fucking honor of my people. Let's see what they had. Actually, wasn't it the attack ship, but not the attacker ship? Might have killed the wrong person. Ah, well, who cares? We got the loot, that's all that really matters in the end, isn't it? There are quite a few ships around me for some mystical reason. I don't like it. Another one had the same sword as me. That's a Sparta ship, isn't it? I do love how we just get pulled. -1. Okay, that Spartan kick is really overpowered if I can use it like this. It's a bit mean, even for me. Not that I'm not gonna use it, mind you. I'm not that nice of a person. Shark spawning. I see this game has a good, ouch, good taste.
Head for over water. We're living dangerously, getting this close. Arm yourselves! We need to move before they hit us.
Gabby is the fan. Let me guess that's a mercenary, isn't it? Then Mitchell used to be. Jesus Christ, I'm pretty sure there's some mercenaries.
Oh! Here we go!
Sorry.
Hit them with your spears!
If once that was not my intention.
Get ready!
Would like to stop, but I don't think I reasonably can stop.
Let's move! Lower the sail!
Barrel speed. Let's just speed away. Ah, I must admit this game has quite a few rather fun aspects to it. Like randomly spreading diseases. I will remember that. And should I ever replay this game, I'll probably make the same choice just to, you know, hammer at home. Also, I'm pretty sure that's the Zeus statues in the background, which means that's basically where the giant dong is that we dangled off on at some point. Are they still following me? Feels like they gave up. Sorry. Jesus Christ, I'm really immense on the seas.
Rowers! To your oars!
Apparently I've discovered something, then it just disappeared.
Slow down!
It's apparently right below me.
We'll wait for the commander's return.
Yeah, how did one dive again? Like this. Can I use my bird underwater? I mean, apparently again. More sharks. Yeah, I don't fear the sharks. I killed a shark already. Sharks are kind of weak. Weak-willed, more than anything. Shonken treasure. Da-da-da-da-dum. Okay, now I need some fucking breath. Then I actually need to use my little birdie boy to look for more. What do you mean your funeral? Look, I have most of my health with me. Even healed. Now bird power. Where are the other treasures? Treasure. Yes, more treasure. Where's the last treasure? Well, I guess we can get that treasure at least. To prepare to swim with that helmet on would be a royal pain in the ass, but I mean, if my little lady here doesn't care too much, then also be it. Your decision it is. Your decision it is indeed. Poseidon's fury. Okay, so now we... Oh, there are the two mercenary ships. Humans have decided to go the other way. I'm not sure that I choose any difficulty at any point. Pretty sure I just clicked start game or start new game and that was it. I don't remember there being a choice. Where's that last treasure go? I mean, I see all of the sharks, so you would assume that somewhere around would be the treasure. Maybe I have to do good old-fashioned old manual look-see. To see how things are. Kinda upsetting that I can't use my bird underwater, as in, you know, actually underwater. It would make this a lot easier. Missed me. Yeah, this did not miss me. Ah, found it. All on my lonesome. See, I'm good. Yeah, it's time to go back up again. Well, some randos are fighting. I don't really care. Wait a second. Pretty sure I can fast travel to my ship. I can. Okay, I did not expect a loading screen for that, but apparently I get one. Okay, the ocean looks surprisingly fiery. Let's not think about that. There was no fire there whatsoever. Quest. So where do I need to go for that? 1,400 meters in that direction. We can do this. I would like to at least get the money for a job well done. I do.
It's a beautiful vessel. Should we stay this close?
Yeah, worry ship. I'll tell you when you're supposed to be slowing down.
There's something floating there. We can retrieve it.
Get that sail up! Pull up here!
Da-di-da-di-da, time to earn my money. Jesus, that takes a lot of time to get to the fucking shore. Eh. I want some money.
I remember Mother's stories of Kira and the Sacred Wars. I wonder if she ever came here.
I don't know, and literally I don't care. I care about my money, and I would like to get it now. Everybody looks at it and goes like, what's that monkey doing? Why is it dressing like a human when it is clearly a monkey? Because it's jumping. Not away, peasants. You could have had a bit sad that I can't kill the children though. I mean, literally, if you make fucking civilians killable, then just let me kill all of them. Regardless. Now then, where's my money?
Ah, Misthios. How was Megaris?
Well, pretty nice. Weather was okay.
The wolf is dead.
Excellent. The full amount is promised.
Nice.
You expected me to haggle? Come now, Cassandra. It isn't every day I have someone kill their own father. But he wasn't your real father, was he?
You are far too well informed, my friend. That is not good. Immediately go to I don't care.
I won't be your puppet anymore!
Murder.
So disappointing.
I just want to murder you. I have no reason for it. I just see the option and kind of decide to do it. The game really shouldn't offer me that. Boom. Do it again, bitch. You're gonna see what happens.
Pinor snuck away like a coward. I should investigate his house. A letter to El Pinor. Phoebe, you led him right to me. El Pinor's looking for a woman. I wonder who he wants in his slimy grasp now. This is a ship manifest. El Pinor's selling weapons to both Athens.
I think they understand the message just from the, body language.
Forever. I have met some treacherous people. None of them compared to El Pinor.
Technically speaking, he hasn't actually betrayed us. I mean, he told us everything.
Kill this vile serpent.
Technically speaking, we are the ones betraying him. You know, I would kind of like to point that out. This woman has a bit of a, how to put this mildly, a very strange perception of reality. Because, yeah, realistically speaking, it's not like the guy did us any wrong per se. He gave us a job offer, killed the wolf. We did so, and when we came to collect the money, we got the money. But without any haggling. I mean, the fact that he knew that it was a partly our father is really of no consequence when you think about it. It was still basically our free choice to accept the job, fully well aware, of course. So his only crime, basically, is that he apparently is a very well-informed person. Which is not really a crime as far as I'm concerned. But, oh well, oh well. Now we go to the next location and we make a save game and then we're going to play something else. I still haven't decided what. I'm kind of between playing another Company of Heroes mission and see how much we can do horrible things with the Germans, or going the full way, just going hoi and go like, yep. Let's see what nice little country we can find to turn to the good old-fashioned ways of fucking fascism. And how fast we can do so. Although I must admit there are still far too many little countries that are really, really lacking in vanilla when it comes to their focus tree. I mean, I just would like to point out, you know, fucking Finland. That was a fucking catastrophe and a half. Oh, shit. Oh, I need to do this. Yeah. There it is. That should have worked, hopefully, maybe, potentially. Hello? Question mark? I don't hear anything. See, the one time I'm fast enough to answer the call without getting half a heart attack, it's like, wait a second, I can't actually talk to you just yet. At least it's not my fault. I'll look on the bright side. Jesus Christ, who has decided to hide the fucking oracle all the way back there? I swear to God, if I come to the beach and it's like, oh, it's on another island, I'm going to scream. Loudly. Loudly. Rather annoyedly.
Are we here?
Well, I'm here. Apparently you are here.
Oh, fucking thank Jesus. Then I have no idea what... I plug in a goddamn capture card, and everything everywhere is breaking.
Yeah, it's like when Streamlabs suddenly decides to deactivate some audio driver and you're just sitting there like, why even? But it happens. Ah, that's fun for the whole family, I tell ya.
Okay, OBS, why are you... I mean, I'm not even going live. I just noticed a fucking thing doesn't look right. It has been a goddamn day.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Very well.
I hope this oracle gives better news than the one in Sparta.
Oh, fuck. That could be why. That could be why it's not... No. Could it?
The sanctuary of
Now the question is...
the gods themselves
there's need to check for something you wanted to buy to go properly. Yeah.
Okay, so that did not, in fact, break.
Now the question is, do you want to play something together, or do you want to start playing some Switch or something on your end, little Coronos?
Right. Well, if we're being honest right now, I just want to sit, bullshit, and get this fucking case of beer open and have a beer for a minute.
I think I will join you with the beer. Beer is always a good choice. And I think I will change to something that I can actually play without using both of my hands, because, well, that makes beer drinking a bit harder than it needs to be. Whereas...
Fun fact, that's how I ended up starting to play cards originally.
It just makes it easy.
Cards popped up. Like, I ended up with playing, like, originally playing cards because it's like, you know, because the ADHD, I always need to be doing more than one fucking thing. So, and it was just an easy thing to play on the background while watching a stream or doing something else.
Indeed. Now we go to these nice little windows so I can... that's why I play games like Boy, for example, because you just need your mouse button and sometimes you might want to use your arrow keys to go over the map. That leaves you a lot of freedom. Oh, there's the little... I still have Flipboard open. With the finished picture.
I'll be right back.
You do that. Why is it? Oh yeah, right. Because right, I remember. Because for some mystical reason, my fucking clipart has a while ago decided that Japanese is apparently... Is that Japanese or is that Chinese? Is apparently the language I use. And now some of the menus are just... Well, I mean, technically speaking, most of the menus are actually just Japanese. And I see some English words in there. That's fucking disgusting and annoying. I mean, it doesn't really bother me that much because I actually know what I want to click. Oh, not rated the worst, but you know, a bit maybe potentially annoying. I fucking don't even know how to fucking turn this back, do I? Is that a fucking button for that? There's probably a button somewhere. But well, I'll deal with that on my own later. Which I will forget, and then I will actually just start doing something in it again and go like, why the fuck is this in fucking Japanese, Chinese, or whatever the fuck chicken scratch nonsense that is supposed to be? And complain about it. So, for the moment, let's... I mean, I just did say that I would like to play something that would leave me with just one hand free to grab a beer in my near future, so I guess we're gonna start up some Hoi and see how peaceful, quote-unquote, the world can be. Then again, it does give us a nice choice of what country to play, doesn't it? I mean, maybe we should try playing something a bit different, you know, than what we usually do. Like when we played with Finland, but not Finland, because the fucking focus tree is fucking... Ugh. Ah, here's a good start. Let's set that up and then let's see later on what we want to do. I mean, I still have roughly 2 hours or so in time anyway, so that's a good start, isn't it? Path of Island 4. Watch tutorial. So when's that tutorial for that? I'm half tempted to click on it just to go like, aha, so that's how you're supposed to be doing this according to whoever the fuck did that. And then go like, are you sure that's a good idea? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure there are still aspects of fucking any fucking Paradox game that I have not completely understand, but more laziness than everything else, actually. Now we go over to this one, and why is the capture not working as I wanted to today? It's a bit lazy today, I'd say. A tiny bit. Ah, there it comes. Just takes a second longer to load than I would appreciate. Look, waifus in the snow. Machu, waifu in the snow. I forgot. That is my standard setting for Heart of Iron, isn't it? That is rather pleasant indeed. Now then. While that's what's happening, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to grab myself a beer and put it next smack dab to me, so I have no excuse not to drink it.
I'm honestly not really hungry right now, but you can. That's fine. I'm just saying that I might not eat when it's ready, is all I'm saying.
And since Hearts of Iron also doesn't give me any sound, we're going to get sound. Because I can actually play this in the background and not get in trouble. Oh. Look, I have music.
I got this new beer, and I'm not crazy about this beer.
I'm assuming it's no German beer then.
Oh no, it's a Shiner Bock.
Oh boy.
But it's called a Shiner Trail Ale.
That sounds...
It's trail mix flavored beer.
I'm not even going to comment that anyone would even still call that a beer, but alas.
It says ale brewed with chocolate, nuts, dried fruit, and with natural flavors added. All I taste is the nuts, and this is not a great... I told the wife, I was like, thank you for getting me something new to try, because I love trying new beers, you know? If it's a flavor I haven't had and it's a brand of beer that I like.
But still, that's not even a beer any longer. You can't just randomly add nuts to it and go like, yeah,
okay, and the beef you buy in the store here in America probably isn't all beef, so...
I mean, fair enough, but beer's holy.
I used to have a fucking saying when I worked at Sonic, all right? Because we sold 6-inch hot dogs and foot-long hot dogs. And according to the advertisement, the foot-long hot dog... No, it was like the 6-inch hot dogs were 100% beef, which is bullshit. Because there is not a hot... If it is made out of 100% beef, it is not a hot dog.
Actually,
because hot dogs are made from certain parts.
Yes,
That's why I used to joke around with everybody and be like, it ain't 100% beef. It's probably 100% cow.
I mean, good start.
There's a difference.
A small one, very small one. Now, I will never make the mistake again of playing fucking Finland in Hearts of Iron because they have no focus tree. At least not in vanilla. And I have a distinct feeling that Sweden will not be that much different. Ugh. It's kind of sad, honestly. You would assume that, you know, Paradox looks at its game, sees all the cool mods, and goes like, hey, you know what? It might actually be a good idea to give all of these small nations their own cool focus trees, because people apparently won't like to play with them. And fucking Paradox never does. Although they could make a lot of DLC of that.
I think a big reason they probably, like, Paradox doesn't is because they, like, they know that it wouldn't be worth the effort. You and I as the player, sure, we could probably say it's worth the effort, but rarely, if ever, are you and I going to pick some tiny minor nation and play by ourselves against just the AI. And even rarer is it going to work out.
Fair enough. I just found out that.
So why would they? So I imagine their point of view is why put in dozens of man hours into developing these focus trees that are either never going to get used or aren't going to last long enough to be usable.
Still, you know, you would assume that a company that basically has as a whole model, you know, that whole selling of DLCs to a ridiculous degree, would actually just be taking the ideas that are already offered, basically, and go like, yeah, you make it for free, it's nice and good, but we can make it too, and we can actually get money for that. If they would just basically randomly start copying some of the focus trees out of the mods.
Probably the other reason
they could actually
is they know. I think that'd probably be the other big reason is they know that they actually wouldn't make a penny.
Are you sure about that?
I'm fairly certain. I know for a fact that like I wouldn't buy any focus tree DLC that I already could just get a mod that is as good or better.
I mean, I'm not going to comment because I'm basically owning all of the DLCs.
Right, but if you could have gotten everything that those DLCs have to offer for free via a couple of mods, would you have? And it worked just as good?
I mean, technically speaking, I'm still a fan of the idea of if it's good, I like to, you know, pay them for it so they make more of it. Not that ever fucking works.
To mod creators.
Yeah, I was about to say, not that ever works out with the big companies, so I guess technically speaking, going for the mod would be the wiser choice.
Yeah, because that mod creator has more appreciation for the little guy.
Yeah, and since he's a little guy himself, he usually is going to treat you a bit better than big companies. Big companies
modders are also usually a lot more receptive to public opinion. In terms of like the people enjoying their mod going, hey, love the mod. And then if enough of them say this, that they wish the same thing was there or that the same thing would change, generally the mod developer will change it.
Yeah. You are indeed right that there are quite some advantages to actually having a direct. It's a little bit like with what was it? A friend of mine, he likes to commission some art pieces. He's also like, I like the little guys. I can talk with these people. The big guys.
Well, I mean, that's why I try everything I can not to give money to AAA developers or publishers.
Fair enough. I mean, to be fair,
part of the reason.
Most of them have also been rather disappointing in the last few years. So,
no, I haven't been impressed by a AAA game
in a long while.
Long while. When did God of War come out?
The original one for the PlayStation.
No. Well, it didn't. It was PS2.
Yes, for the PlayStation 2. God of War came out 2004.
Any amount of being impressed that I ever would have been with the original God of War trilogy was destroyed by the plague that was QuickTime events that the God of War trilogy popularized, and they put into every fucking game for years.
I mean, I can't debate that. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. A good QuickTime a workable quick time. That is not too challenging, just nice enough to get you a bit of activity in the scenes that you're watching. Okay, can go with that. But some of the shit that came off
that's the problem. But that's the problem with QuickTime is now I don't get to watch that scene.
Yeah, because nowadays QuickTime events just outright say to it.
Like in general, like okay, yeah, we give you some stuff to do during the scene. Okay, cool. I don't get to see the scene now because I'm focusing on making sure I don't miss the fucking QuickTime event.
You have to do it in really, really small amounts. Otherwise, you're gonna.
I think the only game that I
Greece.
And I got an example on both sides of the spectrum. I have the game that I saw that was probably the absolute shittiest about their QuickTime events has to be Resident Evil 4.
Fair enough. Resident Evil 4 actually did pretty
specifically, and like the whole thing is just a case study in this is QuickTime events gone too far. But the biggest fucking offender in that game is the knife fight between Leon and Krauser, which if you actually go online and look up the footage of that knife fight, really cool scene.
It is.
Really fucking cool
It is a
scene.
really
But the
cool
whole
scene.
scene is a long fucking QuickTime event, and so my eyes are glued to the bottom of my screen and I miss all the cool shit.
Well, I mean, yes. Wasn't it also... Didn't Metal Gear Solid did that against of the Patriots? The last fight against Liquid, wasn't it also full of fucking QuickTime events?
No. Well, the last fight against... No, actually, it wasn't. There's two... well, actually, there's only one real occasion that comes close in Metal Gear Solid 4, and that is when you return to Shadow Moses. There's basically this scene where Raiden, I believe it is fighting Vamp on top of the husk of Metal Gear Rex, while Otacon uses a robot to try to get Metal Gear Rex up and running again, and Snake is holding off the enemy. Where they really fuck up is they give you a split screen perspective. Half your screen is your gameplay of you as Snake fighting. The other half is this badass fight scene that I've to this date never actually seen all of.
Yeah, because you basically can't.
Playing the fucking game.
Like, game, please, give me a sec. The game is like, no, you don't need to see this.
Like, and but with Metal Gear, I often forget about Metal Gear Solid 4 in that bit, because like first of all, Metal Gear Solid 4 might be my favorite Metal Gear Solid game to play.
But probably still pretty loyal to the first one, but I see where you're coming from, honestly.
No, I mean I love Metal Gear Solid 1. It doesn't, depending on which version you're playing, it didn't age well.
Everyone on the PlayStation kept itself. Yeah, there are some things in there that are really showing the edge, but honestly, it's kind of
like if you want to play the first Metal Gear Solid and you want just all the quality of life changes that would make it pretty much an unaging classic, play the GameCube remake, Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes.
Right. There is one on the fucking
Storyline is the storyline is the exact same. You just have better graphics, better voice acting because they brought in everybody and they brought back everybody and they fucking David Hayter, the voice of Snake, really petitioned to get the whole voice cast for the original brought back to redo their lines.
That is a fucking good decision, though.
It really was because they had 10, 15 years of hindsight now to think about like, I wish I'd done this different, or maybe I wish I'd done that different. And I feel like the performance you get out of the Twin Snakes is a much better, cleaner, sharper performance.
I'll believe it.
It also comes with all the good quality of life improvements that Metal Gear Solid added going from Metal Gear Solid 2 onward, like being able to aim and shoot in the first person. That was a huge one. You could not do that in PlayStation 1 Metal Gear Solid.
I know. I cursed a lot about that. Don't worry.
For that quality of life improvement alone, the Twin Snakes is worth playing.
I'm kind of feeling like maybe it's a good time. Actually, I don't need to go far to get my GameCube, do I? Where's that thing? Oh yeah, it's right there. I might want to set up my GameCube at some point, get me some solid snaking.
It is honest to God, like, because I played the Twin Snakes remake before I played the original.
I played the original first.
Okay, let me rephrase that. I played the Twin Snakes, all of the Twin Snakes. I had played the original Metal Gear Solid some before, because like my cousins had a PlayStation, and so I got to play it whenever I hung out with them. But I like never got to like just sit and play through the game on PS1 until I was long into adulthood. And by then was just like, no, yeah, the Twin. I think the GameCube remake might actually just hands down be better.
Fair enough. I will look into this and make myself a note to see if I can get that game.
You will hear some complaints from some purists. I think the most common complaint that I've heard about the Twin Snakes is, how did one person put it? I think one person put it to me like that it was too animated. Like a little too over the top ridiculous in some aspects.
I mean, to those
people I say, do you have any fucking idea who Hideo Kojima is? He is over the top incarnate.
I mean, yes, he does like to do that. Although personally, I do feel that he sometimes takes himself a bit too seriously, honestly, for his own good.
Hideo Kojima heard the saying, jump the shark, and decided that he was going to create something that would be the equivalent of the jump the shark over jumping the shark.
Basically, yeah.
He did. It was called Metal Gear Solid. And it is packed to the fucking gills with just references to different shows, different movie. Every Metal Gear Solid is.
Well, yeah. Which, honestly, does make Metal Gear Solid still a pretty damn solid game, all things considered.
Also, to anybody that says that they went a little too over the top of the remake of the first Metal Gear Solid, I also asked them, did you ever play Metal Gear Solid 2? You run around, like, was that not too over the top?
I mean, to be fair, it's Raiden. It's like, Raiden. I hate pussy Raiden.
It's running around naked. It's a fucking. It's a guy on rollerblades that plants bombs. It's just some bitch that has a big gun and happens to have a magnetic field that she, for some reason, doesn't ever realize she's wearing, and that's why bullets never hit her.
Don't you know bitches love kids?
And then this giant secret Arsenal gear crashes into Manhattan at the end. You have a fucking samurai fight on top of it with another snake you didn't know existed who has Doc Ock arms.
I know.
And afterwards, you and Solid Snake just stand in the middle of this New York crowd that does not seem the least bit concerned that, which by the way, this game came out like right after 9/11. They don't seem the least bit concerned that another thing has fucking crashed into New York.
Yeah, man, we've gotten used to it at this point, just sitting there. Like, could be worse.
Yeah, sure. Snake throwing a hand grenade down the barrel of an M1 Abrams tank is too over the fucking top.
Yep. To be fair, the series got ever got crazy.
Shit.
And it only got crazier and crazier the further you go forward. Also still.
I love it when people come at my franchise. I will fucking win. Unless you're coming at 5, I got very few good things to say about Metal Gear Solid 5.
Yeah, I mean, Lisa. Honestly, I kind of tried to ignore it. For me personally, with Guns of the Patriots, we had a good ending, and that's all I need.
Yeah, okay, and like, so I don't know about everybody else, but I had a terrible taste in my mouth before 5 ever came out because of Ground Zero. That $40 demo they released.
I know. As I said, for me personally, let's end it before.
Dumb fuck bot thinking it was a full game.
As I said, Metal Gear Solid series ended before, there's nothing after that. Let's not even consider. No manpower, why do I have... Oh yeah, because I'm fucking Romania.
I will say, whenever we are attacking... rightfully attacking Metal Gear Solid 5, our attacks must be levied at the correct people. Those people being Konami. They fucked it. They fucking hamstrung Kojima so badly to the point that like he couldn't even work in the same goddamn room as the rest of the developers.
Well, I mean, he did finally at the end leave. Did not forget it.
Yeah. Yeah, and and not only like they did him dirty because of how dirty they were doing him. They took away all of his. They tried to take away as much of his creative control over his franchise as they possibly could. Then, whenever he was like, "Oh fuck this, I'm out," then they were like, "Okay, well we're not putting your name on any of these boxes."
Well, yes, because technically speaking, it's not his. It's Konami's.
Yeah, it is. It's a Hideo Kojima game.
Yes, but
it is
the company behind it
is a game directed by Hideo Kojima, which is what the boxes all used to say.
Well, yes, but still, the IP is owned by Konami. Which is, you know, the ones who paid his fucking paycheck.
Yeah, well, so is the IP for Silent Hill. You don't, but I'm still gonna sit here and lambast them for fucking turning it into pachinko machines.
I'm not saying that Konami makes all the right choices, mind you. They absolutely don't, but...
none of the right choices. They make all the wrong choices. Have for decades.
Yeah, it's true for many big studios, though. Second shit on Konami.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're still talking shit. But we're talking generally. We're talking shit. Because we can. Haven't done so in a while. Where's my fucking beer? There's my fucking beer. I need to open my fucking beer.
But yeah, 4 is probably my favorite simply because it had for me it had this wombo combo of everything good. It had now granted I can definitely empathize with the people that can't make it through a Metal Gear Solid game because they just aren't in the mood to sit down and watch a 14-hour movie.
I mean, there's that. Honestly, I mean, also...
I can definitely understand if you don't want to sit through legitimately about 10 to 12 actual hours of cutscenes.
Don't forget, in the Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater, you could actually kill an enemy by waiting out.
Yeah.
That's honestly one of the things. 4 is great, but just for the fact that I can just kill the end by waiting makes Snake Eater a fucking solid contender for the first place, if you ask me.
You don't even have to wait, though. That's the funny part. You don't have to wait.
Well,
you can
change the date.
You can just go into your calendar and change the date.
You can. And I did so, at least once, just
and that's not even the funnest way to kill him. The funnest way to kill the end is you can kill him the very first time you ever see him in the game.
You can actually, yes.
The second time, because the first time you see him is is at the end of part 1, basically. Before Operation Snake Eater actually
begins.
Gets started.
Yes.
You first see the end at the end of the Virtuous mission.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a scene where they wheel out the end in a wheelchair. And if you have explored enough up to that point, you will have found the fucking SVD sniper rifle. And when that cutscene ends, if you're fucking fast enough, you can equip it and snipe that motherfucker. He will explode, and then his wheelchair wheel hits you in the fucking head.
I know, it's amazing. Yeah. To be fair, though.
Method and control freak. Look, okay, so there is a difference between. Yeah, I've heard all the things about Kojima being a control freak.
I mean, it is a fair point that he's probably a person that is hard to work with.
Kojima being abusive.
Let's not even go there, but I'll just say he's probably difficult to work with because at this point he has, you know, a cult following of his very own, which means that, yes, he's probably going to be very much going like, no, we're doing it my way. Or
he's always been somewhat difficult to work with, but it's never been because of his fucking following.
And Peter Molyneux has been as well. Let's see where that landed him.
He has always been a little difficult to work with because he was uncompromising in his vision.
Yes, but the problem is, you know, when you're working in a team, and most developments are teams, and you kind of do have to compromise in some parts. I mean, I'm glad that he didn't, to be fair, because the games he made were fun for me, but honestly, personally, I wouldn't want to work with somebody like this. To be fair.
No, and I mean, it's one of those where, like, it also depends on what we would classify as difficult to work with. Are we calling I pitch ideas of things that could be done different in your vision, and you just constantly shoot them down. I don't think that's difficult to work with. That's me trying to alter your vision and you shooting it down.
Yes, but you're not the only one producing the game. You might be the director, yes, but for example, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a good idea to shoot on everything the Music Man wants to be different, because maybe just trying that out is actually, a good idea.
But he does try a bunch of shit out.
Yeah, but only in his own very own vision. He's not allowing other people to take, their own approach towards that. It's okay.
And again, I would also, what I was getting at is, I have never heard anything about him. I've never heard anyone accuse him of being an abusive boss. Whereas, because I mean, being a creative genius does not give you carte blanche to just be a fucking cockbag. All right, and I wish somebody had told Stanley Kubrick that.
How many people?
Stanley Kubrick was the creative genius, a directorial genius, the likes of which we will probably never see again, and that went well beyond. He went well beyond hard to work with. He went beyond. He was a nightmare, by all accounts of anyone who has ever worked with Stanley Kubrick. He was a fucking nightmare.
And he's probably not the only one.
Hundreds and hundreds of takes for no reason. Famously, damn near had the lead actress of The Shining caused her to have a mental fucking breakdown because of how badly he treated her, just so that way she would produce the right amount of stress for the scenes.
Well, some people go ahead and call that fucking, See, you can always take the positive spin on it and go yes, he was just very dedicated to his vision. That's just the problem.
You see, but that's the thing, though. I can confidently say that that's what applies to Kojima. He is just an insanely has an overly passionate dedication to his vision.
Well, and now he can do whatever he wants. And what does he give? Well, Death Stranding.
The issue comes when it's someone like Kubrick, who your fucking passion and dedication is causing direct harm. Is causing very real life, physical fucking and mental harm to actual human beings. That's something that I have never heard Kojima accused of causing. Fuck knows I've been wrong in the past.
Maybe. The problem is, in the end, we of course don't know all the details. We are not part of the the circles that would hear of that. And rarely does the full truth come out, so, I mean, now that he's out of Konami, he's on his own. He's not really doing much good with his own time. I mean, I was expecting a bit grander an ambition from Kojima when he started his own thing.
I never fucking played Mail Carrier, the game.
I had the displeasure of playing around when I was visiting a friend for 2 hours or so. I was never in my life that fucking disappointed.
The number one consistent thing I've heard about it was that
it's a fucking walking simulator.
If it's your thing, it's great.
It's a fucking walking simulator. What's great about that? There's really
some people love walking. I'm not here to defend it. I'm not here to say whether it's good or bad.
I fucking tried to see the good in it, but Jesus Christ, after 2 hours, I was just what with my life. That was so disappointing.
Let's say it was just shitty, and let's say that for the sake of argument, it was objectively shitty and boring. Are you really surprised? Simply because it was his first game that he got to make without having anyone tell him what he could and couldn't fucking do.
Yeah, so he's another Peter Molyneux who's overshooting.
So he over fucking indulged.
Yeah, that's just basically the whole Molyneux problem. Okay, nobody's stopping me. People are just saying, yeah, go. It's your vision. You know what you're doing. And so you overshoot to the point where you create absolute fucking unfinished garbage, and suddenly people are like, wait a second. This is shit. This is just fucking shit.
And,
maybe having some control from above is actually not a bad thing. Think about it. Maybe the whole reason why Kojima was actually making pretty damn good shit was that he couldn't get away with everything that Kojima actually did. You know, slap his hands, sometimes going like, hey, stop it, that's enough. Maybe that actually was a nice balance. Maybe, we don't know. Maybe the next game
Well, all that
will be
you
great.
don't need a scumbag corpo like Konami to do that. You just need to be smart enough you just need to be a basic human being with enough rational thought to realize surrounding yourself with yes men is a bad idea.
Yeah, but sometimes it's really, really hard to stop doing that because yes men make you feel good, and people like feeling good.
I wouldn't fucking know. I've never had any yes men.
I mean, not to that degree, but I did have this situation like this where I was in a team and everybody was just agreeing with everything, and I was like, yeah, this feels nice, this is good, this is going to make the project great for me. It failed horribly because, well, basically it was all my input and I could not know everything, so, well, you know, it ended predictably bad. At least I had the cojones then to say, like, okay, I'll take the blame for it because, well, that basically was only my idea. This was all my idea. Yeah, I take full responsibility for this failure. Did cost me a job to be fair, but
best advice: ditch them first chance. I'll keep one or two around if all I've got is like one, maybe two yes men, and everybody else is just normal fucking people. I'll probably keep the one or two around as well.
Honestly, I personally, I much rather prefer the people actually contrasting what I'm doing and what I'm saying, questioning me, why are you doing it, giving me the contrapoints of why I'm not doing it like this. Because only then, you know, you really have a chance to reach anywhere, basically. Just one person is really not enough, honestly. Because you can never know everything, and you can never ever be sure that your idea is actually the best idea available. There could be far, far better, and you'll never know because, well, everybody's like, no, your shit is okay. Sucks. Which is also why we do use stuff like teamwork, actually. Well, yeah, sure. You can also have the other case where you just have people disagreeing because they don't like you out of spite. It's basically as bad because, well, even if they had a good idea, then it's gonna get buried. But well.
You know, I feel like we've all got a little bit of a no man inside of us because we've all gotten in that. Well, maybe it was just me. Maybe I'm the only one who gets in that mood of just like, no, I just want to be.
You just want to be contrarian for no reason. Everybody mad.
I just want to be combative because fuck you.
Yeah,
just fuck you. I'm in a bad mood.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. People have bad days. Surprisingly enough, most companies don't realize that and still expect the same workload of you every single day. The same bloody fucking smile. And you're sitting like, yeah, but I'm not feeling it today. Like, shock and surprise. How can this be? Like, yeah, it's human. Yeah, no machine. Companies nowadays. When so sad, that would make me laugh a lot more. Are we still commandeering it? Yeah, we're still commandeering civilian trains because we can. Also, that is fucking Jill Valentine. That's... I'm actually, you know why I picked Romania in this little toy game? Because fucking Jill Valentine is apparently leading the fucking Romanian Republic. Cowboy Bebop, I should rewatch that.
I'm just going to I haven't decided if I'm going to just quietly go live and just start streaming Majora's Mask while we bullshit, or if I'm just going to sit here, drink beer, and bullshit.
I mean, if you ask me, I'm always a contester for the good old-fashioned just go fucking live and see what happens. I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
No, I know what's going to happen. Nothing.
No, even better, then if nothing happens and you get bored of Majora's Mask, you just come over and we play some Hoi or something, or some Company of Heroes, although that doesn't go well with beer, to be fair.
I would also like to point out, if you get bored of Majora's Mask, you're playing Majora's Mask wrong.
Pretty much, yeah. Although, as I said before, you know, I still stand by this point. Ocarina of Time was my personal favorite. I'm not dissing Majora's Mask, mind you. That was great too. But Ocarina of Time.
Everyone's fucking favorite.
Yeah, what can I say?
I have a theory that one of the main reasons it's so Ocarina of Time is just so highly thought of above every other Zelda to this day is because of nostalgia.
Yeah, but the same would apply to Majora's Mask, because that too has a lot of nostalgia for me.
I don't ever hear Majora's Mask get brought up in any conversation that involves Ocarina of Time, but I hear every conversation involving Majora's Mask have Ocarina of Time brought into it.
kind of how that happens. It's like, oh, there's that one title on the N64, and there was the other title. You mention one, the other one will get mentioned pretty much immediately.
You know, and I think it definitely, the Legend of Zelda franchise especially is that franchise that it does truly depend on what we're looking at. All right, there are certain things that are different in every single Zelda game that are in every single Zelda game. For, you know, perfect example, dungeons in Ocarina of Time are better than the dungeons in Majora's Mask. Yeah. I'll say that.
I can see where you're coming from.
All right. That doesn't mean that Ocarina of Time has the best dungeons.
I know it has the water temple.
I think the best dungeons would probably go to one of the 2D titles.
Those were kind of great too.
If I had to just like unbiasedly, you know, like just admit, you know, which ones were the best. Yeah, I think it'd be one of the 2D titles that have the best dungeons.
Probably, yeah, actually. Look at that.
Every single Legend of Zelda game has a gimmick.
Well, yeah, it's kind of how it goes.
Well, yes and no. Other game franchises will just they add stuff. You know, they'll add some more features or something. Adding features is a little different than than gimmicks.
I can see, yeah. Ooh.
Like, you know, if you add a feature, you're most likely, and then when the next game comes out, you keep that feature and just, you know, polish it, refine it.
That's
stuff like that.
How that happens most of the times. Not always.
That does not happen in any Zelda game.
You know, they were always more on the side of, that was nice, let's do something else. Next.
And I think Majora's Mask probably has the best gimmick with their mask.
It is a pretty damn nice gimmick, I have to give you that much.
These masks that, you know, each one of them does something. You will use just about every mask in some capacity for at least one quest. You'll always get different reactions from people depending on the mask. Then there's the transformation aspect that completely can change the gameplay.
Well, yes.
It's great. It's so fucking cool.
It is fucking cool. There's not even a debate here. That was really
Whereas Ocarina of Time's gimmick was time travel.
Yeah. Which wasn't nearly as much of a big aspect in the gameplay than the mask were, if you look at it objectively, but still a pretty damn fucking cool gimmick, if you ask me.
The time traveling itself, I didn't give, you know, everybody just cared about the fact that we got grown-up Link, and that was cool.
Yep. Start with a little child one, you get a big one.
I wish everybody had hated it. I truly wish everybody had hated it.
Yeah.
Because maybe if everybody had hated it, we wouldn't have 3 goddamn timelines for no fucking reason.
Well, it could be worse.
I mean, even if I could have been happy with 2 timelines.
You know, so.
The timeline where Link decides to just stay an adult and fix that particular high rule, and the timeline, which we can all pretend that the different timelines are just different dimensions, because I'm so tired of talking about having to figure out how time travel works in any particular media.
Time travel is a bit of a...
But
it's a nice Deus Ex Machina to apply.
The child timeline, you know, Link is supposed to, after he stops Ganon, he goes back in time and just stops the whole thing from ever happening. So those 2 timelines, I can buy that. I think you're stupid. I think you could have just I think it's still kind of stupid. You could have just fucking left it at just the one. But whatever.
Yeah, no, make it difficult.
No, instead you get a timeline for you went back in time as a child after we were done, a timeline for You stayed as an adult after you were done. And then for some reason, we were just like, just so some of you feel like shit, here's a timeline for the people that never finished the fucking game. The hero fails timeline.
I mean, you know, that was potentially an option. Could have happened.
Yeah, the only way that option happens is if you don't finish the fucking game.
Indeed. Which is a very nice way to involve the player.
You wanna give me a hero fails timeline, give me a hero failed cutscene. Something. At the end of Ocarina of Time. Anything.
Indeed, little strategy. Link never fails. Toon Link does not exist. And would that be so bad?
Toon Link... If Link never fails, Toon Link does not exist. What a crock of shit.
Gotta tell that to fucking strategy.
That just means Wind Waker... Strategy, that's a crock of shit. Wind Waker as a world might not exist, but that...
I know. I just wanted to see the reaction.
Timeline, Toon Link was birthed out of Nintendo wanting to try some different graphical stuff.
Yeah.
You don't get to pick at the aesthetic and be like, well, that wouldn't be there anymore. Yes, it would. It just wouldn't be a world flood. And I loved Wind Waker. I loved Wind Waker when it first came out. I was one of the people that was on the side of the fence of like, no, I don't know why y'all are hating this art style. This art style looks good. This art style will age incredibly gracefully. And whoa, I was right.
Well, the not-so-hyper-realistic art style has a tendency to age a lot better than, well, the best you can do it at any given time. Always been the case. Stylistic approach to it. The graphics in general works a lot better. Although some games, no matter what their graphics is, will just age well. Like the Gothic series. That thing aged well like fucking wine, and it still does to this fucking day.
Everybody at the time wanted to fucking shit on Toon Link because, like, I don't like this cartoony look. But boy, did everybody shut the fuck up whenever Link on a Train came out. I have never played Spirit Tracks.
Me neither.
It's one of the few Legend of Zeldas I haven't ever touched. Not because I've gone out of my way not to mess with it, just because I just never had the chance to play it.
I mean, at some point I probably should.
I haven't played all the way through most of the handheld titles.
I've played through most of the very, very old titles. Meh. Times. Good times.
I've played all the way through original Zelda. I refuse to play all the way through Zelda 2. You would actually have to, like, pay me to do that.
I get that feeling.
That's just torture. I think I've played all the way through A Link to the Past.
Mm-hmm.
I played all the way through the remake of Link's Awakening. I actually never got the opportunity as a child to play the original Link's Awakening.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, though, I played the original. I remember. Oh, that is really quite a while ago.
I haven't really played any of Four Swords or Four Seasons. Did I play Skyward Sword? Enough of it to realize, yep, motion controls ruined this too.
Motion controls were a really fucking bad idea. Ah, my god.
It's not even that motion controls are a bad idea. Forcing, motion controls is a bad idea.
Yeah, but who would go through the trouble of actually including two control schemes when you can just have one?
It was a fun concept for a gimmick in there. No, not really.
Generally speaking,
much like most of Nintendo's fucking future ideas, it fucking comes way too soon and on the wrong goddamn hardware. Like, you know what would have been like the only way I want motion controls in a Legend of Zelda game is if I'm playing it in VR.
The only different control scheme I will accept is a fucking shooty gun for shooters. You know, the slide shooters. Those. That is
No, 'cause,
okay.
like,
That is fucking great.
Because like the shield and sword combat works great in virtual reality.
I don't trust virtual reality yet. I'm gonna give it a few more years before I'm gonna look into that. It's too new for me. And that usually means that a lot of shit is still in there.
It'll really depend on which one you get. I've looked into it for years. I would love a VR headset. They're just the price point's too high, and you need a little bit more space than I have.
Yeah, that would actually be a problem. For me too. My apartment is really not big at the moment. Oh, then again, I'm not really earning any money at the moment anyway, so buying anything that expensive is off the table anyway. You tradies, you really like
I mean, you're talking. I mean, your price, your entry price point is a console.
Yeah, basically. And I couldn't afford that right now, should I? Literally not.
Meta is not really the biggest provider of VR games. Meta is just the biggest provider of VR headsets. That's what. It's Meta that produces, arguably, I think the bet probably isn't it Meta that produces the fucking Oculus?
I think so.
Which is currently the best. I got a buddy who has an Oculus. I mean, it worked. I've used it at his house. It worked great. You're better off getting a fucking Oculus than you are getting a PSVR.
You're even better off just waiting a bit until the market has actually established itself and there are lots and lots of people actually investing into it. Different companies actually trying.
That'll come pretty quick, but in terms of like the market, no. The market will never. Not on the trajectory we're going. I mean, we've watched consoles get more expensive with less features and less to offer every generation, which no one even gives. Anybody with a brain doesn't even really give a shit about buying a new console on release because we all know that give it 6 months and they will have released another version probably.
Pretty much,
they rushed the original version to market. Now they've got to retract it for fucking because they got to fix problems.
Yep. Doesn't really make much sense to go that way.
And then on top of that, not only did we see all those price points go up, but then we've watched over the decades our games get butchered into piecemeal experiences that we have to pay for each piece. And then, while still doing that now, they are upping the price point of said games.
Well, true enough. Which reminds me of the latest catastrophe that I had no interest in, but I was talked into a lot. Now I know a lot about Blood Bowl 3. Lots of
Bloodborne?
Blood Bowl 3. That's a Warhammer football game, basically.
I know what Blood Bowl is. I just misheard you.
I've had no interest in it in general, but the tech boy was very much into it, and he had a lot of gripes about that particular experience, apparently. Oh boy. I mean, apart from the fact that there are whole 7 teams in the game files ready and waiting to be DLC'd in, which is disgustingly showing how they're going to try and make money out of that. The game itself just doesn't fucking work, which is a great sign. Oh, right, you're actually right. I'm still on the wrong category, aren't I? I should change that.
I'm not in the wrong category. I set my shit up hours ago. While trying to fix my shit.
Yes, I rather randomly decided that, you know what, yes. Want to use today.
Now is the older game. Actually, Majora's Mask, and by extension, that would mean Ocarina of Time, because these games were only made 18 months apart from each other.
Which is, when you think about it, get goddamn short and close to each other. Depending how long you have to wait for some things.
No, I don't give a fuck about the release dates to each other. I give a fuck about the awful conditions the workers were kept in.
I mean, you know, that's what's called crunch, and it exists for a reason.
Yeah, and it's something that people like me have been speaking out against for fucking years.
Yes.
Crunch in video game development is unnecessary.
But you have to capitalize on your success, and you have to do that relatively quickly before you fade from people's minds, which means that yes, if you have a product, it comes out, it goes really well, surprisingly well even, you have to capitalize on that, otherwise, meh, you're fucked.
By that, let me ask, okay, so in the vein of that logic, let me ask you this. Can you name me a single oh fuck, I gotta fix the time. Have you played a single or seen a single Legend of Zelda come out since Ocarina of Time that didn't do successful?
While some were more mediocre than others, in general speaking, they were successful because they had established themselves. Now
they established themselves with Ocarina. Well, actually, they had established themselves before Ocarina.
Yeah, but before that, they had a small.
Ocarina of Time, Ocarina of Time had a lot more in the real world that went in its favor on its release than people want to give credit for. You know, like Ocarina of Time's not the most popular Legend of Zelda game because it's the best Legend of Zelda game necessarily. It's a lot of it, I do believe, is nostalgia. It's the first Legend of Zelda game that anyone ever got to play in 3D when in a time period when everything was being forced by technology, not even by the corporations, but by technology. It was being forced to jump over to 3D. And if you remember, about half of the franchises that tried to make the jump into 3D did not survive.
Well, yeah, because that is quite the change to make. Which is also why many companies, of course, once they realized, like, hey, we have something that actually goes well, immediately try to push that, because, well...
You see, back in my day, we didn't have console wars, we just had mascot wars.
We had, but those were very
different
different
times. All the mascots died because they couldn't translate to 3D well.
Yep. And then a new war was born. Of course.
Then the console wars began.
And then at some point people, or most people, realized, like, wait a second, consoles are getting shittier each and every generation. Why don't I just buy a PC and be done with it?
Sonic. Mario vs. Sonic.
Oh god, I miss fucking Sega though. Sega was actually a nice company. That's some pretty cool shit.
Yeah, I mean...
And then they decided to, oh, you know what, Dreamcast. So much potential wasted. Really, so much potential.
I wouldn't even say that they were a good company. I would just say they were smart.
They were.
After the Dreamcast failed, they just decided, fuck it. We're just gonna do software from now on.
I liked the Dreamcast. It was a good console for what it was. It could have been much more though. They're really weird on them though.
But
Sega Genesis.
There was honest to God no reason for, because you'll notice that there was not a single other Nintendo property that they rushed like they did Majora's Mask.
As I said,
Metroid Prime, massive success. They did not rush the sequel to market. Super Mario 64. To this day, still one of the greatest successes they've ever had.
That's pretty
did
good,
not rush it. Did not rush a sequel to market.
Indeed.
Smash Bros. An unfucking knowable, like they had no idea that would be the hit that it was.
Smash was really a surprise.
And you did not get a sequel to any of these games until actually, you didn't even get a Metroid game on the 64. You got Metroid Prime on the GameCube.
Indeed.
You didn't get a sequel to Super Mario 64. You didn't get another Mario game on a console, another mainline Mario game on a console, until Sunshine on the GameCube.
Yes. Because the times had
the
changed.
Only one they bum rushed.
Yeah. That was, as we just so nicely showed, when the change happened from 2D to 3D, when the generation of N64 was around. Everything later came into a market that was already very different. And that means you think different, you will decide different things. And that also means that, well, Nintendo at this point really didn't need it to rush any longer anything because, well, they were a giant. Established giant, ever more so. Wholly welcomed in the 3D era. There was no way they could
count the Game Boy, unless you count the Game Boy Advance and DS games.
Yeah, there were some Metroid games.
I
on the
might allow
Boy.
you to count the Game Boy Advance games and the Game Boy Color games even. You're not counting the DS games because that was an entirely that was a generation of handheld that was around with the PS3, the GameCube, and the PS2. No, yeah, it was the PS3. Around that was the generation, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because the DS wasn't. Yeah, it was still Game Boy Advance when the GameCube was out.
Yep, that was still Game Boy Advance.
Because I had the fucking attachment for my GameCube that allowed me to play Game Boy Advance shit on it.
Yes, I remember that shit. Was great.
And also, I would argue that those games also don't count anyways as being rushed to market simply due to the fact that they had an entirely different creative development team working.
What was it called originally?
Like their handheld division is different.
The original development of the Metroid, that was the back then I think it was still called the R&D department of Nintendo, wasn't it? Back when you just had a research and development department doing that shit instead of having singular serious departments. Oh, very different times indeed. Jesus Christ, that's long ago. But it also very nicely showcases how companies viewed things differently in the past. Very much so. I don't think nowadays you would get any company going that obviously in a territory that they consider new land. Sadly. Nobody likes to experiment any longer. At least not of the big ones.
Like, if you were to if they were to churn out a game, if anybody were to churn out the sequel to a game in 18 fucking months, that game would be unplayable.
Today, yeah. You would just get that shit done nowadays.
You'd need it would take 18 months to do the fucking coding.
And they will still not do any fucking quality control at the end because fuck that, just put it out there. So we can patch it anyway. Bloody bastards.
Like, if you look at it, Majora's Mask is an enigma because, like I said, Nintendo never did this with any other franchise on any other console. They still don't, rush mainline titles to market. On top of that, and it's hard to say why. It could be a combination of the fact that, they just wanted to capitalize on the runaway success of Ocarina of Time.
They need it, indeed.
But no, they didn't. They didn't need it at all.
They absolutely
need to capitalize.
This was a fully new market. It was the 3D market. You couldn't just land a success and let it sit.
Right. It was an entirely new market.
Yeah, which is why when you have a success, you immediately want to capitalize
literal
that.
Biggest competitor had already dropped out of. Sony was not a giant competitor to them.
Yeah, but we all know that Sony came.
Space.
Yes, but you do know that Sony came back with fucking vengeance.
Oh yeah, but that had nothing to do with this time period.
No, but that gives them absolutely right to fear competition in a new market that they have no idea to actually, judge. Normally, you invest money into safe
competition in any market because they're capitalist, and capitalism fears competition in the market.
Not really. We do need competition. The problem is the single company always has to go. Oh, every company wants to have the biggest market share they can get their hands on. So yeah, they will work for that. If everybody else does that too, the market gets split up into nice, singular little pieces for everyone. Works pretty well, actually.
For everybody that wanted to fucking jump on the PlayStation 1, I didn't own a PS1 growing up.
I still own one. A big one.
I own
actually,
one
that's
now.
Broken. I have the small one still. It's awesome.
But I'm in I've played a good amount of PS1 games, and in all my time, best I can say about it is that the JRPGs were good.
Pretty much, yeah. They were awesome.
Reno.
There were also some other cool games, some snowboard games and shit. Were pretty damn fun on the PlayStation 1.
Most of the games I played on PlayStation, like if it wasn't an RPG, I never finished it. I ended up getting bored, or it just was too shit and frustrating.
Ja, da war so ein guter
That was my personal experience.
Well,
there are some exceptions because, the original Resident Evil 1 and 2 were on PlayStation. The first Red Faction was a good PS game.
Actually, I'm pretty sure Resident Evil 3 also was on PlayStation 1, wasn't it? Nemesis.
Yes. Nemesis was also on 3.
Ah, good times. I'm pretty sure I still have... Yeah, I have them somewhere here. I'm pretty damn sure.
Jesus. Resident Evil franchise, for the longest time, was just the gift that kept on getting better.
Yes, it was.
And Jesus. Then with 4, and it all went to shit.
Yeah. And things after that, oh god. Oh boy.
Yeah, and then they came out with 4, and it all went to shit.
I mean, okay, 4 has its fans, 4 has its good aspects still, but think about what came after 4. Jesus fucking
4,
Christ.
Okay, so I don't think that Resident Evil 4 is a bad game.
It's just not any longer the classical Resident Evil that we know.
This is just no longer. This is just no longer a franchise that I am going to label as a spooky game.
Yeah, no, it's more actiony, and it got worse.
Nemesis 100% scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, no shit.
The first time I played Resident Evil Nemesis, I vividly remember just standing inside the fucking police station, staring at the goddamn doors as occasionally Nemesis would beat on them. Legit just standing there like, he's gonna fucking come through any goddamn second.
That was scary as fuck. It worked well. The original Resident Evil formula, the camera perspective, even the modern clunky controls actually played into that, because if you know that you can't move as freely or as fastly as you would like, that adds stress even more. Works pretty damn well.
I mean, that was the whole point of those clunky controls.
Yes, they worked splendidly.
That was not a bug, that was a feature.
Indeed. Also the fact that, it was the PlayStation 1 and your D-pad doesn't have that many movement options anyway.
No, because no, that's not, I mean, your D-pad doesn't, but remember, the first analog stick controllers in Sony's history came out on the PS1.
Yeah, but the very, very first one didn't have anything on it.
That's why, Resident Evil 3, you're supposed to play it with a joystick.
Yeah, but the original controller for the PlayStation 1 had no analog stick. I remember that thing because I still have that.
No, I know it didn't. It still weirds me out every time I see it.
Not even. It's kind of like, yeah, that thing. I mean, yeah, the one with the 2 fucking sticks is just the most common picture.
Anytime I see an original PlayStation controller without the joysticks, my brain just goes, "That's not right."
I played with that fucker.
That's not right.
I enjoyed it.
Where's the rest of the controller?
And you see, with that controller playing Resident Evil 1, with those controls, yeah, that's stressful. That's fucking stressful.
It's kind of like playing fucking Majora's Mask on my Switch controller here, because I've gotten used, I have adapted and evolved with the times, same as every other lifelong gamer. And so I keep accidentally using my fucking items because I think my brain goes, yeah, right joystick, camera.
Yep.
That's not how Zelda works.
Oh shit, don't tell me they put items on that thing.
They did it just like they did with the GameCube, your right joystick,
fuck.
at least for Majora. No, there's another way you can do it, and it's far shittier.
How could you make that worse? You could use the left stick, I assume.
By making it to where my C buttons are my normal face buttons, but now I have to hold a trigger down for it to acknowledge that they are fucking C buttons.
That sounds...
Because remember, the fucking, for how horrid it was, the 64 controller had a lot of buttons.
Yes, it was constructed for people with 3 arms, yes, but it still had a lot of buttons on it.
Yeah, it had a trigger and a joystick in the middle. Then it had a second controller on the left-hand side for your D-pad and your left fucking trigger. And then it had a separate controller on the right side, basically, for your C buttons, your A and B button, and another trigger. Because, yeah, I'm 10 and I can do this.
Yes, because you have 3 hands, that's why it has fucking 3 sections. I remember, yeah. You had the fucking D-pad, then the fucking stick in the middle, and you had some shoulder buttons, you had the C button set, you had the fucking A, B button. Jesus fucking Christ, that thing was a monstrosity.
And like... Every time I boot up one of these fucking, do I mean play on the 3DS? What are you talking about? Play what on a 3DS? I don't play a 3D. I don't. We've had this talk. I don't have one. I rarely used one. But every time I boot up one of these, and I just call them emulators because that's what this is. I have a Nintendo 64, a Super Nintendo, an NES, a Game Boy and Game Boy Color, a Game Boy Advance, and a Sega Genesis emulator. That's what I get whenever I pay for the good Nintendo Online. I get a bunch of legal emulators.
The question is, what about the games? I don't care about the consoles you have available. What about the games you have available on said consoles? What for the SNES, for example? Do we have Breath of Fire?
Well, give me a second, and I will... Now, this is one of the best parts about these emulators. I can just press a button, create a suspense. I can save anywhere, and the game can't tell me no.
Cheater.
I can save everywhere cheater. I was never supposed to be able to.
Fucking cheating. Swear to God.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I laughed my ass off a few days ago because you remember the owls in Majora's Mask?
Yeah.
Essentially quick save points. Well, those are fucking useless.
No, imagine playing Metroid where you are actually only supposed to save at the points, and then you have a whole area in front of you which you need to go through. I imagine how useless that would be now when you can just save everywhere.
Exactly. I'm gonna boot up the Super Nintendo emulator, and so unfortunately with these emulators, the rate in which they add titles is an insanely pitiful rate.
Shit.
And there is no discernible reason why, because it's not because you've added anything, because these are just the games that came out on release now on my fucking Switch, and I don't even have the modern day quality of life fucking ability to map my own buttons. Which I could make this work a lot. I could make the 64 games work a lot fucking better if I could map my own buttons.
I'd imagine so, yeah.
Now, what were you looking for on the SNES?
Breath of Fire, I already seen the Breath of Fire 1 and 2. A bit lower on the list, because I'm watching your stream.
Claymates, Jelly Boy.
Bit lower. Lower.
God, man, fuck. Oh, there's Breath of Fire 2. I didn't see the first one. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Yep. Definitely got them.
Those
got the
are fucking
OG
awesome.
F-Zero, which is great.
Oh yeah, that one is great.
Original Pilot Wings, original Star Fox.
Oh, there's some good shit there. I have to get through a Nintendo.
Ghosts, which is just good. Super Ghouls and Ghosts is just a fun game.
Yeah, I see some really cool titles there that I would really like to replay.
Super Punch Out, no longer called Mike Tyson's Punch Out for legal reasons. Now I go back to my 64. I actually was more excited about like the 64, the Sega, and the Game Boy Advance than I ever was the Super Nintendo.
I mean, for me, the Super Nintendo is a bit special. It was really one of the consoles that really... I mean, it's not the one that convinced me to...
I have never in my life owned a Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
And when the Super Nintendo was at its peak popularity, I had a Sega.
I mean, that's also not a bad choice, to be fair. The King throws a lavish party. The King must...
While everybody else was playing fucking Mario and... I don't know, whatever else fucking came out on goddamn Super Nintendo. I was playing fucking more violent versions of Mortal Kombat and How did Nintendo get the rights for a Sega Dreamcast simulation? No, it's Sega Genesis, not Dreamcast.
Mm-hmm.
And because this is what Sega does, this is all. I did not load my fucking save state. This is all that Sega does now. They sell their properties off.
Kinda, yeah.
Like, that's legit the only thing that they do. They're a software developer. That's it. Why wouldn't they give Nintendo permission to, release a Sega Genesis simulator that they're then going to get a cut of the profits?
Yeah, Sega really. I mean, they always branched out into the whole electronics productions and whatnot. So it's not like they were focused on just one thing, which makes it a lot easier to just go like, you know what? Yeah, this market, not really mine. That's not. But still, I'm kind of sad, The Dreamcast. I really had some hopes for the fucking Dreamcast. Could have been so much more, and yeah, they dropped it like a fucking hot potato.
Well, the Dreamcast and the Saturn both could have been more than they were.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a lot of potential there that just never came to fruition. Why now? Bury them and give me the next console you had planned and see how that works out. Learn from what you have done so far and fucking do something with it. But no, instead they were like, no, fuck this. I'm out.
Okay, so I have nothing to back this up, but I have a theory that one of the reasons why they never got back into the console market after they got out, and also the reason they got out, is like, because they were the first to market with 3D tech.
Mm-hmm.
Like in terms of, like, that's what we're doing now, that's the future. They were the first to market.
And they were absolutely right. It was the fucking future. Hammering on your door.
The issue is that since they were the first to market, and it wasn't that they rushed to market, the problems that they ended up encountering during development of, during trying to learn how to develop and the development of 3D games, it was brand new tech for the world. Nobody knew what they were fucking doing.
Yeah, it was quite literally new market building.
And they made mistakes.
They did, indeed.
Mistakes that, at the end of the day, are what caused it to fail. A combination of those mistakes, and at the time the technology was very expensive, so to improve upon it,
yeah, which makes mistakes really costly. That's part of the problem.
They also didn't fucking market either of them well. So what I think eventually inevitably ended up happening is that Nintendo just learned from their mistakes, didn't make them, blew Sega out of the goddamn water with the 64.
They did indeed.
And Sega just kind of decided that, well, if we were to release a new console now, it would not be better than this.
I mean, they were on the right way, cassettes were out. The N64 was quite literally the last one who ever fucking used it, and got horribly beat by the fucking PlayStation for it. Not that,
Yeah, but like, CD technology wouldn't have been enough. Like, that's not enough to sell something on.
Well, it's part of it, because
even at the time, because if it had been enough to sell something on, then the Saturn and either the Saturn or the Dreamcast would have been success.
Well, yes. It maybe wasn't yet the right time, but you can see the difference fucking CD makes to a cassette, and just the games we got on them. Look from the PlayStation onwards and you see what was possible.
I think a big part of it also was the price of it. The price point entry was another big part of the failure, because and they might have just been foolish and not thought that the price point was going to be rapidly become cheaper to develop.
I mean, it did get a bit cheaper, but
because you got to remember,
it is much.
You have to remember do you know the biggest reason why the PS2 initially sold so well?
Apart from that its launch titles and its capabilities?
Nope. Had nothing to do with its capabilities.
Then do tell.
The reason that original reason that the PS2 now eventually, and it didn't take long for this to happen, but eventually its sales were being made because it was a good console with fun games and everybody wanted one. Originally, though, when the PS2 first came out, everybody was buying one because it could play DVDs, and the PS2 was actually at the time cheaper than a DVD player.
Do remember
that is not even hyperbole. By like
I
a
do
lot of
remember
money,
that
it was cheaper.
fucking DVD players, especially the decent ones, were pretty fucking pricey at the time. I do remember that.
Because DVDs were new technology.
Wasn't the reason I got my PlayStation 2 though. I got it because I had a PlayStation
and at
1.
the end of the PS2's life cycle, it had nothing to do. The DVD player had absolutely nothing to do with its success by the end.
Of course not, because well, that console could stand on its own.
But it had everything to do with its initial success.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice way to start yourself off in a new market. You go like, yes, we can also be a fucking DVD player, but cheap, comparatively. That's nice. Pretty smart.
So, there's that. I don't know if you remember this or not, but a lot more people had like Nintendos than they did PlayStations when the PS1 was out.
Yeah, because
a lot more people, because the PlayStation was a lot more expensive.
It was. It took me a while to get one, but once I got one, I never let go. And that took a lot of.
And I'm not shitting on the PS1, although I could personally shit on the PS1.
You should definitely not. It was a great console.
I would shit on it on its own merits in comparison to its competition at the time. Its competition at the time being the Nintendo 64, arguably the more power, well, not more powerful,
most definitively,
but the more stable console, the better looking games with the more consistent games you wanted to play. That is why
in the beginning,
when you and I were children, every fucking boomer called everything a Nintendo.
Well, yes, they did, to be fair. Although, to be fair, my parents never had any understanding. It was... Meh. They were just like me.
Hey.
Thing. Don't like it, you're sitting too much in front of it. Go fuck yourself, I like this.
Oh yeah, my mom didn't like me playing video games when I was a little kid either. There's also why, for some weird reason, the Xbox One was sold as a multimedia box and not a console. Yes and no.
That's fucking Microsoft. What are you expecting from
the Xbox One? It's not why. It wasn't really a weird reason when you think about it. The Xbox, and it wasn't even the Xbox One that started that. The 360, especially towards the end of its lifespan, started marketing itself as a rather than a gaming console, a multimedia platform. And yeah, part of the reason is because they took a page out of Sony's playbook in that, whether it's kind of up for debate whether or not Sony, intentionally made their PS2 originally cheaper than a fucking DVD player. But especially when the Xbox One came out, what a do, vanilla. Welcome. We are good. We're discussing console and video game history.
Indeed, because we're old as fuck and we like to remind ourselves of that.
Yeah, because we're a bunch of grumpy old men, and
the
modern day world sucks. And back in my day, things were better.
Yes, back in my day, things were so much better all around. The world was sunny, shiny, and full of games. Great games. I mean, about that.
But the Xbox One definitely marketed itself as a multimedia platform, and that wasn't a bad move in a bid to convince you. Especially when this was an era that the price point of consoles was starting to get what we would deem what we all collectively deemed at the time to be outrageous.
And nowadays, where's the price?
Yeah, nowadays nobody wants to bat a fucking eye at a $600 console.
I mean, people pay $1,000 plus for a fucking phone, so what do we expect?
Yeah, I would expect people to be better.
Yeah, me too, but alas. And I look at the
I'm
world.
also old and live in a fantasy world.
Yeah, and then I look at the world and go like, they should be better than this. Should be.
I should know better. Just look around. I should know better.
Yes, I should. And then they just fucking do it. Like, sure, this phone that has the same functionality as everything else, but it costs like triple. Yeah, that sounds like a good investment.
I think that the Xbox One... What did I just do that for? That was stupid. The Xbox One probably would have sold a lot better if they had... Well, not the... Yeah, actually, the Xbox One would have probably sold better had the Xbox 360 or even the Xbox One taken the same outlook that the PlayStation had with the PS3. I bought a PS3 because of the free online. Because I didn't have to pay to play with my friends. How does one get good at life? Money.
Pretty much.
Money.
Get a good job, earn a lot of money, make use of your money, enjoy life.
No, you don't. It's not even get a good job. All right. Unless the only qualifier for a good job is one that makes lots of money.
I mean, for some people, that is precisely what a good job is.
That's about the best you can hope for in this day and age.
Honestly, I would like to get a bit more, but I mean, here's the thing. And again, if it's just money, then why aren't we all just fucking, prostitutes? I heard they earn nice amounts of money.
Because nobody will pay to have sex with us.
Yeah, points. God damn it, I forgot about that for a second.
In my 31 years on this fucking earth, I've struggled to get people to have sex with me for free sometimes.
Yeah, it can be kind of difficult. I know where you're coming from.
You think I'm gonna make a profit on this? You're out your goddamn mind.
I mean, you can try. I do think that.
What the fuck is my target marketplace? Rich women who just want to know what it's like to pretend to fuck their brother?
Maybe if there's a market for that and you can capitalize on that, go for it.
It's not gonna be profitable enough. The things you'll have to go through to make that profit might not be worth it.
You might end up a bit scarred, just a tiny bit.
Nah, I'm already scarred and don't have any fucking dignity left.
See, you have nothing to lose. Go for it. I shall wish you luck with your new endeavors.
Has nothing to do with what I might lose. And everything to do with how long is it going to take to gain? How long will I suffer to gain?
It depends.
What am I going to lose? What is there to lose? Anal virginity? Woo.
Potentially, yes, but I mean, if the price is right, I'll be willing to take that risk at least. Do that.
Oh man, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Everybody suck a dick for $1 million.
Absolutely.
Don't tell the guy with $1 million, but I'd do it for less.
Me too.
We wouldn't take $1 million. Wouldn't take $1 million.
Wouldn't even take $1 million.
Like,
I can't be honest.
I especially love bringing up that conversation around people where I live because a lot of them are homophobes, and then to just be like, "Well, I would never. You're a lying sack of shit, and you do not have a like." Let me see you keep that energy when there's $1 million in cash and a cock sitting in front of you.
We all have our price. That's just a thing. Give me enough money.
The one that really cracks me up is the people. Well, strategy, you're already well off. This conversation doesn't apply to people not poor.
Bloody bourgeoisies.
There's two people. There's three people excluded from this conversation: heterosexual women, rich people, and the gays. Because if you already have money, of course you probably wouldn't, unless you just like sucking dick. Yeah. And as for the other two categories, if you're willing to do it for free, you don't get the option to get paid to do it on this hypothetical.
That is not acceptable. No. You already like sucking dick? Yeah, no wonder you're doing it. You're doing it for fucking free. Jesus.
Yeah, if you already like doing, I mean, I like eating steak. If you offer me 10 grand to eat a steak, yeah,
Yeah, I'll even do it for free, no worries.
fucking, I'd do it as long as you were paying for the steak.
Precisely. Some people. Oh shit. The public demands rearmament.
But my favorite one are the people that are like, hell yeah, I would do it. I would cry my way through it and get it over with. And I'd be like, I wouldn't even cry. Nah, dude, that man's getting the best blowjob of his life to achieve the fastest orgasm on record.
I will absolutely deliver the best service I can.
I'm gonna put my heart and fucking soul into this because I don't want it to drag on.
Nope, I just want to get it done with, go home with my money, and well, be fucking happy about it. There's no crying there. There's a big fucking smile on my face.
When I was working fast food, I had brought up this conversation while working fast food, and one of my buddies was like, yeah, but you sucked a dick. And I looked at him and I was like, yeah, now I'm a millionaire who owns a Ferrari, you fucking peasant. Now make my goddamn fries.
Precisely. There's not even an argument here.
I could buy a new mouth if I want to, if I'm that fucked up about it.
Yep. As I said, there wouldn't be much crying on my part. I would be sitting there with the biggest fucking smile on my mouth open, going like, yeah, come.
I wouldn't even, yeah, like, you find me the clientele, I wouldn't even stop at one. Line them up. $1 million a dick, let's go.
That's a good deal. I'll take it,
I bet you I rival fucking Bezos by the end of the month. How'd you make so much money, Kronos? Oh, about a solid 8 hours of sucking dick.
And now I never need to work ever again. God bless my fucking life.
The question is, would you do it if you could never have the taste of cum leave your money? I don't care how my money tastes. I'm not eating it.
Yep, I really don't care.
Have the taste of cum leave my mouth? Yeah, I'd still do it.
I'll still take that.
I don't think you fully fully comprehend the number of issues that me and my family deal with on a daily basis that would be solved and eliminated entirely by money.
Yeah. Yep.
I hate to tell you this, almost all of those issues that we suffer through every day are financial.
Yeah, I mean, look at me. I'm basically working 1.5 jobs at the very least, and I'm earning.
I'm so sorry. Which part are you sorry about? The fact that we struggle financially, or the fact that I would have no qualms about sucking dick for the right amount of money?
Good question, actually.
Because if it's the second one, you shouldn't be sorry about that.
You really shouldn't. Every man has a free choice to make here, and honestly, I think this choice is very fucking easy to make.
Because as I said before, everybody would suck a dick for $1 million.
Yeah, it is, as I said, it's not even up to debate, honestly. I see many people going like, but my principles. Yeah, your principle will last until the fucking money is in front of you.
America just kind of sucks. Meanwhile, Finland solved homelessness. Yeah, rub it in.
Some bloody northern barbarians, eh? Claiming to be good people.
Goddamn Vikings are like, I don't know what the problem is. We just gave everybody health care and houses.
Let's remind those nice little Finns that it was actually the Danes that were the Vikings.
Why can't the wealthiest nation on the face of the earth and in the history of humankind do it? To which the wealthiest nation looks at you and go, bootstraps.
Bloody Finland. See, what has Finland ever done for the world? Not even the best Scandinavian.
Besides apparently give us a good working model for ending homelessness, I guess not a lot.
Fuck Finland. Take Norway, they have oil. They have a whole oil fund. They're quite literally a socialist country, when you think about it, although they claim to be a democracy. But that is not what I read in the news. But alas, that's
I would... Like, if I could just get $1 million of dick sucking, I would be able to solve all the world's problems, and would, happily. And I would make it known how I done did it. I'd be all like, here's your check to end world hunger. I earned it by sucking cock. I'd be proud.
Hungary wants to rearm. That is not good.
I ended world hunger by sucking dick. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is a billionaire just because he is a dick.
And because of Tesla. Which kinda, you know, makes money, apparently. I always love it. One month I get a report from one of the business that I'm still fucking subscribed to, apparently going like, yes, the Tesla is going down. It's going down fucking hard. He loses millions upon millions. The next month, the same fucking magazine was like, Tesla booms. It's not stoppable. There's gonna be more of this. It's like, what the fuck? Could you please give me a reasonable statement here?
I love how we went from the history of video game consoles to how much money would it take for you to suck a dick?
Probably not nearly as much as you are imagining, but, well, that's a whole nother debate, because the simple point is, you know, right now, I don't need $1 million to make genuine good improvements on my situations.
See, like, for me, it depending on the amount. Remember Elon? Yeah, I remember Elon said that he would solve world hunger as long as he was presented with with a budget on how to do it. He was presented with a budget on how to do it, and then went, no. Fucking, I forgot what I was gonna say. We were talking about sucking dick.
Amongst other things, we're talking, you know, all over the place, from video games to businesses to markets to dick sucking to, well, Elon Musk apparently. Why not?
Back to video. I think we can actually, we can probably trace the downfall of the golden era of gaming, as we'll call it. It probably started. Yes, my love. Okay. Where's that lighter came from? Oh, I mean, I didn't say anything, just simply because I'm still making myself available if needed. That's all. I thought it was soup. Oh, I thought you were making a soup today, so I was real confused when you said fucking oven. I heard the hobo part, and then I don't know why I paired that with the soup. Well, that's what tomato soup is made out of. Meat, cheese, potatoes, and corn.
Interesting.
That's tomato soup.
I'm kind of missing the tomato part, but, I mean, sure. I guess it's an American thing.
That you hold your pee in your balls.
Wouldn't be the first time I'd be confused.
That's not the right fluid. I mean, there's still a lot of guys out there that just think when a girl squirts, it's all pee. Who thinks that the ball sack holds poop?
What? I'm hearing things.
Even Insius is like, what? What? That doesn't make any sense.
That's not how anatomy works.
By another woman, do you think women poop? And he said, no, they don't have the balls. They don't have balls to do that.
I mean, for years, I used to tell people, like, nope, girls don't poop. And they would look at me like I was crazy. I'd be like, no, I know I'm wrong. I choose to live this fantasy.
Fair enough.
Like,
this fantasy is far better than reality.
like this was back in my prime when I was eating a lot of ass.
I was like, yep, this is the fantasy I choose to indulge for good reasons.
Yeah, I chose my fucking coping mechanism.
As we all do.
Decided to reject reality and replace it with my own.
Ah, this reality is nice and fluffy. Nice. I shall stay here.
Ball sack holding poop. Apparently that's where we're at now. Apparently ball sacks hold poop.
That's amazing. I didn't know about this particular fact of anatomy. I'm pretty sure I learned something different, but, well, you know, can't argue with the science, I suppose.
Oh god, I gotta remember how to beat these fucking...
Shoot them! Shoot them!
I have a bubble gun. What the fuck do you expect me to do?
To shoot bubblegum at it and hope that its wings get sticky and it can't fly any longer.
I'm just gonna really fucking This is why I'm even here. It's not even because, oh yeah, I need to beat this temple. No, it's because this is the temple where I get my bow and arrow.
Oh, the temples. I will never forget my pure hatred for the water temple. I hate the water temple. I hated it very much so. The first time. The second time wasn't so bad because I knew what I had to do. Fucking water temple.
Oddly enough, like, and okay, so like, this is like what we are watching me stream right now. Granted, I didn't start a brand new game for this stream because I got the fucking bougie Nintendo Online like 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't waiting to play my favorite games till I managed to figure out how to do it on a computer.
In fair point, I'd have done the exact same.
You are, however, witnessing my first playthrough of this game in 20 years. And I'm proud to say that I still hold far too much knowledge about this game.
Oh yes, some things you never ever fucking forget. That burned in your mind.
Strategy. It's been 20. I got this game. My mom got it for me whenever she got me my Nintendo 64 for Christmas. And that was in either 1999 or 2000. And I turned 31 March 6th. Yeah, it's been 20 years or more since I've played this game. I don't remember a lot of the small details, but I remember just about everything that needs to be.
I'm pretty sure, when did we got it? We got the Nintendo, I think, on Christmas 1998. Pretty sure.
Wait a second, is your nice. Fucking.
And I'm pretty yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, we got that with that. So that means I played Ocarina of Time the first time in 1998. Jesus Christ, am I fucking old.
I actually did not play Ocarina of Time or even have an opportunity to play it until after I had played Majora's Mask.
I know I got this first because it was one of the we got like because my father bought the console with some games. So we had Ocarina of Time, we had Mario Kart, and we had Super Mario 64. Originally for the N64. I remember that. My father
when
loved
I got
Mario Kart was also playing.
When I got my Nintendo 64,
only game you liked.
Mom got me 3 games for it. I say she got me 3 games. One of them came with the 64. Because she specifically got me the Pokemon Stadium bundle set.
Ooh, Pokemon Stadium.
So, yeah, and like I think next month, Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2 are coming to the 64 emulator.
Nice. I mean,
that'll be so nice.
It was pretty fucking awesome for a bit. Pokemon Stadium. Ah.
I'm wondering if it's still going to be. Because okay, hear me out. Pokemon Stadium 1 by itself was alright. It was fine.
Yeah. Fine is all it was though.
But it is shit compared to the Pokemon Stadium that you can play with Game Boy games.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you remember, you could import your personal Pokemon from your Game Boy Pokemon games into Pokemon Stadium.
Yep.
And that is once you did that, then the game was great.
You're right. Precisely.
Because before you did that, every Pokemon was like level 50. That's it. All of them. Across the board. All of them. There was no leveling up. There was no level system. There was no nothing. It was just a Pokemon battler.
Yep. I mean, it was good for that, but really only worked with your own Game Boy Pokemon games. Otherwise, it just was okay. But that was it.
Yeah.
And then it became great.
Exactly. Now, at the time, yeah, probably, we all probably felt that it was just the best thing since sliced bread because we were getting to play a Pokemon game on fucking console.
Yes, it was fucking amazing.
But even at the time, we all were like, all these Pokemon are the same level, that kind of shit.
Yeah, I want my Pokemon, I want my team. My team is great. My team is fucking Amazing, I want to play with it. And the combination. Yeah, then Pokemon City really shines.
No, okay, that's what that button is. Oop. Yeah, so if I hold my right trigger and press any of my face buttons, cool, I'm just pressing a C button. My right bumper is my shield. Why these two inputs aren't reversed and the bigger button that my finger is always resting on isn't the shield button, I don't fucking know.
Because, well, let's never forget, yes, Nintendo is the one who designed the fucking N64 controller. They don't really have a tendency to be overly concerned with your comfort while holding their things. Sadly. Oh, I will never get over the N64 controller. That fucking beast.
Oh my fucking god! I forgot about that.
You're gonna die.
I forgot when these motherfuckers hit you as a DQ,
you fly.
You just like a fetus.
Yeah, it's like kicking a baby.
This is going to kill me.
Just like kicking a baby, it's gonna fly fucking far.
I think I'm doing this until death.
Yeah, you're stuck.
Alright, if I take off my mask fast enough. Alright, I'll just die.
And he'd round.
I think that's my first actual death in the game.
I can't say, you often play this on stream before, but I mean, as soon as you generally know what you're doing, you're not gonna die that often. And it's pretty hard to forget that shit.
You say that.
I mean, you can still die.
Well, you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, it is a bit. I do have a hard time thinking of like anything in this game that is genuinely like, hey, there's no reason this should be so fucking hard.
Means
I'm going.
Some of the fucking riddles the first time around were fucking annoying to figure out, but apart from that, it's like, no, there's no real fight in there where it's like, oh, I feel like I'm gonna die unjustly because it's just too fucking hard. Actually, pretty fair game when you think about it. The Anschluss of Austria.
No death run failed. Try from the start. No.
Yes.
Especially considering that the theory that one of the theories that's never been disproven or confirmed being that I am already dead. Oh, these cameras. Okay.
Fucking King's gonna ruin my fucking economy. Bloody asshole. He has been fucking around since the start of the game. Jesus Christ, what an asshole.
I could have used my blast mask to just end this, but now I'm just, you know what, I'll just kill myself.
Sometimes suicide is the only answer you can find. Bloop, 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 goes the link.
Death before dishonor! Alright, now we're just gonna Al-Qaeda him. Just gonna bomb him.
None of the parties are gaining. Everyone is just happy with the status quo.
You know that the 3DS has a new 3DS Analog Stick Pro option. I don't know what that means.
Hey, the Germans have welcomed me to the Axis. I'm now an Axis. Yes. All comes together nicely.
Come on, you little fuck nugget. You just wait till my mask can explode again. Or just fucking die and just fall off and die. That worked. For the camera to turn. Ah.
Yeah, who needs a tech?
It's not even that I need the camera to turn. Although, I mean, like, yeah, having a normal fucking camera would be nice. I'd argue not necessarily.
Ah, poor little Romania.
What's funny is I actually do not remember ever really having camera issues, but the controller layout, I don't need to explode anymore. But the controller layout at the time was a little bit more conducive to fucking doing this.
More tracks. Yeah, but more tracks are used for logistics. Can afford it. We have like a billion of them. Meh. A whole fucking season. No, music has stopped. It's not good. Well, my music. A bold lie. A bold lie indeed.
I will say that for the issues that I've had in general with my camera in Majora's Mask are mostly me. Like, I've never... I don't really often find myself in some sort of a position where I need highly precise camera. Being able to just, you know, center the camera behind me is generally enough in this game.
I mean, it usually gets the job done. Apart from the very few moments where it doesn't, then you get fucked. We still need some more guns though. And we need more factories, which we will get in. Technically speaking, a while.
I used to also have all these songs memorized, and now I don't remember any of them. Up right. Or up left, my bad.
Oh yeah, that shit. Playing with the fucking ocarina. Oh yeah, yeah.
Ah, fuck.
Let's do the old-fashioned way. Write them down on a piece of paper. Easier. Far easier.
No,
it's surprisingly peaceful.
You know what? I just looked at this. Why don't I remember it? Oh, because it's to the right, and it's the only... I'm an idiot.
I told you, write them down on a piece of paper. Works. Just works. Now that we're part of the Axis, we're probably gonna get fucked, but well, that's Kennedy risk taken.
Got it. No, I'll remember these fucking... Well, I mean, I say I'll remember them. Some of them I don't need to remember. Oh, that's right, because this is Majora's Mask. It's not enough to play the magical song. You gotta play the magical song with the right instrument.
Because otherwise, you get nothing. Oh, I remembered it. Oh, that pissed me off so much.
I mean, it's a little bit... It's just a little bit annoying now. I remember it as a kid thinking it was really... That it would... I probably didn't think anything of the fact that I needed to change form to play certain songs to make certain things happen. I just was wrapped up in how cool it was that I had all these different instruments. Even though it would have been infinitely easier to just make each form play an ocarina.
Would have been, yes. No, instead you get the absolute curiosity that is to have to play different instruments by using different forms. Because why not?
I recently found a new streamer. She's not new to the game or to streaming, but she is doing... I found her because she's currently doing her very first time ever playthrough of Majora's Mask.
Oh,
and like, I hunt these people down, right? I love these people. If I see you playing one of my all-time favorite games for the very first time in your life, I'm there.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And I will say it has been a struggle. Because I just sit here and scream information at my computer that I will not type out because I'm not going to spoil it for her. Like every time I see her leave Clocktown, I'm like, no, the quest.
I know that problem. It's like, shit, I know this. I know what you're supposed to be doing. I can't tell it though. Oh, shit. I don't want to. Oh, and that's the man.
I remember all the bosses and how to beat them. I do not remember to any of these goddamn temples, so this is going to be fun.
I remember the temples partially, at least.
I do not remember these layouts at all.
And then it'll probably come back to you once you're in shading. Totally sick going at like, what the fuck?
Nah, I honestly don't think it will, to an extent. I think I'm gonna end up relearning all of these temples again, like it was the first time. Oh, I've gotten this far without picking up a fucking Deku stick.
Game's like, hey, did you notice this is a
Tell me you've played this game a fuckload without telling me you've played this game a fuckload.
Like, I don't need a fucking Deku stick. I'm not gonna pick one up.
If you're new at this fucking game, you're bum rushing every item that drops on the ground.
Yep.
Not if you're a veteran, then you're just like, I don't need that.
I don't need a fucking Deku stick. Whatever, I'm gonna use that. What's it?
I can't believe I made it all the way to the fucking temple before I picked up my first Deku stick. Had I thought about it, I might have tried to avoid it a little longer.
I would have just looked at it and go like, nah, I don't need that. I really do need it.
Controller is vibrating, and I don't know why.
It's trying to tell you something. It's probably not important.
And it's funny you say that, because in my experience, depending on when you're doing any particular one thing, there's a lot of times where that happens, though, where it's like, oh, fucking Tattle is floating around this empty space of nothing, glowing a different color, like she normally does anytime something important is there. There's nothing there. Why are you floating?
Just because. Just to fuck with you. Why else?
It did for a long... That's part of how I found everything in this game through two primary methods. Number one is just all reliable, you know? I put a lot of fucking time into this game. I got stuck a lot. I got lost a lot.
The first time it's always special.
So, you know, it's a matter of a lot of the shit that I ended up finding, I just happened to be in the right time at the right place.
You were like, huh, that's nice.
Now, the other way I found everything... Oh, I can't make it there. Was because... Wait, no, because I know what happens when I jump on you. There's a way through this, isn't there? Doesn't involve me fucking poisoning my... Because I know what happens when I jump on you. I get eaten. Oh, I didn't get eaten. Did I fucking forget something? Alright. The other way I learned everything was because I would go with my mom anytime she went to Walmart. And as soon as we were in the door, I was just like, "Alright, Ma, deuce! Come find me when you're done!" And I would sprint to the fucking electronics section where they sold video games and the strategy guides. And I would just sit there on the floor of the store, memorizing everything I possibly fucking could out of this strategy guide. Until it was time to go home. I have never in my life, since or beforehand, studied anything as intently or done so good a job at committing things to memory as with that goddamn strategy guide. My mother would just... Not what this is, and I'd like to see your old boomer ass play any of this.
Like, you tried that. You tell me how to do this. Like, no. I don't want to play games. Okay,
that was basically my mom. My mom did not want to play video games, and like the few times she tried, she'd get frustrated and then blame it on her children.
Fair point.
As if, like, yeah, Mom, it's me. Your like 8 to 10-year-old son's job to fucking make sure that you know that you're comfortable in how you're learning how to play the game, rather than just rather than just be a child and just tell you how to play the stupid game. I thought there was an opening there. There wasn't. I gotta hop around all these fucking teeth.
I don't think I have enough
I remember
people
these
for
closing
such
a lot
man.
faster.
Let's redo this manually, shall we?
What nation are you playing as?
I'm playing as Romania. Great, Romania. I just demanded from the Soviets something. Going like, hey,
I don't even see you on the map.
Look, we're great, Romania. Even better, look who my leader is. Fucking Cowboy Bebop is all a buzz, apparently.
I should probably, maybe I just need to refresh. Yeah, that's what I needed to do. Needed to refresh.
Yeah, take a look at George Chatascu. Oh, Shandy seems very much like he's from Cowboy Bebop for some mystical reason that nobody really understands. Including me, of course.
Thank you, Magical Fairy. I would have literally never thought to try to move the fucking square, sliding-looking stone block in front of me. Never would have thought that.
Obviously not. Of course not.
You know, it's really weird that, like, how many of these goddamn games, like, the further back you go, the less the game informs you of any goddamn thing. In terms of games in general, like it's you slowly start getting a little more handholdy, you know. And this is that weird era where, like, they got handholdy in the weird spot in weird places. How did I miss that jump? I'm going to die.
Just temporarily. Death is just a temporary stop. Small one.
Okay. I have no means of popping the bubble, so I can take off the Great Fairy Mask.
Run, little Romanians. I don't know what you're normally supposed to be doing, but stop stealing their stuff. How about that? They take their stuff outright. Go to war. I mean, it goes well. The Germans just declared war on Czechoslovakia, and we're just helping them. Being the small little Romanians that we are. I really wish my king would stop being an asshole, though, because he's kinda, you know, living the hedonist lifestyle, and I've had to deal with many a scandal. Just to get to here. I don't want to. Really don't want to any longer.
Or push the stone block. Which, Bob, you know, nobody ever fucking addresses in this game? Why there's so many fucking blocks in so many goddamn temples with Majora's Mask design on them?
Well, maybe because, you know, they all were made by the same mason who had a very strange taste. And they were like, yes, this is my style.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that don't track.
Modify the officer's corruption. Don't care. Read everything in there I need immediately. At least Romania has something that I would realistically call a focus tree. Not the biggest I've ever seen, but at least it gives me options. Better than the poor Finnish people who have literally nothing. It is something.
You fucking bitch!
Bye bye. Again.
I got the ferry. Let me just flinch my way to shore, I guess.
And the king's mistress is spotted in Paris. Ugh. That is costing me a lot.
I legit screamed the first time I booted this up on my Switch and went into first person and tried to look around. And it was at that moment that I remembered, oh yeah, first person in this game is inverted.
Yes, it is.
And as soon as I like tried to look up and looked down, I was just like, what?
Yep, and then you're just sitting there like, yep.
These fucking, I forgot, I knew they hit you. I really did not expect to get attacked that quick. I'm going to die. And there I go.
Germany wants my help against Luxembourg, Czechoslovakia, France, Canada, South Africa, New Zealand, and Australia. God hates me. Well, technically speaking, God hates the Axis. Fair point. Still a bit annoying, though. And I need my troops to get over to fucking... the French border and help the poor Germans being unjustly occupied. Yes,
fucking... I forgot what I was gonna say. God damn it. Never mind.
Okay, we have a European nation, League of Nations now against us. That's great, but that's pleasant. Yes, that's totally not.
Do we have a European nation? You've probably got a few of them.
Yes, they're all against us because they hate the Axis. And funnily enough, part of that is Australia, who's, as we all know, a very European nation.
Very fascist Australia.
Bloody fucking Australians are very much a European nation, don't you know? I can clearly tell you where on the European continent they are. What? Ah, Australia.
I mean, they are a European nation.
Australia. There's not so much in Europe. I mean, technically speaking, they were colonized by the fucking British in the beginning.
Yeah, but like, isn't Australia part of the EU?
Are they? I'm pretty sure they are not. Wait a second.
I'm fairly...
I'm just kidding. Not part of the EU.
I don't know about part of the EU, but...
EU.
I think they are.
Nicht Australien in der EU. Hat natürlich im Anschluss eines Rahmenabkommens zwischen der Europäischen Union, den Mitgliedstaaten und Australien angenommen. Oh, but Australia. Just
nothing of Austria.
Austria is Austria.
Austria is 100% a European nation.
Yes.
There's no question about
but
that.
But not Australia. Australia is a fucking island down south, on the other side of the globe. That is not a European nation. Oh, I know, part of the Eurovision Song Festival.
I mean, that's never fucking stopped anything in Europe from being a European nation.
I mean, yes, we kind of founded a few more nations that we then considered our own for a while. Like Australia, for example. The British came around. What was that one saying about how the food and the woman in England make the British the best sailors in the world? Yeah, no shit. Like, we have that for eat and we have that to fuck. Yep, I'm out of here. Hello there. Little Shimmons. Welcome to... I don't even know what the fuck this is anymore, but it is something.
Well, welcome to us pretending like we're streamers and have been content creating for a while.
Yes, but totally
this isn't just a random fucking mismatch of people playing games at all.
Indeed not. Totally not. We're actually very professional about our unprofessionalism, I have you know. Actually, where are my planes? No, I'm doing things in Czechoslovakia. Really wish we could deal with Czechoslovakia a bit faster. Okay, people, come on. Less standing around, more fucking... Oh, go in there and fucking deal with that. Look at the little Dutchman trying to pretend like he can outsmart the British and their fucking empire. I don't see any Dutch empire, do I? I do ever see lots and lots of leftovers from the fucking British Empire. I mean, fucking Canada.
I'd also love for somebody to explain to me. Australia could not join the European Union. A nation has to be on the European continent in order to join the EU, and Australia is located in Oceania.
Yeah, I was about to say.
In 2018, Australia and the EU began negotiations on a comprehensive free trade agreement, but does not mean Australia could join the EU. Okay. All right, give me one sec. I actually, suddenly, all the beer hit the bladder. Or, I guess, depending on who you ask, apparently it hit the ball sack. So I'm gonna go drain my balls.
Yeah,
but I'm not doing it in a sexual way.
No, you're just going to the toilet like a normal person. To take shit.
in an abnormal way. Be right back.
You do that. But yes, thank you very much, little Vanilla. That was a very helpful, because I was thinking I was going kind of crazy here for a moment. Like, wait a second, is Australia a fucking part of the EU now? When and how would that even work? Because, you know, the European Union sounds kind of European exclusive, but alas. I mean, heck, if you wanted to go that way, we could re-invite, you know, Japan into another new axis of good and butterflies. Worked out splendidly the first time, didn't it? Splendid. Yeah, look at the little Dutch defending its people. It's really hard to belong. They're the unwanted middle child. It's like everybody ignores them, like, but, please, I want some attention. Everybody's like, huh? Do you hear anything? No? That you, Austria? No? Okay. Yeah. Enjoy your little victory, still Dutchman. The British Empire. Still fucking big. Wait, fucking many things? Actually, I'm getting a bit of a problem because now my eyes are snapping from left to right because I don't look at two chats. Going like, ain't appropriate. Technically speaking, no, it's just me against the AI playing random nonsense. Just I hadn't really anything planned, so basically I'm playing my shit and Kronos is playing his shit and we're just talking shit while we're at it. We had a nice little conversation about dick sucking, so there's that. That is any indicator of the content to expect. It was kind of fun. So in my case, I'm just, you know, shooting the shit while see what's happening in the world. Indeed. See, other more professional streamers could come of the opinion that, you know, the main thing is creating content. No, in this case it is quite literally just about that basically me and the Kronos didn't have much time to play, and so now we're sitting around playing games and talking shit, which makes playing games even more fun. I'm suddenly sitting there like, oh yeah, let's have a nice conversation about how much money it would take to suck dick. Before that we talked about, you know, the golden times of games and stuff like that, so there's that, and well, lots of other cool shit.
We'll come get your shoe.
Lots of cool shit. Indeed. It quite literally proves to you that we are two real people and not just some personas playing a role. Because, well, a persona would not just act out like that, I hope. Oh well. Fun shit though. Fun shit indeed.
What is it, baby girl? Daddy's working. You know?
Look him. Listen to the Kronos pretending that he's working.
Ready?
No, I'm not a robot. I'm worse than a robot. I am a German. Which should tell you all you need to know. God damn it. Shouldn't joke about that. Internalized German mechanism tries to kill me immediately whenever I make fun of that. I need something to drink. Luckily enough, there's still some beer here. Ah, blessed be. There is no mecha Hitler. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no giant robot project to revive Hitler in a much cooler and more mecha form. Little strategy. I will have you know that DSS will be knocking at your door very soon if you don't stop knocking shit. I did, and I know what you're referencing. Actually, I played the, what was it called? The, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, the one actually banned in Germany. I still got a copy of it and I still played it, and it was fucking amazingly fun for a while. Return to Castle Wolfenstein. What a nice classic. Greetings from America. Well then, take some greetings from Germany. Nice here. And German. And we have good beer.
Probably not. I'm not
very good beer.
Right now.
That is the one hill I will forever and ever fight and die on when it comes to the whole debate. There's no better beer in this world than German beer.
Alright, we're back.
Welcome back. I heard
Luckily
you
before the
pretend
fucking-
to work. I hear that.
The robot?
Oh, yeah,
Sometimes you gotta let off steam. What did I miss?
yeah, that we were just talking random nonsense as usual. Talking about Mecha Hitler and stuff, you know, usual shit.
I swear to God, if I go looking on the Steam store page and I get one more fucking pop-up ad on Steam for fucking the furry Hitler gets fucked or whatever it's called.
I remember, I saw that pop up too. I was like,
fucking done.
Me too. I was sitting there like, what the fuck? You can't officially, you can't even buy 18 plus games in Germany on Steam at the moment. And still I get this pop up and it's like, what?
Strategy's like, oh, I know what you speak of.
Yes,
Yeah, we've all seen it.
Everybody
We've all
knows
seen-
it.
We've all seen the furry Hitler porn game.
It's like, what the literal fuck? Why are you doing this to me?
Like, for real, because like, there's
Don't
just
look
some
at new
lines
trending.
even I'm not, like, I'm a furry.
Is that
I'm
new and
not playing
trending?
a furry porn. I'm not playing a furry porn game about Hitler.
I mean, to be fair, I would be tempted just for the fucking lulz of it to look into it, but nah.
I mean, if it was free, maybe.
Yes, precisely.
I'd set my Steam to appear offline, and I'd never let anyone see me playing it.
Nah, I'd be online and go like, well, fuck it. Somebody has to fuck the Führer, and why not do it yourself?
You're just furry Hitler getting laid.
I mean,
while
the furry
being
part
Hitler.
I can't really agree with the
And I
furry part.
feel like we're all overlooking the being Hitler part.
Yeah, strange how that works, isn't it? Suddenly the Führer part is not even important. It's all about
Everyone's like furry fucking.
disgusting.
Fucking Sig Heil.
Everybody starts Sieg heiling. Everybody's like, fuck the furries. Sieg Heil.
I mean, most people do want to fuck furries. That's why we exist.
Was my alt history game. Jesus fucking Christ. Alternative history game. Furry Hitler. Ooh.
Is that what we're calling it? Alternate history?
Apparently, Little Simmons got it recommended in his alt history recommendations. That's a part of. That's a history.
I mean, I suppose that is
yes.
technically true.
It is technically an alternative.
I do
history.
suppose you could technically say it's an alt. Strat says I won't call it a fanfic.
Somebody really liked Hitler, apparently. It wanted him to be even more lovable.
They're like, I love furries. I love Hitler. I bet I can sell that. It's like, I wish you hadn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I really, really wish we hadn't come up with that particular idea.
Like, I honestly put it up there, right up there, the same with the games where it's just like torture, anything that's like, yeah, the whole point, this isn't a game, you just sit here and you torture Hitler just because, like, everybody hates Hitler, right?
Yeah, but that would be cool. Yeah, it's kind of boring.
Yeah, I'd be not only would I be bored with it, I would find the game's existence itself to be unnecessary.
Pretty much. Now, let's see. France, Luxembourg, Canada. Shows you
Really, I'm pretty much at the point where, like, I think your games involving Hitler are pretty much unnecessary at this point.
I mean, you know, you can have some fun with that. I'm not saying you can't. I mean, look at Wolfenstein, for example. They had fun with the whole Nazis and Hitler shit.
No, they had a lot of fun. They had a lot of fun with Nazis and Hitler separately.
Yeah,
because if you remember, if I recall at least correctly, Hitler is only in the second Wolfenstein game, and he's this fucking pitiful, barely coherent, pisses himself piece of shit.
I mean, it was kind of
all the Nazis are just cartoonishly evil, and it's great.
It is the great thing that the Nazis are a force of evil, and you can make them as cartoonish evil as you want, because it's still going to be somewhat fitting.
Yeah, you really would have to, like, I don't know if you could make one where it's just like somebody's like, I think you made the Nazis look a little too bad.
Hey, I haven't heard that yet. Something's happening. Ah, look at that, Lord Simmons has followed. Well, thank you very much, Lord Simmons. That is very much appreciated. See, normally I would now bugger the Cronus to also be nice to you, but he has ran away.
And have one.
Disgustingly, he has
Have
just
fun
run
with a
away.
game where you just have a shooter run and gun. Like, no, I know, of course, I know people that would say that. They're Nazis.
Okay, look, it's the Nazis. How bad can we make them? As bad as you want. Nobody's gonna blame you.
Like,
Actually, you
genuinely, the only argument that I can ever possibly unsee would be if somebody were like, hey, yo, we don't gotta make shit up. The Nazis did plenty of real evil that we could make a game about. We don't gotta make shit up.
Although, to be fair, I'd say you can probably do the same thing to the Soviets. They too did many, many horrible things, and honestly, technically you can do this to any group. I have seen some movies, at least, old movies, where the Americans, for example, were also displayed in a very, very, very bad light. Mostly for propaganda reasons, obviously, but, you know, if you take it as a bit of a caricature, it's actually kind of fun.
Were they portrayed in a bad light or in a truthful light?
I would say they particularly try to display the
history. We've kind of done some bad shit.
You did, yes, but you weren't complete dunces about it. Walked around, Imagine the worst image of a shooty cowboy you can get and then multiply it by a good 300 and then add, American gangsters to it, and you get an idea where we're going with that. 3 guns.
I mean, now don't get me wrong. I don't think I've ever seen. Well, I say that. I was about to say I don't think I've ever seen anything that just goes out of its way to just be all like the Americans are the bad guys.
Look at men's going like this. Oh shit, let's not ask questions then, shall we?
I think but like the times where I have seen it as America's the bad guys, it was it was cartoonishly evil.
I mean, to be fair, that can be kind of fun, honestly. I don't remember the name. There was one movie, very old one. I think it's, but basically it was a propaganda movie against the France from the time when Germany was actively trying to remind people that the French are not people but horrible monsters. And in that one too, they displayed them so comically evil and inhuman that actually that the complete opposite effect to me. I had my fucking fun with that. I was like, maybe the French are actually people. Which is the highest compliment you will get from a German about the fucking French. Because, they're fucking French. And I can say that because I have fucking French part of family.
That's okay, mister. That's the I can't be racist, I have a black friend excuse.
No, it's not even I have a friend, I have family.
That's the same thing.
That's not the same thing. Those bloody bastards. Actually, when we went to visit there, the one time I did, we came down there, and I was now still a bit younger, and still being fucking German, of course, and we came down there, and all the old-timers line up in front of the fucking house, salute you, and you're like, these people try to start shit, aren't they?
The British have been in concentration camps with the goal of genocide. At the time frame allows for soldiers in the Boer Wars camps to also serve in World War II.
God damn it, yeah, I should drink something, although...
Of similar camps. Yeah, but...
Before we continue, something plopped at me.
I don't actually know if... You'd be hard pressed to, like, really find the start of fucking death camps.
See, every squad...
Like, you would actually... I feel like historically, you would be hard pressed.
You missed one. Where's the Romanian fucking nationalist in that fucking squad, eh? Look at me. Standing up for Romanian rights. Shit like that. Well, Chemich, you need to do better. Also, I have a distinct feeling I need more troops if I want to beat the Frenchies. Which I don't have. What about the second army?
It's only... If I'm not through this temple by the night of the... Or by the dawn of the third day, I might just not finish this temple. If I'll finish this temple. I mean like not finish it and just like, oh, I'm just gonna call it. No. More like I have my bow now. I can go to some of the other areas.
I mean, Gold Reach.
I might do like I did my very, very first time playing this through and go, this, I can go to the mountains now.
Just goes like, fuck yeah, I'm on my way. I'm gonna you.
All these goddamn beehives.
Bangladesh and Pakistan, two very major nations, have signed a white peace. Everybody in the world is like, we have war in Europe. France and Germany are at war. Nobody fucking cares. Shoot. One game. Even you have to realize there are more important fucking things in the world going on than fucking Bangladesh. Going to war with fucking what was it again? Pakistan? No, I think it was Pakistan. Probably was Pakistan, yes.
Oh, and by the way, like I think we can officially say that we're at that point in our history where none of you are any pure anything. None of you.
Sure,
you
what?
ain't pure. Nobody in Europe is pure anything. You're not pure. Like, there's not a pure German.
You do realize that there has been a Volkswanderung, which means that we are all mixed from centuries ago.
That's what I'm saying.
Would you like me to remind you that America is made of fucking immigrants from everywhere of Europe? As no pure American anyway.
And some of us, me included, take a good deal of pride of the fact that we are a mixture of cultures and traditions. I just wish that we could just change our views in America just a little bit more, so that way, like, if I could just get rid of the idea, we could get rid of the idea of like, oh, we should be a melting pot. No, that's not what you don't. That's not what you want. At least that's not what I want. I don't want some gelatinous fucking. It's all one thing, and everything lost its identity.
Oh shit!
That's what melting. That's what happens in a melting pot.
I mean,
what I want is a salad bowl.
Technically speaking,
all
what
the ingredients come together to make the dish what it is, but every dish maintains its fucking integrity, or every ingredient, I should say.
Yeah, but
maintains its integrity.
Technically speaking, all of Europe's have been giant melting pots where different cultures just merged together and became one generalized culture. Worked pretty damn well. I don't really see the problem with that.
Fucking joystick.
Let's build a fucking tank next, shall we? Okay, that is horrible. I'm just gonna let that be. Because fuck my life, I'm not gonna play around with it. I mean, you can. Actually, why not? Although I will warn you, I'll be... How late is it? Oh yeah. I'll basically be around for another beer. Nah. He uses his joysticks on fucking Majora's Mask, which is a fair point. I, however, use a fucking mouse and keyboard for like a normal...
Bro uses a joystick.
I can play Hoi 4 with my joystick.
You play Hoi 4 with a joystick?
I can.
Yes, you could.
I'm playing it right now with my joystick.
That's gross. You're not supposed to do that on stream. That's a bannable offense.
Yes, it is. That's indeed a bannable offense.
You're not supposed to play with your joystick on stream, NCS.
I'm playing with my ultra cool joystick. I'm playing Hoi 4.
The shit out of your balls.
Yes, click X for accept. This works with a controller.
That's what your friend said. Yeah, but his friend is playing The Legend of Zelda on the Switch.
Okay, what else can I do with my buttons?
Now, granted, there is, like, more often than not, Now, more often than not, if you catch fucking NCS playing something that is multiplayer that I own, I will often be there.
Indeed.
But I spent my whole fucking morning getting this shit to work, and I wasn't gonna just abandon it because NCS came online.
Yes, and I've been on surprisingly long considering my recent history. I'm quite happy with myself. I'm back to playing this game with my joystick. Look at that. I'm moving it with the controller. Yes. That moves the D-pad moves the map. That's amazing. So the left stick moves your little mouse button. The D-pad moves the map around. L1 is zoom. One is on the other shoulder buttons. This is amazing, honestly. You should never have put that idea in my head. The menu, nice. This work? No, it doesn't. Okay.
Let's
Okay,
see if I can remember where to go and how to get there, because I have the boss key.
I mean, somebody's going to put me into hell for this, but it actually works. Fucking amazing. I would like a pause button though.
I would like a pause button, sir.
Yes, I would very much like it if a button could pause the game on my little controller, but it doesn't.
That's right. Now I remember. But you're on the N54.
The N54. That's a console I've never heard of.
Yeah, you know, Nintendo was ahead of the game in terms of like releasing half gens.
Jesus Christ, that is really a hell of a game plan there. Nice, Nintendo. You once again surprised everybody. Just said that nobody knew of it.
I no longer own a Nintendo 64 because when I was 16, my house burned down.
Shit, I need to go take a piss.
Lost my Nintendo 64, my Sega Genesis, and my GameCube, amongst many other things.
I still have most of my stuff. Throw it away. I will never give it
Yeah,
up.
well, your fucking house didn't burn down. Fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's really not something you can do much about. I understand that. And I find it really regrettable. Some of these old consoles, just looking at them sometimes, just like, yes, I remember the past.
I no longer even say that people are like, oh, you know, sometimes there's nothing you can do. And then one of my asshole friends was like, well, I mean, you could have put the fire out. I'm like, oh yeah, why didn't I fucking think of that?
I mean, if that were possible, you probably would have done so.
I probably would have fucking put the fire out, don't you think? Probably wouldn't have lost all my worldly possessions.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's not something you really do for fun. For fuck's sake, yeah, I'm probably going to excuse myself for a moment. That bladder is bloody fucking full, all of a sudden.
You mean your balls?
Oh, yeah, right. My balls are full. And my balls are full, I'm just gonna take a quick shit.
Go drink your joystick.
I will.
Meanwhile, it's time for beer number 3. Because these beers aren't that great. I did Prestige when I was 16. I've done it several times since then. I don't recommend it. Do not Prestige ever. Oh, really? What caused it, Rat? When I was, whatever year, in whatever fucking year I was 16, because God knows I don't fucking remember. That was the year that Hurricane Ike hit Louisiana. I live in Arkansas, and what happened was, all right, listen here, game. You'll cooperate, or I'll end you, or I'll just stand here and wait. The leftover winds from Hurricane Ike hit Arkansas, and it basically there was a dead tree next to the house, and it caused the limb to fall on the power line that was connected to the house, which caused a spark, which caused a fire. And due to our geographical location in a very small town, no fire hydrants on my dirt road, and all the fucking wind, there was no putting this fire out.
Better. My balls are empty again. Time to refill them.
Wonderful.
Peach. Okay, what has happened in the world while I was looking? We developed a new gun.
That's what caused my house fire. Simmons pointed out that I live in Bill's state. He's talking about Bill Clinton, if you don't know.
So that's where the discussion is going now, eh?
Oh, no, he just happened to point it out. I didn't mention anything about fucking Bill Clinton.
Now, time to build new artillery guns and make
this flying.
Bloody
fuck
fronting.
about the Clintons. They're both shitheads as well. Really, I don't give a fuck about most of the politicians in my country because most of them are pretty shitheads, and I'm further left than all of them.
Sorry, I need to decline.
I will gladly. I have no problem pointing out that the most left-leaning politician in office in my country right now is center left, and I am far more left than any fucking centrist.
Let's get ourselves some new manpower because we're bleeding. We're bleeding.
Not that door.
That is not good.
God damn it! I have the boss key. Where the fuck you, plant? Die.
You give me some things, you want an aggression pack, I don't really give a shit because fuck you, that's why. Should I send my planes over to France? And I don't really want to, it sounds like such a waste of good planes, but...
That's it.
Yes, it's better than having them back here. Yeah, you fly over here and fly into northern France. Actually, what about Navy? Okay. Not fucking much now, is it? Oh, let's never look at the Navy again, because there is literally no Navy to speak of.
Nope. Wrong room.
Yeah, then I shall...
You know, normally in a fucking Zelda dungeon, you'll find the goddamn boss door before you've ever found the key. It's officially taking me longer to find this door to the boss area
oh boy.
than it has to go through the rest of this goddamn dungeon. Not cause of war and then claim it was them. My country never invaded any. No, instead they instituted outrageously harmful crime bills that saw generations of people, particularly black people, unjustly and unfairly imprisoned for long sentences. Yeah, that was what the Clintons did.
I'm pretty sure that pretty much every motherfucking...
Also, it was the 90s,
politician.
so I'm fairly certain that one of the desert operations happened in the 90s, didn't it?
Yes. Operation Desert Storm is in the 90s.
Well, and then that would mean both of them happened in the 90s, Desert Storm and Shield.
Pretty sure, yeah.
So, yeah. Well, actually, no, Desert Storm... Well, I mean, they both happened in the 90s, but Desert Storm was under H.W. Bush. Bush Sr.
The Gulf War was in 1990 to 1991.
I'm supposed to jump down in one of these holes? I don't remember.
I was about to say, if I start misremembering that, then I'm suffering from dementia or something.
I'm just gonna fall down a hole, see what happens.
Had to spread some freedom for those poor people in Kuwait or something.
You gotta spread the freedom to everywhere. But only our kind of freedom. Fuck whatever freedom you're wanting.
Yeah, your freedom means nothing to me. My freedom, however, means everything.
You have all the freedom in the world to do as you're goddamn told.
Indeed. And nothing else. And don't you dare question this.
No, that's not true. There is other options. You have the choice to not do what you're goddamn told.
Oh yeah, then we get...
We're just going to bomb you.
Then we get American. Yes, that's the idea.
American? More like America can't be beat.
I mean, they really can't be beat.
I mean, there might be a couple of historians and a couple of countries that might argue with that, but...
Yeah, but realistically speaking, I haven't yet seen anyone manage that.
We don't publish those history books.
I mean, America is kinda invested in me. Your stupidity go books, yes. I mean, I'm trying to keep my king. You know, the Romanian side with a very corrupt king, and I'm trying to keep him in power the whole time, and he's costing me stability on end. My stability is already fucked.
Yes, strategy. I've heard the saying, all empires fall.
They do.
But that was also in a much different time frame of human existence where your empire either existed or it fell.
Well, what about the Nazis? They had also an empire, kinda.
I think the Nazis are a poor example. I think your better example of what I'm talking about on how things have changed would be more like Russia. The Russian Empire didn't fall. It evolved. It evolved from the empire it was under a czar into a communist nation under fucking Stalin, and after the revolution, thanks to Lenin.
Well. That worked really well for the people.
It's not about whether it worked well or not. That's not that's not what we were discussing.
I know. I get where you're coming from. Yeah. Just saying.
Soviet Union collapsed. Sure. Russia didn't.
Well, actually, yeah, that's a good point.
Devolved. I would actively argue the opposite. It definitely did not devolve.
I would say this at least. The times for monarchies were just honestly over. The ideas of monarchies couldn't really hold any longer. And sure,
no, that is definitely, especially in a place like Russia. Yeah, the monarchy was not ever going to completely was never going to hold.
I mean, it lasted for fucking...
And like you said, like all monarchies, it came to an end. Russia's just came to an end quite a bit later than everyone else's.
Yeah, I mean, after that, they were technically speaking still not an empire anymore. To be fair, but close enough for government work, at least.
No, Russia might not have ceased to be an empire in a lot of. Actually, it's hard to describe because like what we would classify as needed to become an empire has drastically changed over the centuries. You were an empire based on how many territories followed one leader. All right, that's not what makes an empire anymore. You know, nobody really has colonies anymore, so you don't have any fucking because I mean you don't have an empire because nobody has colonies. You would absolutely not say that China isn't an empire, though, right?
Yeah, I mean,
based sheerly on economic strength alone.
It is I mean, we still have basically empires that still have ambitions, territorial ambitions and stuff like that. It's kind of like,
but any kind of territorial ambitions have grown and evolved from just like, yep, this is a American colony, this is a British colony, what have you, whatever. Pick your fucking colony.
Has fucking Twitch fucked up again and give you so much fucking advertisements? You should get like fucking 30 seconds or so. Meh. I don't know. Here,
yeah, we've gone from that to a much different definition.
I mean, we kind of had to, because things... What the fuck happened? The state of Japan just gave up. What even was the state of Japan?
I mean, do we... Like, for example, are you going to actually make any kind of a difference between the Russian Empire under the Tsar and the Russian Federation under the communists?
Technically speaking, yes, just to make it easier to differentiate between them, I would probably. Do I get any point at any point? No.
I would say that they are both empires of different kinds. One was the Russian Empire under the Tsar is, I mean, that's just a traditional. I thought I had him.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Russia is a bit of an interesting example to this because it did change from a classical empire, which it was. I mean, France was an empire under a king. It then changed to a republic. In quotation marks, I will put this. Then changed to a dictatorship. Technically speaking, yes, you would probably define the difference as, since an empire usually led by a king or a monarch in general does kinda take its power.
If that's the, I'm about to say, if the
it takes
the gold standard for what makes an empire. If at any point in that standard, the standard is led by a monarchy, well, then the American empire will never fall because the American empire doesn't exist.
Well, no, you are not an empire. You are officially, at least, a republic, and I hope that never changes, although your ideas of democracy are very strange and foreign to somebody from Europe with very different voting systems.
Some people might argue that there's a difference between a democracy and a republic.
I mean, a republic
I'm not somebody that's gonna. I'm not one of those dickbags that's gonna split hairs, but I have seen many Americans try to make the argument.
Okay,
especially when it comes to doing bullshit like defending the Electoral College. Because the number one argument against the Electoral College is that it is not represented. You cannot have a democracy.
I mean, the definition of a republic is that it is a state in which the supreme power is held by the people, so far as I know. And it's, elected representatives and whatever the fuck not. So basically, a republic is a democracy, as it should be. So it's really, you would really start splitting hairs if you go like this. Not a fan of that, honestly. Why make it difficult when you can just, keep it simple? Actually, I wanted to design a plane, and I have, well... Okay,
I don't know too much to form a valid opinion. Hey, I'm gonna point this out right now, Vanilla. That is one of the quickest ways to earn my respect right there. Is to make yourself known in a conversation to make sure people know you're still there, because it's nice to know you're still there. Well, but to also just flat out be all like, hey, I would love to contribute, but I don't know enough about the topic to form a comfortable opinion.
That's fair enough.
That is an insane, there's too many people out there that just want to spout off, so to speak.
Yeah, they have heard something somewhere and they're like, no, I'm just going to repeat this and make this my whole spiel. That's really not. Honestly,
let me just cobble together an opinion out of the loose shit that I've heard over my lifetime.
Yeah, it's an absolutely fair point to say that, no, I don't feel informed enough to have an opinion on this, a strong opinion on this particular matter. That's a fair point. Respectable even. No question.
I mean, about people who were chosen to vote in the name of the people, and some of them aren't doing the vote of the people, so it's not democracy in full. I'm curious somehow.
Things have changed.
Still remains a democracy.
So the definitions, technically. What is that strategy with the wall of text? Jesus, I'm trying to drink a beer here. Not in the name of... Yes, it is.
We have never been what one would classify as a full democracy.
I mean, technically speaking, the Electoral College has not the right to...
Also, the Electoral College only exists so that way we could continue to oppress people of color.
Are you guys
That's literally why it was founded, and that's why it exists.
We are indeed.
Right. There are so many people out there that be like, well, no, we need the Electoral College because it makes things fair. Otherwise, California just gets to decide everything for everyone. And that's just bullshit.
The problem, honestly, is the disbalance in voting power different states hold in the United States.
If you eliminate the Electoral College, you eliminate any difference in voting power. Congratulations, most people, it does not make the vote useless. It absolutely doesn't.
The main problem is
what if you lose an election because the majority of the human beings living in the country that you are running for election in did not vote for you, that is not an argument for why you should change how the voting works.
But that doesn't
That's
work
an argument for you should change your fucking policies.
But that doesn't work with the system that America is basically has made itself up with, especially after the whole Civil War nonsense, where all of the states wanted to make sure that they are recognized and their opinions are heard, and so you end up with such a bloody fucking system. What were you expecting would
to
happen?
the Civil War, whenever they implemented the 3/5 rule, which is that one black person equals 3/5 of a white person.
Like, we had a system once where one wealthy person could vote, while everybody else was fucked. Yeah, so what?
We went through all that in our Jim Crow era. We went through all that. You had to be a landowner to vote.
Yeah,
and we did poll taxes. Then you had to know how to read and write.
Yeah, but that's
but
how
if you
it
didn't know how to
starts.
read and write, you could be fucking you could be grandfathered in.
Yes, but that's how the system starts out usually. It's a, you know, first baby steps. And of course, you know, and I can actually imagine the German time that America was
I'm
in.
assuming Simmons is talking about the Electoral College.
I'm pretty sure we're talking, at this point, we're talking about like 4 different things at once, so.
It seems. And Simmons, in reality, the it's not, I mean, as much as I would love for what you're saying to be correct, because then it would just strengthen my own argument, that is categorically and provably false. There's only been a single-digit number of times in the United States history and the history of the Electoral College. In Germany, can felons vote? That would be Incius. Incius, can felons vote in Germany?
Why, yes, of course.
That's it. I mean, I love how you say, why, yes, of course, to the American who we don't let felons vote.
That is, you have a vote, it's fair.
But no, in the United States history of the Electoral College, it's been a single. I think it's only been 3 times in the 200 years we've had it, where the majority vote and the majority vote of the Electoral College didn't match up. So
I think basically it has something to do with the way we have structured. Basically, your right to vote. You, for example, if you are a felon, if you are a convicted felon, you can't actually take any office for like 5 years. But that doesn't imply that your right to actually vote on politicians and decisions is in any way, shape, tied to that. That one thing is basically your basic bitch right. And the other thing is, you know, that's basically a privilege.
I am going into my just
actually in Germany you don't serve in the
moment.
You don't serve in the military any longer.
I can feed my doggos.
You do that?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be sitting here while I'm still here. I feed them from where I'm sitting, actually.
Yeah, technically speaking, Germany doesn't. Technically, practically, in every sense of way, Germany does not have any sort of service time any longer. It's a completely professional army.
Service anymore?
Nope.
It's a volunteer force, huh?
Yep, it's
indeed, sir. We are playing Majora's Mask. We are taking just a slight break while I feed the puppies.
That is
look at you of them. Why am I not getting a sound alert for whatever? Is that what I think? Why am I not getting a sound alert for these? Whatever. I gotta fix some shit. I hooked up a fucking capture card, Sura, and everything fucking broke.
Now let me think. When I was still serving, because I still had to, what was it back then? I think it was a year. Was it a year? I think it was a year. And after that, it was like 9 months for a while, and then it was completely lifted. So now every young asshole can just, you know, fucking go to the workforce, I suppose. So the idea is that now our army is more professional because it's, you know, all paid off by volunteers, and that has worked out splendidly.
I go back and forth on adding anything to your setup. I'm hoping to eventually. Yeah, I am going to be adding some shit.
I mean, technically speaking, you're adding your Switch, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I've had this capture card since not last Christmas, but the Christmas before that.
Hey, haven't you been
I got it 2 years ago, and
I never thought use it.
Well, I don't know how to work this. I'm just going to fucking put it off to the side until I have to use it.
Yeah, I mean,
and then I got that good bougie Switch online and went, well, I guess now I gotta fucking use this shit.
Oh, that's how it goes sometimes. A little strategy. Yeah. Good night to you too. I'll probably going to follow you in half a beer. Because it is getting rather late.
Half a beer?
Yes, that's all I have left in this bottle.
Well, good night, strategy. It is not getting late here. It is 5:43 p.m.
Yep. You have no
well,
idea.
yes and no, sir. Here, I guess I can just show you.
It's fucking 1 in the morning. I don't know what you're talking about. You crazy person.
They've essentially added a Nintendo 64 emulator to the Switch Online. So yeah, technically Majora's Mask is on the Switch.
Yes, and there's also stuff on the Super Nintendo like Breath of Fire, which is amazing. It's actually
You're
is
just
a
gonna
nice
go out and
input.
buy a Switch now, aren't you?
If I had the fucking money, I'd buy one, yes. I'm not even going to fucking deny that. Just for Breath of Fire 1 and 2, it's less quality.
Honestly,
yeah, they'll do it.
Out of all this particular generation of console, I would argue the Switch, depending on how you live your life, either the Switch or the Xbox One are the best purchases.
Perhaps C beats all of them, but meh.
Well, okay, here's why I say that. I say the Xbox One, for if you do most of your game, if you get a lot of time at home to game,
I really wish that
the
would be the case.
The Xbox One is great because of the Game Pass. It's the best value.
Yeah,
There is absolutely no debating. This is a fucking demonstrable fact that the Xbox Game Pass gives you the greatest value for your dollar. No questions asked.
At least now I can see the qualities of the Switch a bit better and can be like, yeah, that actually sounds like a good idea if Nintendo doesn't fuck it up completely.
Service says as a PlayStation fanboy, he agrees.
Yeah,
now, if you are a gamer, but you don't get to spend a lot of time at home, or as much time at home as you would like, the Switch is absolutely the best one. I guess at the end of the day, when it comes to Xbox versus
that's
Switch,
that one, isn't it?
it's for me, it boils down to: are you going to be playing on the go more often?
Yeah.
If you're away from your home and your TV more often than you're not, the Switch is the better console.
If you're at home
because
that
you can
much,
just
buy
take
a
it.
fucking PC because you will have a lot more fun with that.
See, I own all of them though, and
Hello,
back when I
a
had,
PlayStation fan.
whenever I had,
nice.
no, I mean I have a PS4. Back when I had Game Pass, which I don't have my Game Pass anymore because I don't get to use my Xbox as much as I'd like to because I have a baby who gets a great deal of entertainment out of the boop, boop. She'll just sit there and turn it off and on.
Children are great.
That Game Pass carries over onto PC as well.
Yeah, and PC is, if you have the choice, PC is the best option. Fuck's sake, King,
if you
stop
can
it!
afford a good PC, sure.
Yes.
If you can't afford a good PC, console is easily the best option because you get the consistency.
Just fucking save up the money, buy a good PC, and you'll be set for fucking decades.
Oh, well, fuck, I didn't realize it was that easy. I just need to save money.
Yes, that's all you need to do.
I'm gonna add that into my big book of great advice, just under if you're homeless, build a house.
Yes.
If you're poor, get a better job.
If you're hungry, learn to fish.
Yeah, it's just actually of everything just listed, that's the most fucking plausible.
Isn't it? See, now we have
I think if you had to go back to like, alright, there's you in the woods, live. Learning to hunt would, like, from nothing would probably be easier than learning to fish from nothing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, fishing is... I mean, I have been fishing sometimes, not often.
I spent most of my youth hunting and fishing with the modern fucking stuff that came with it.
Yeah, no, hunting, especially around here without all of the illegal nonsense, that's really difficult to do. So honestly, I'm saying that I had much experience hunting.
Just tie a knife to a fucking stick.
But fishing, on the other hand, honestly...
How hard can it be? How hard can fishing be? Just tie a knife to a fucking stick.
Fishing is easy. Very easy.
Really? If you're hungry, just tie a knife to a stick. You'll be fed soon enough.
I mean, yeah.
Anything that crosses your path that is edible can probably be dealt with that knife on a stick.
I mean, that's how they did it in the past, and that kind of worked. Although the losses to achieve that
Really,
was...
I'm about to say, technically speaking, anything that you would encounter that you could eat could be dealt with a knife on a stick.
It depends a bit on where in the world you live, because that's...
No, it doesn't, because at the end of the day, you only need one good strike.
Yes, but the other side might also only need one good claw in your face, which is a bit of a problem.
Mike, whether you have a stick, a gun, a fucking Jewish space laser,
where would you find a Jewish space laser?
You're one good fucking claw swipe away from being a statistic.
That is true, but the difference is a gun, and that gives you a lot more space and a lot more pew-pews before the claw is there. A stick? Not so much.
I might argue. Just gonna eat bugs, call it a day.
Never. Fuck you.
I would never be above eating bugs.
I'm not gonna go there. It's just I'm gonna go fishing like a normal person. I'm just gonna fucking fish. It's not fucking hard.
Now, much to my detriment, I might at least at first.
Also, fishing is great.
Avoid the more, shall we say, juicy and full bugs. Just because, like, nah, man, my constitution's only gonna take me so far. And my imagination's gonna get the better of me while I'm eating this gross shit.
I mean, hey, the French eat fucking snails, and they're supposed to be very tasty. I wouldn't trust the French, though.
I mean, I knew, it's not just the French. There's a lot of cultures that find snails to be a delicacy.
Let me put it like this, yeah. The French stole the fucking Italian's kitchen, turned it strange,
I don't think that snails is that weird of a dish.
Have you seen a snail recently?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
me too.
When you know that there's like people cultures out there that are like, you know what I could go for? Some fucking monkey brains.
Yes. It's disgusting. Because I should like, why? Eat something normal.
I'll take snails. I mean, snails. That's like
take a fucking steak, please. Thank you. I just take a fucking steak. For the time being, that's more than enough.
For some reason, because of their genetic relation between some crustaceans and some bugs. Also,
just
eel's blood is poisonous, so make sure to cook it all the way. I mean, how do you know when the blood's done cooking?
Why the fuck would you eat a fucking eel?
I love that you can all hear my baby taking a bath. Turn this microphone down a little bit so that way maybe she's not as disruptive, and I'll even move it a little closer.
Yeah, Kitty.
My fucking bubble activates that! God damn it!
God damn it indeed. The front is dead. Everybody's sitting around.
Made my life a fuckload easier.
Are we back to talking about money?
Yeah, it is a good question. Let me know whenever someone knows what the... Like, how do you... What's the proper way to cook blood?
Usually wouldn't you drain the blood from the carcass first? Isn't that how you usually start?
Somebody's never heard of blood sausage and it shows.
Bitch, please, I'm German. We're quite literally the makers of that shit.
No, I thought that's why I thought you'd appreciate that.
Of course I do. And sauerkraut. Don't forget the sauerkraut. It's very tasty.
Okay, what am I doing so goddamn wrong? Let's take a look and re-examine.
I don't know if you want to really especially pet kitchen. Go to the fucking Polish. They have that stuff really is brutally. I'm fucking tasty sometimes. I might fucking feel like you're not gonna eat much, otherwise you will die.
Need to make it to that flower, but how? Do I fly from that flower? Let's try that.
Yeah, naval
How
maneuvers.
am I having so much fucking problems in this one goddamn part?
We're getting actually pushed back by these cunts. Unbelievable.
You just don't die when you eat it? I don't know. I'm just gonna give potato answers. I mean, that's not so much of a potato answer as it is how we literally found out anything was edible ever.
We can indeed.
Now, I imagine these days we might have maybe some more sophisticated methods.
I mean, yes, technically speaking, we have, but if you have none available, you can just go for the good old, I'm trying it, and if I die, then, well, that will be lots of problems.
I know. Hey, well, I'm gonna try this, and if I die, well, the next guy will know.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it worked in the past. Yeah, as long as you have enough guys, you know, do a Soviet.
When I was in high school, I had a world history teacher that used to say, remember, somebody had to run naked through the blackberry thicket to realize you shouldn't do that.
Yep. And that was a very painful lesson.
Yeah, and like you don't like to think about the fact that he's right.
Yeah, some fucker had.
God, he's right.
Some fucker did it, and he learned a bloody fucking painful lesson out of it.
The oldest rule of humanity is for every dumb fucking rule, there's a dumb fucking idiot that's a reason behind it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's kind of how you learn, though. Charpierre capitulated. How nice.
I don't know. I personally never needed to be told don't run naked through the blackberry thicket, but that might be just me.
I mean, technically speaking, you wouldn't expect to have to tell somebody to not touch the hot fucking stove, but... Well, children, I'd like to point out.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is that, like, I don't have to run naked through the blackberry thicket to get hurt by the sharp, pointy object and realize I shouldn't.
Yes, but somebody had to do it, so that your parents can tell you, don't do this, you're gonna hurt yourself, you idiot.
Okay, so I can make it to that flower from there.
Jesus, so many things happening at once.
Just have to catch...
What is happening in this fucking war? All of these mini nations suddenly inside of it. The French alliance? When has this happened? Why is there so much shit going on? Have the Germans
one of the best things.
Oh, the Germans are taking all of the troops down, don't they? Yeah, they did.
Reminds me of TikTok trends and people microwaving their iPhones. Hey, I'm always down to see people microwaving their iPhones.
What the fuck?
iPhones are shit.
Yeah, but why the fuck would... Why would you put stuff like that in a fucking microwave?
Somebody's got to be willing to see what happens.
We know what happens. It's a microwave. You know what it does to things electronic.
But you don't know what it'll do to a phone.
A phone is an electronic device. Of course I know what it will do.
Not exactly.
Well, fair enough, but I will assume that it does the same sort of damage that it does to everything else. Yeah, just generally speaking.
You fuck!
Anti-Soviet pact. Will stand by Germany and its allies against the Soviets, because the Soviets are stanky people, yes.
A fake advertising. Oh, I remember that. The fake ad that claimed that fucking iPhone users could charge their phones by placing it in a microwave.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, that was a real thing. I remember that actually, now that he mentions it.
How the fuck would you listen to this and go like, yeah, sure, that sounds reasonable. Sure, putting it in a microwave. I mean, there's electricity there, that's totally gonna charge my fucking phone.
Fuck it, I goddamn no.
Maybe, just maybe, you know, humanity would be better off just stop. Just stop, turn around, go like, no, this is enough.
I don't know why you're drawing the line here. Considering the last couple of generations, we're at risk of being scammed by a Nigerian prince by email. and it took a few years before anyone was like, hey, this is kind of sus.
To be fair, yeah, it's not gotten, it hasn't gotten that much worse, but it hasn't gotten better either. Fuck my life.
A lot of really stupid white people got convinced they were related to a Nigerian dead prince.
Jesus, everybody joins the Axis now. The whole big players like Venezuela and Peru. Oh.
He's a very nice guy.
Yeah, he's a very nice guy, very convincing. Yes. Totally related to that guy.
I love Abdul.
Love Abdul III, Muhammad Ali, whatever the fuck. Totally one of my, you know. Yeah, so I was punished with having, you know, a family in the French.
I'm just saying that I thought it was really cool when I got the email saying I was related to a Nigerian prince, and it was the guy that they named Aladdin's prince character after.
One of those moments in life it's like, oh, yeah.
You know it's legit whenever they're emailing you telling you that you're related to Prince Ali Ababwa.
You're just sitting there like, yeah, that sounds reasonable. Very much.
Yeah, that seems legit.
Totally. Don't know how I could come to any other conclusion than
I do love
just
this.
accept it.
I finally had this temple boss, and I do love this temple boss.
Ah, look
The
at that.
Woodlands temple boss is fucking pretty legit.
Finally, France gets fucked, as it should be. Because fucking Great Britain has finally decided to land, Italian has finally decided to do shit. Jesus Christ, it was about time. But sometimes the AI really does take its sweet ass fucking time deciding to, we just need to fucking bum rush them. Good things they did.
Okay, Deku form probably not actually helpful here. Give me the bomb flower. I always thought at this part he was saying, fuck my life. I have always been a little curious why Nintendo thought the best fit, so to speak, for the swamp temple in the woods. Why they thought that the best thing to have for the boss there was some kind of African tribal warrior?
No idea. It's Nintendo logic. You don't need to understand the logic to understand that they mean, well, something right.
I forgot how to get rid of the goddamn moths!
Well, it sucks to be you. This particular case.
You're way late. Go get a shower.
Ah, I remember this boss now. Yeah.
I don't know why I'm wearing that mask other than the fact that my finger slipped.
Because you can. And that's all.
Still don't remember how to get rid of the goddamn moths.
Oh, welcome back, little shipment. Welcome back indeed. Nothing has changed much other than fucking France gets finally carved up like it should. Satisfying to see, satisfying to watch, satisfying to enjoy.
I just fucking explode you.
Well, to be fair, forcing people to play Heart of Iron, or any Paradox game for this matter, especially, but not limited to, Imperator, is basically against the Geneva Conventions. For good reasons.
So is everything me and I do in any kind of fucking war game.
True enough.
We are the worst kind of war.
I like to remind you of Crusader Kings 2, where you quite literally murdered somebody with your dick in a duel. Quite literally poked them with your dick until they died.
I'll be right back. Give me just a sec. I'll go with my BRB's going real quick.
EU4. EU4 is special. But Crusader, yeah. Exactly my reaction. Basically, there was a nice little love triangle on, and then he basically won a duel with his dick. Which sounds strange, but it made total sense at the time, and he kind of saved me trouble, because it basically was my leash, and he was kind of fucking me over by taking territory away, so I was really, really thankful for him to just die. But, yeah, that was a thing. I remember fondly. It was one of the first longer times we played Crusader Kings, and, yeah. As you can imagine, a new player getting into the world of Crusader Kings is like, I can sleep with everybody, I shall do so. With pleasure. Oh boy. God damn it, the Chronos are left, which means now I need to look to the left and to the right because there are two chats. I kinda don't want to ignore somebody. That would be mean. Wouldn't it? Speaking out about harmful trends. But a heart attack after taking a dry scoop of red or pre-workout powder. Sounds reasonable. Sounds reasonable. Technically speaking, yes. As I just said, there are many things you should not encourage people to, because it could be considered, encouraging self-harm, like playing Paradox game. That is self-harm in its worst form. On the counterpoint, playing a total war game is harmful, in a minor way, just.
Back.
Welcome back, we Kronos.
Just saying. Sorry, I was looking at TikTok trends that endangered people.
Look at him with his cool little I'll be back screen. I have other cool
It
screens.
is a cool little Ivy back screen, designed personally for me by a buddy named that goes by the online handle the Stood Up Kid. He's a really good good musician.
Oh, look at my thing. I made that myself.
Well, some of us don't have that kind of skill or talent.
I don't have any skill either. I just work with what I have. Look at
that. You have the ability to do the shit on your computer.
Yes, I have. It took me a long, long while to get it, but I love the finished product. It's nice. It's peaceful.
The last time I was fucking competent on how to deal with any shit PC wise, Windows XP was the standard.
The last time I thought I understood how Windows worked was Windows 98, basically, because back then things were understandable, simple, workable. Then they added all of that nonsense, and it's like, fuck my life. But hey, I
Straight
can.
up.
I can
Oh
still
yeah,
learn.
people doing dangerous amounts of pre-workout is always fun, but I don't need to see that as a trend. I lived that life in the army.
France is dying slowly, but it is dying, and that pleases me. Like, not much else actually in this particular turn. Really, that I was actually playing a very passive player this time. Actually, kinda happy with what is happening.
I will say, I have come across one insanely good advantage to.
I mean, yes.
Guys are both in the army. Yeah, just different armies.
Yeah.
Probably at different time. I was in it. I think I was in it for longer.
Probably. I had 1 year service time.
Yeah, I was in there. I was
required.
in there 3
service
times.
I had
I was in
my
there 3
required
times as long as you.
I had my required service time. I did that. Made use of the time. I mean, I got my driver's license, therefore basically free, which is pretty awesome.
I don't want thanks for service. I genuinely do not. I cannot stand when people are like, "Oh, thank you for your service." No, fuck you.
Actually, considering how much nonsense I did while I was there, if somebody would thank me for that, it'd be like,
I have a lifetime of alcoholism, bodily and mental scars, and trauma that I will have to live with for the rest of my days, and I got absolutely fucking nothing out of it.
I mean, hey, I got some money out of it, I got my driver's license, and, well, a slight alcohol addiction maybe, but that's just how it goes.
I'm wearing them as masks. We are not. We are not murdering things, stealing their faces, and wearing them as masks. Because you can't wear the boss masks.
Because if you could...
I'm not wearing anyone's face, well, I'm not wearing anyone's face as a mask yet.
Oh right, I forgot.
I'm sorry. I will usually jump to the gun to just be all to when it comes to the thank you for your service, because while an insanely large part of me, of who I am today, exists because of my time in the army. Since my time in the army, I have undergone an incredible degree of personal growth. And
yeah, we were both pretty young back then, weren't we?
Yeah, we were. I enlisted on my 17th birthday.
Yeah, I on my 18th birthday, because, well, that's the time when you get recruited. It's just how it is.
This has always been, at least in my lifetime, a full volunteer fighting force, and I volunteered literally the day I was legally allowed to.
You see, I was forced because you had to do service. 1 year service time.
That being said, whenever I joined an army that was fighting for capitalistic gains and nothing else. Not to spread peace, not to spread democracy.
Don't forget digging for oil. It seems to be an American thing.
I joined an army at the time that the nation was at war for capitalism.
I mean,
I actually really hate capitalism now.
I mean, it could be worse. You could be fighting for communism.
I'll take it.
It'll do the same shit, just with another banner over your head. Nothing changes. What was I going for?
I mean, as an American, I've yet to hear an American that was against communism actually describe communism. And instead, every American I've ever heard try to describe communism has literally only ever described capitalism.
Well, I mean, to be very...
How fucked up you gotta be!
I mean, I don't know about the Americans, but we do know what communism is. It kinda came running over and tried to beat us over the head, rather unfriendly.
Both my parents were Navy, so it's a reflex. I get it. I somewhat, I guess, get it. But even before I had my radical views, I didn't like when I've never met a soldier that was worth a fuck that liked to be thanked for their service. It is an insanely awkward thing, because how do you reply to it? How do you respond to that?
It is indeed a fucking thing, yeah. That much is true. I can imagine that.
Thank you for your service. Happy birthday. Makes as much sense as anything else I could possibly say. What am I going to say? You're welcome? For what?
All the cool things you did.
For being in the army. Why are you thanking me because I'm in the army? That doesn't even track. That doesn't even make any goddamn sense.
I want that piece.
Oh, well, it takes sacrifice to be in the army. Sacrifice you could have made. Yeah, but I didn't. Alright, so don't thank me. Go just look in the mirror and ridicule yourself, I guess. I don't fucking know. Get the fuck out of my face. Just because, and it's literally because it is awkward when someone says thank you for your service, because there is no there's no like right way to respond. Every response feels awkward. Oh, thanks, Fairy, for apologizing. You're totally forgiven for costing me everything.
Like, thank you very fucking much.
Thank you for your service, Fairy.
I had a great service it did to you.
But actually, funny enough, I've gotten into fucking fights, like physical altercations with some soldiers, because I've just happened to overhear them try to tell some fucking civilian to thank them for their service. They'll thank me for these nuts in your fucking mouth.
Like, that made this more awkward for me than it needs to be. Stuff.
Like, there's nothing that grinds my gears more than some piece of shit soldier that wants to act like their time in the service is like the equivalent to fucking storming Normandy.
That actually was quite the impressive act, admittedly.
No, I'm not joking. If you serve in World War II or Vietnam, I'll give you hey man, thank you for your, I'm not gonna say thank you for your service, I'll say thank you for your sacrifice.
I would like to point out my grandfather was also in that war. Probably not on the right side though.
Don't thank him. I wouldn't thank him.
I don't think he wanted any.
I find it incredibly awkward.
Yeah, he would be like, oh, this doesn't feel good.
He might also struggle to come up with a good reply.
Going up to the grandfather, like, yeah, thank you for service. He's like, yes.
Your service. About that.
About that. You do remember on which side we fought, yes? Like, yeah. Oh, yeah. Luckily, I don't think I will have the opportunity. That man has been dead for quite a few years at this point.
Well, that's a shame, because then you've missed out on a golden opportunity to troll him.
Fair enough. And again, you know,
I'm not gonna lie. Were I German and I had a Nazi grandfather, I would just fuck with him all the time.
Nah, the man survived the Eastern Front. Honestly, he deserves some peace and quiet.
That's what death is for. If you didn't want to be on the Eastern Front, you shouldn't support the Nazis.
Easier said than done, especially back then.
Oh, sure. I imagine it must have been incredibly difficult to, you know, desert in the giant nation of Russia.
No, but
thousands of Nazis did it.
That's what he probably even could have done if he had stayed on the Eastern Front. But after the Eastern Front, he had some, well, vacation time at home, and then he was sent down to Sicily because some assholes decided to land on fucking Sicily and make things all bloody fucking amazing down there. I'm pretty sure it was Americans.
Had to
Many of them.
jumpstart the mob somehow.
And then he had to go from Sicily up Italy, and then he had malaria because you can actually get malaria down there, interestingly enough. So he had to go
Explain
to...
this. To get a little off the topic for a second, explain this. How the fuck am I about to fit this whole ass human, like, well, not human, but this whole ass being into a bottle?
Because...
But I'll be damned if I don't just...
Magic. Magic, my friend. That's all you need to know. I do love how this game every single time starts slowing down once the world starts really fucking with itself.
It's like, hey, it's real fucking cramped in here. If you could hurry the fuck up, that'd be great.
You're like, nope, I'm gonna take all the fucking time in my world.
Like, what's gonna happen? Like, what's gonna happen to you? But will you die?
Yes, will you die? Will you crawl out of your bottle and escape? No? Well, then I don't have any problem now, do I? Who the fuck are we at war with? Still...
Quickest way would be to take the flower down there.
Canada, South Africa...
My fucking boat's gone!
I mean, you guess the United States is still in. Canada, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, United States, and the Philippines. That's the reason
I
why
always remember my very first time I played... the first time I played Hoi 4 and actually somewhat knew what the fuck I was doing.
It's great times, isn't it?
Fucking... I turned Ireland communist. And I guess America was right. It really was a domino effect because America was communist pretty soon after.
Don't worry, I turned fascist with my little Romania, and suddenly Great Britain has decided that, you know what, fascism is great. Communism is great. Actually, no, they're not actually. They're still non-alliance, they're still king loyal, and they joined the Axis. How have we ended up in this timeline?
Come, why do I have to go all the way up to the king to let this bitch out of the bottle? Why can't I just walk into the throne room and be all like, there you... Why did... I just now noticed the Deku King has a fucking leaf over where his dick would be.
The Union of Soviets... No, please don't go to war with the fucking Soviets. Oh,
they don't have dicks. They're plants.
Oh, we're gonna get our asses raped again. Oh, I hate it.
No, look at you fighting the Soviets like a dumbass.
I had a war goal against the Soviets the whole fucking game, basically. I've been sitting on this war goal without actually realizing it, because I know what that means. Now it's this shit again. Oh, well, I'm just gonna sit here and see how this goes for a while before I decide to fucking join them. Because I have a distinct feeling the Soviets will not be nice and peaceful. For some mystical reason.
The Dekus. The only race I've ever seen where a princess can just beat 8 shades of fuck out of a king because monkey.
Do not underestimate the power of monkey.
I mean, the monkey can speak, so I guess I shouldn't.
See? It's a smart monkey. It knows what it's doing. Probably as well as most humans do. Considering. Am I getting pushed back down here? Are you kidding me? Are we pushing in?
Well, of our gratitude, our butler had prepared a little something for you. Please accept it. You'll find it in the shrine that will be to your right when you leave the palace. Alright, now, to get myself a quick heart piece, I'll snap a shot of the king. That's going to be a terrible picture. Yup. Because this thing actually takes pictures of the same quality of the very first fucking camera.
Yep, that looks splendid.
It'll be fine. Wait a minute. There's little I can do. Please rest a bit before going. No. I'm getting out of here before you burn me alive. Also, that is one fucking hell of a weakness. Like, if your only flaw is that when you get upset, you make hasty, rash choices, how do you still have a kingdom?
I mean, probably because he stayed calm all the time, was like, yes, I can make decisions.
Which has nobody ever fucking pissed him off, ever.
Or maybe not to the degree necessary to make him a complete imbecile. Maybe.
Alright, fuck bunny hopping across this. I'm just gonna swim. This water's clean now. Get off the lily pad, you fuck!
He's like, nope. My name is Link. I'm climbing on the lily pad. If you want me to,
I'm gonna climb on this lily pad that cannot support the world. That cannot. I read your chat and said world. I'm gonna climb on this lily pad that can't support the world. That'd be a hell of a lily pad if it could.
No, you should absolutely be Luxembourg and take over the world, because fuck that, why not? I mean, literally, why not?
How far back is that gonna put me? All the way back at the beginning. Fuck this. I'll just
Go
try
ahead.
it.
You have my most German blessing for world conquest. Yeah, you can't really get it any better now, can you? I do like where this is going. They're gonna sit here on the sideline and be nice and peaceful, because, well, fuck World War. I'm a pacifist now. Well, no, not really. I just feel like I don't have time to finish the war.
I need to check my my mods and see how many of them are. See if any of them are ready for updates. Okay, so I just can't do that. Maybe I do need to swim, cause like I bet Old World Blues has a fucking update or two ready.
I would imagine so. I take non-history, of course. Otherwise, things will be too predictable, and that is not fun. It should not be predictable. It should be fun. Amazing.
I don't know. There's something to be said about the entertainment coming from setting it into historical mode, just to try and fucking force their hand to play ahistorically.
There can be some fun in that. That is true. That is true.
Like, no, you're pre-programmed to do the history.
There's
I'm gonna make it to where that's not possible.
True enough, true enough. There's indeed a thing somewhere on the Discord, as far as I'm aware. I'm pretty sure it is there, because otherwise how the fuck are we talking even?
Nah, this is just, we're the best telepaths.
We're so good at telepathic communication, we can actually export our sword communication into the internets. I see now. That's it. That was the way.
And people wonder why. And people wonder why I'm so bitter about not already being successful. When powers like these, you'd be bitter too.
Yeah, true enough, true enough. Never saw that perspective, but now that you mentioned it, we should be making a lot more money.
Yeah, for real. If I'm a telepath, I really should be making a lot more money, and I'm upsetty spaghetti about it.
Understandable, very understandable even. Yes, there should be a little VC thing on the Discord server. As far as I'm aware.
Fuck. I forgot how much of a pain in the fucking dick following this butler was.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a pain in the ass. You do realize that, yes?
Yes and no, because like it's more of a pain in the ass.
What the fuck?
Than we had to deal with if you remember having to chase fucking Dante's ghost in Ocarina of Time.
Good times.
This fucking Deku Butler with a parasol is way faster.
Much more annoying. As I said, it is quite literally meant to be a pain in the ass, and they made damn well sure that it is a fucking royal pain in the ass. Oh, that's
because unlike if I remember correctly in Ocarina of Time's Dante's race, I've got to fucking race it. Well, I'm not racing. I've got to follow this butler, and eventually doors just start fucking closing. And if I'm not fast enough, I'm just going to be sealed.
Oh yeah, they're fucking with you quite specifically to fuck with you.
And it literally is just fucking with me.
Yay.
Why are you running me through a fucking fire maze?
Congratulations, little Simmons. You have 4K manpower. You will never be able to achieve anything. Well, at least not for the moment. That is abysmal, though. I do remember playing with Luxembourg once. Don't remember it being that fucking bad. Maybe that's because I had a mod going. I mean, you know.
I feel like I remember seeing like a TikTok or something about how you can legit just break the shit out of this game with Luxembourg.
You can. It's not impossible.
Not 100% on how. I don't remember how to do it. Just like you can break the game on. You can be absolutely broken with Mexico.
You can indeed.
Like by default.
Yeah, if you play vanilla without any mods, you can. There are some nations that can be somewhat broken, to put it nicely. Well,
it takes now. Sometimes it can take a lot of fucking work.
Yep, and also usually very specific work. You go drop a few men onto the Netherlands. Don't tell Strategy though; he's gonna be pissed off that you killed his people again.
He's in bed. What's he gonna do?
Fair point. A little Dutchman going like, "My people."
It's at this point that he pops back in the chat. I'm still here.
Comes around just for that. Just like, I'm here to
like the motherfucker from Monty Python. I'm not dead.
Eventually.
I'm actually feeling a lot better. No, you're not. You're on your way out.
Yeah. I could see the Strategy coming back just for that. Going like, I was here the whole time, actually. Couldn't fall asleep. I mean, it happens sometimes, you know. And I do a lot of a longer stream and you sit there and at some point it's all quiet in the chat and I'm just rambling to myself at this point and suddenly someone like, oh no, I'm still here, don't worry. It's like, okay, good to know. I was about to say something really inappropriate, but thanks for reminding me that people are listening.
I mean, that's never stopped me.
Yeah, strangely me neither.
It probably should have a few times.
I know. But I mean, hey, we already had nice conversations on this evening alone. So, you know.
Yeah, might as well fuck it all up.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want new followers to think that, like, I'm worth a shit.
I mean, imagine this. You come into, you know, our little stream and the first thing you was like, yeah, I would totally suck a dick for $1 million. That's a good start.
At least this time, they came in the conversation, as we were just talking about that, on a day when I just felt like a shit human being, so decided to not wear anything presentable, and I'm just in PJs. Fucking... The crew came in while we were talking about sucking dick and I was wearing a bikini. That's happened before.
I mean, that's a thing, yeah. Let's see here. Turkey said what was
somebody coming into the stream while that was while I was having that conversation, not like somebody just showed up while I was in a bikini sucking dick.
I mean, you know, fair point, yes. This,
But there'd be a lot more to that story if the latter were what happened.
Yeah, I can imagine there would be more to that. Potentially, maybe. What's that? Romania?
Who would hope?
Romania.
Hope there's more to that story.
Leech, because that would be
you would hope that it's not such a common occurrence that it's just casual now.
Yeah, just casually happens, you know, sometimes from accidents, frequent accidents.
I do need to dig out the wife's bikini so I can do some more bikini streams.
I kind of forgotten, but yeah, you do that sometimes, don't you?
It's been a while, but yeah. That was how we started to get our start in the popular space.
I mean, they do say sex sells. I just never imagined it to be just so, but I mean, I reached out and stuff like that. The fall of Warsaw.
What did you talk about me?
Hey, Poli will die.
And I try to hit your target, sure, but I need.
Germans actually doing surprisingly well for the moment. Question is,
I don't want to do this fucking mini game.
Yay, mini game! Oh, got that mini game. Oh yeah.
I mean, it's not a terrible one. I just wanted to turn in my fucking picture.
Forget it. You're playing mini games now.
No, I know, but and I forgot again. It's inverted.
Don't forget, it's inverted. Actually, these games are at fault that I still play games that are inverted, because now that I've gotten used to it, it feels strange when it's not inverted.
I mean, when I was a kid, I remember I played many a games inverted.
Yep.
But like, there's been a couple of times since then where I'm like, oh no, this feels awful.
Nah, the problem is I got so used to it that nowadays, when I don't invert the controls, I'm actually getting more confused. I just immediately go to the options, go like invert, invert. And then I'm happy. And I can play like a normal person. If I don't do this, I play even more horrible than I usually do.
Well, at least I don't lose points for shooting the witch.
Nope. On the other hand, drowning the witch, that would probably cost you some points. Ah, Germany.
Don't just open that real quick, I guess. I'm not going to be doing that side quest for a hot minute, but... I hate the Skulltula side quest in every game.
Look at the Germans actually beating the bloody fucking Soviets back. While I'm just sitting here going like, I'm a pacifist, I don't want any trouble. Yes. Looks surprisingly well.
Yeah, I took...
Ah, your manpower. Eh? What manpower are you talking about? Pretty sure you haven't used up your 4K immediately. Now, wasn't that fun? No.
No, I don't want to fucking play the goddamn game. I just want to turn in.
Never.
But the contest has ended. Oh, you just goddamn fuck.
So much for that strategy, eh?
Yeah, because whenever I fucking play the Song of Time, I'm gonna lose this picture, and I'm not coming all the way back here, traveling all the way back to the goddamn Deku Palace, just to take a fucking picture and turn it in so I can have one more heart.
Yeah.
Wait, how many heart pieces do I have currently? Nah, fuck, I might actually do that because it would give me another heart.
Well, shit. Well, I guess you
I
know
got
what
3
you're
out of
doing.
4 other heart. You know what? Fuck them. I'm going to deposit my money into the bank. I'm gonna play the Song of Time. I definitely did not carry on my fucking side quest that I had started. I started the Anju side quest in Clocktown. I definitely dropped that letter into the mailbox and fucked all the way off. Rather than, you know, stick around and continue the quest.
That's expensive. I was about to say, why is this phone getting ever darker? And darker and darker? Because it's not fucking loading. I love this phone. It's such a pain in the ass. Spain gets fucked. Greece gets fucked. Soviets getting fucked is far more surprising, honestly, especially because they haven't had any revolution or nothing going on, so...
What I have always found funny, and also a little annoying, like, first time I played this, you know, once I got the bow, I jutted off to Snowhead Mountain, so that way just because, like, I was like, fuck yeah, new area. But by the time I had managed to do that, it was like day of or night of the second day. And by then, shit changes.
Does Luxembourg do anything in real life? Luxembourg? No. Luxembourg is that one little tiny speck on the map that
Luxembourg even still exist?
It does. It is basically a one-city state that you drive through to get some cheap gas, and that's basically it. There's literally nothing there. They do have a charter for... Technically speaking, they have a charter for their navy, which says that they have no navy. Which is not surprising, because it's a fucking landlocked nation. Yep. But yeah, it's basically just a tiny speck on the map with no relevance whatsoever and nothing going for it apart from, relatively speaking, a bit cheaper gas, and that's basically it. People drive through it if they want to, you know, if you want to take a vacation in France or in Spain. From German's perspective, you drive through Luxembourg, get that nice cheap gas, and then you drive through France and complain about the fucking roads and the fucking gas prices. Ah, Luxembourg. I don't think Luxembourg has achieved, technically speaking, too much. Oh, it's been a bit of a, you know, a tiny one. And considering its neighbors...
Whenever I was a kid, I used to get excited because I'd get the ability to go to a new area and would instantly just be all like, oh, fuck yeah. Like, there's going to be stuff to do and I can continue other quests. That's cool. Let's do that. Now I just realized, like, oh, man.
Yeah.
I can do, if I want to fucking carry anything on, I got to do it all over again. Fuck that. I ain't doing that right this second.
Do it later. It's the adult perspective. Just do it later.
And it's like all small shit. Like the fucking, oh, what's it called? The title deed side quest, where you get the moon tier, and then you give that to the Deku in Clocktown, who gives you a title deed that you can trade to the Deku in the Woodlands, who will trade you a deed that you can trade to somebody in the mountains.
I remember that. Oh yeah. There was a lot of traveling involved.
Yeah, like that's a like if you don't slow down time, that quest is it takes all 3 days.
Yep. Quite literally. It takes all of your fucking time.
I mean, I guess it does, and if you do it the cheaty way and just use the Song of Soaring to get to all the places.
Yeah, but if you actually, take the travel time, the actual travel time, then it's quite literally a quest that would take all of your time.
Which I will be doing that quest using the Song of Soaring. I'm just not even gonna fucking bother probably until I at least have access to all the Dekus that I'm trading to. Motherfucker, I walked all the way over here and I don't have any goddamn arrows because God forbid, all the magic lets me keep lets me keep the bow. The arrows got lost in the fucking space-time continuum, I guess.
I'd be happy it's just your fucking arrows and not your fucking dick. Come on. Look on the bright side. Look on the bright side. It's very important. I think what abnormal things you actually perform in that game, when you think about it. What the fuck is happening here? I don't even question it anymore. The world has broken. Nobody knows what's happening any longer. The only thing we know is that the Kingdom of Romania is just sitting there peacefully. We're at for cuts of peace and quiet and goodness. What the fuck else we can offer? I don't think you and Stacky XP can need that. Let's get rid of that. Well, I think I'm just going to watch the Germans, some mystical reason, actually managing to storm the fucking Soviets. Which is pretty fucking impressive.
Do you want to know something kind of fucking embarrassing?
Oh, speak free, speak free. I'm listening.
So, you see this song written on the fucking wall in front of my goddamn face?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's not always guaranteed to be the song that's on there. Up, right, left, up. But in reality, whatever song is on there is a temple song from the Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, that's kind of thing like
the song I just played was the song that would have gotten you, I think that got you into the Spirit Temple. Ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum.
Yeah, that could actually be the Spirit Temple.
I think it was the Spirit Temple song, but I can't say for certain.
Yeah, that's been a bit too long for me to... I do think that combination looks like something.
8 years old when I learned it, dude. That's the embarrassing part. That's because that streamer I was telling you about, I was watching her, and then she saw the song on the wall. That I've always known that there's a song there, and that if you play it, you get some rupees.
Mm-hmm.
And then she played it and was like, wait a minute, isn't that the bolo of fire? I was like, well, motherfucker! How the fuck did I miss this?
It does happen sometimes, yes. No question asked.
I suppose just adds to the wonderfulness of this game that here I am 20 years after the first time I played it. Still learning some shit.
Yep.
I wish I wasn't.
Nah, there's always going to be at least 1 or 2 details you're just not gonna realize. Moscow has fallen.
Yeah, so I know why I missed it when I played it as a kid, because I played Majora's Mask before I played fucking Ocarina of Time, and by the time I did play Majora's Mask, I hadn't played Ocarina, or by the time I did play Ocarina of Time, I hadn't played Majora's Mask in a hot minute.
Yeah, I'm
So
sure.
like, I just never made the fucking. Well, there's so many goddamn temple songs in Ocarina of Time. You expect me to remember all of them?
Cushion is a thing. What's that supposed to be? Explain yourself, little Simmons. It's getting rather late around here, so my concentration is somewhat waning, I will admit. Plus my beer's empty, which is, well, kind of understandable. It's fucking 2 in the morning.
You to open another one.
I'm
You don't have work tomorrow, you can get smashed.
It's in the middle of the week, you do know that.
And you don't have work tomorrow, you can get smashed.
I mean, to be fair, I don't have much work tomorrow.
I would like to point out that the day of the week is legitimately completely irrelevant. What matters is the responsibilities and the time that those responsibilities must take place on the morrow.
Don't worry, I have planned for a long evening. And luckily enough, since I've been with the company a while now, I actually have some wiggle room and I can actually wiggle myself into a bit of a nicer position. Slowly but surely. Which is hopefully going to free up some time so I can actually genuinely just start playing games regularly again, because I fucking miss playing games. It makes me grumpy.
You do get a Switch, by the way. And you get that bougie ass Nintendo Switch Online. If I have interpreted everything I've seen correctly, we can play online.
Oh.
Like these old games that were only ever couch co-op, and you can even play a lot of the single player online where you're like, it's essentially an online equivalent. If you were to do the online play with single player, it's like an online equivalent of passing the controller back and forth.
That does sound kind of cute. Wait a second, something's happened. Oh, a little look at that, a little Carl Johnson.
Can you just fart? Nah, not on command.
I don't feel the need, man. Could be that my balls are just not full of poop at the moment.
I could. I wish that I had that power.
Yeah, but no.
Just whenever I wanted to, on command, just rip ass.
Water. I shall replace the water with beer, but, well, thanks anyway. Oh, that's because I don't have any water.
Hey, that's a cheap beer.
Very cheap, yeah.
I have to be over here redeeming like 1,000-point redemptions or some bullshit to get you to drink a beer.
I know.
Somebody else can just come in and just be all like, yo, drink some water. And you're like, no, beer.
Because our beer's closer. I actually have a new now, just because, there's people like strategy.
The beer's here.
And now I have a new redeem for people who have too many points. Just for strategy, basically, because he likes to save up and then he goes like, let me spend all of my points. Basically completely useless.
My own chat forced me to put a fucking limit on how many times they could redeem the fucking push-up redeem.
Yeah, strategy does shit like that. Actually, how many did you end up owning him? I don't even remember.
I did all of them.
I know that you did all of them, but I think after that stream you owed him like 40 more, so...
Yeah, I did them.
And you did them, I know. I watched it all.
Like, all together, it was like 100 and just...
That's
fuck that.
See, that's why you need a redeem like me. That basically just exists to waste points.
Like, when I was a
Let me do
physically
that
fit at the peak of my game soldier, I wasn't doing 100 fucking push-ups.
Look, new one.
Just in a row.
I do love the new one, though.
Not,
actually, I'm pretty sure I had the
where
picture.
I need to go.
I had the picture on the Discord, didn't I? Yes, I did. Because it's basically what... Yeah. Actually, you do that too. You come in and just go like, yeah, take a beer, take a pipe. And I'm like, yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, that is what I do. I come in and I...
Spend the big points.
That's actually why I save my points up on your channel, so that way, every time I enter your chat, I can redeem a pipe and a beer.
You do. And since people like to spend big,
I am a good friend and do not abuse it.
Indeed you are.
Because I know damn well that these resources are expensive as fuck to replace. These are consumable resources, and you have to do quests just to have the fucking rupees in order to replenish your consumables.
I mean, it is quite literally how it is, yes. But hey, that has fun in it. Which actually...
I just suddenly, a lot of things, not everything, but a lot of things just suddenly came back about what I need to be successful in this biome.
Which actually reminds me, did I tell you how to do the integration of the little pop-up pictures so that you can get a nice little picture or sound to play when you get some redeeming point stuff?
Why do I have to fucking do anything? Isn't that your job? Isn't you supposed to set it up to where whenever I redeem shit, I get the nice...
Nah, I meant for your channel. You have redeemed yourselves. Don't you want a nice little picture to pop up or the sound to play?
I was about to say, isn't it supposed to be your job to set it up so that way anytime I redeem a fucking beer, I just suddenly hear a...
Yes. You also get a nice picture to it. Isn't that nice?
Let me get the sound, but with like you making an orgasm face.
I can make you one. Don't tempt me. I make you a fucking picture with a fucking nice. Here you go. No problems. I can do this in my fucking sleep.
Hey, one of these days, I on God, I'm gonna get you to come out on this fucking app, fucking with a camera.
I mean, it's not like I don't have one. I have one now because
you real face reveal.
I have one actually. I used it for my when I had to introduce myself to the company because nowadays everybody does that online. I hate it. It's a shitty little webcam.
The baby is ready to get out of the bath. Give me a sec.
Yeah. How many paratroops do I need to make it big? Depends on what your target is. If you're targeting the Netherlands, not much. Like 5, 6 maybe at max. I don't think they have much though. I mean, the Netherlands kinda do have their colonies, so they do have some power to go for. Meh. Echte Herzin. Combine some paratroopers with a nice, solid defensive front line, and you're probably going to get shit done. Not like the EA is that smart or anything. But yeah, yeah, you do need it's not really that easy to start at Luxembourg because, well, you have literally nothing. You have no population, you have no technology, your research is going to be slow as fuck. You do start from a very, very bad point, which is the whole reason why people made such nice fun out of it. To actually beat the world with that. Luxembourg has capitulated. I'm sorry to hear that, Little Simmons, but my game says that you just capitulated. I'm deeply disappointed, of course, to hear of your losses, but alas, it is what it is. Now that the Kronos is gone, I once again have to look from the left to the right, just in case something happens in his chat. And then, you know. Technically speaking, I'm a moderator over there. Look at my power. But yes, I should actually consider making a few, Yes, what I know what I should. I should introduce fucking waifus to fucking Kronos, because... Now look, see, I have a lot of little waifus that pop up whenever you do shit. That will give you one of Kronos' favorites. That one. Yes, we should totally introduce that to the Kronos' channel and slowly but surely turn him ever more degenerate. Away from his old furry ways and into a whole new world of degeneracy. Yes, that should be my main goal. I've now decided. Don't tell him yet. I do love my little things though. They're fun to make, to be fair. Actually, haven't I been... Yes, I did at some point start working on some male variants, didn't I? None of those would be fitting though. I kinda need to do something else. Doesn't really fit with the Kronos' style. I need something else as a basis, basically, to work off. I have to look into that. But at some point. Depends very much on how much work I will have to do. I think the next 3 days are going to be very much so hello, but that's not the point. I want to think about just yet. Never think about tomorrow when you don't have to yet. I do think I will actually get myself another beer. I might... do I want to change the game this late into the game? No. I think I will actually take a bit more of a passive role of just sitting here and enjoying the view, basically, of what is fucking happening. What a strange stream you have found you in, didn't you, little chatty poos? Yes. Strange indeed. Because, you know, usually we actually are playing games and not just watching the gameplay itself. A bit more than we do now. To be fair, I'm kind of tired and it is most definitively work related. And I haven't stayed up for this many hours in quite a while. My body is telling me that it has been sleeping tired for a long time, but I'm ignoring it most profoundly and going like, nope, don't give a shit. But yes. Let's allow it.
Why are you redeeming your own habits? That you don't have to do that. You can just pack a bowl and smoke it.
Nah, I was just showing up my small little pictures because I like them. Actually, do you want some small little pictures at some point?
Probably, yeah.
I can make you some, you know. Of course.
We'll get together and make the meme gold.
I mean, yes. I mean, technically speaking, if you have a picture that you would like me to work on, do tell.
I'm just gonna send you a fucking picture of my dick.
I'll make your fucking thing out of that, and if that is not becoming a fucking redeem, I'm going to sue you.
That's the redeem Kronos' cock.
Indeed. DC. Sounds good.
And it's a completely. You know how many times people would redeem it just because they don't believe it? Like you put it in the description. This is just a picture of Kronos Stampede's dick. And they'd be like, nah, it's not a fucking. This is probably like a meme or something. Oh, that's a penis.
Well, if I pixelate it enough, you can probably get away with it.
It's just a blurred dick.
Yes, indeed. I would make it blurry enough that Twitch has no problem with that. I would get away with it. It would take some tries, but surely we can get away with that.
I mean, don't go fucking asking me. Fucking, I don't know. I've sat here in a bikini and nothing's happened. I have streamed full movies and nothing's happened.
See, and I had one slightly duty
had
mode.
Sex on stream and got a 7-day ban.
See, and I
An
literally
incredibly popular Twitch streamer said cracker and got a 30-day ban.
Yeah, and here
I don't know the rules.
And here I am. I have one slightly new loot emote, and Twitch is like, I'm gonna punch you in the face now if you don't stop it.
Honestly, Twitch would probably do diddly dick for the simple fact of it. For the same reason they didn't do a fucking thing about me streaming the entirety of Zardoz. Because we're small. They don't notice us.
Yeah, apart from the fact when you start to...
We don't make any real money off this platform, but we don't get noticed by the man either.
Mostly. Apart from emotes. Emotes really... I had so many great ideas and I couldn't realize them. Fucking Twitch.
That must be nice, because I've been meaning to get fucking emotes since I got affiliated maybe 2 years ago. Still haven't done it, mostly because of one, don't have the money. I know that there's free emotes you can get, but I don't.
Fuck that shit, I make you some.
Doesn't that just defeat the purpose of having emotes?
Well, yes, yeah.
If it's emotes that anyone can get,
it should be individualized, indeed. We should probably do something about it. Yes, you should get some emotes. Yes.
I really want some. I already have some ideas. I have some ideas for things that would make good emotes, but I don't have the money to pay an artist to do it. And even if someone were to do it for fucking free, they're not doing it for free. I'm good. Like they're gonna get paid eventually.
I mean, I can only do my nice little pixelated style, but if that is okay for you, I can probably do something with some pictures to create little emotes. It's not really... I mean, if you want something animated, that's gonna be difficult.
Well, I mean, you know, animated eventually would obviously be wonderful.
If it's a simple animation, like, you know, a wiggle animation or something,
okay,
that's
so here's the
okay.
thing for me. It's never even been about like, oh, well, everybody else has emotes. I should get emotes. So much as it is, right now, the very small community that I've cultivated, I wouldn't trade them for the world because they support me and get absolutely dick for it.
We should probably do something about that.
All. And I have always felt bad about that. Are you going to bed?
He kept trying to tell Alexa to play her music and asked her if she's ready to go night-night, and she started laughing. So.
You ready to go night-night? Are you ready? I know, you're looking at Mama like, what the fuck? And now you're looking at my keyboard because now you want to fuck up my keyboard, and you don't get to fuck up my keyboard.
Fuck up his keyboard. Fuck up his keyboard.
If you don't shut up, I'm going to turn up this crying child on Majora's Mask so loud that it will drown your own stream out.
Don't worry, I'll just mute you.
I will find ways.
I imagine so, yes. Would be
You
horrible.
sleep good tonight, okay, baby girl? You get the good sleep. Please don't be up at like 1 in the fucking morning playing in your goddamn crib.
He wasn't. He was up at 4.
And 1. I know, because I didn't get to go to sleep till 2:30 or 3 because of the heartburn. It was bad enough last night, it wouldn't have helped. Yeah, I got shit for sleep last night because of fucking heartburn. I hate getting old.
Yeah.
It's not even getting old that did it. It's literally maybe I shouldn't have, you know, put my fucking stomach through so many years of alcoholic abuse.
I know that feeling. It does get a bit harder to sleep all night through when you're getting a bit older and you lived life.
Yeah, because like,
healthy.
when I was like 18, 19 years old, I was buying gallon jugs of orange juice and half-gallon bottles of vodka. I would just mix screwdrivers into a cup until that gallon of orange juice was half gone. And then I would just refill that gallon of orange juice with the vodka. I would just make one giant screwdriver.
Yep. And
then I would drink it. And now some basic bitch shit can give me some serious heartburn.
Yep.
Because I have destroyed the lining in my stomach. Okay, I need a means of lighting one of these arrows on fire, or... No, I guess I gotta leave here. Because like, there's so many goddamn items I need, and I don't remember where to get them. Fuck!
I'm thinking.
Oh, there's the fucking Deku.
Do I have anything male actually to work off of? Maybe. I do have that one male prototype I worked on as a practice for my little pixelation nonsense. That might be a good start. I kind of want to refresh myself on that anyway.
Oh yeah. And in terms of like the emotes stuff, like I was gonna, like I've got, God knows I've got the clips of me in varying forms of female dress. That would make, I mean, there's me in the Bulma outfit. That's an emote. There's me in a bikini. That's gotta be one.
I could probably do something. I mean, I have to check it out. It's always something in general, but potentially there's something you can do with that. Maybe.
What's kept me from actually just looking into it and trying to do it myself is the same anxiety that... Yes, Bella? They've been fed. Yes. Okay. They ate 30 minutes ago. Yeah. Like, what kept me from getting into it is the same thing that kept my fucking capture card in its goddamn box for 2 years, and that is the overwhelming anxiety that is produced from trying to do something new and having legitimately no foundation of knowledge to build off of. So learning everything about everything you need to do what you need to do from scratch is very anxiety inducing and overwhelming for me, especially when it comes to computers where you misclick one fucking thing and it can all go to shit.
But at least as far as image software, usually you can just use Control Z and go like, one step back, please. That is really the most important thing. Immediately learn
if you know to do that.
Yes, that is the first thing I always learn. I've trained myself to that. How can I undo what I just did? Because that is fucking important. Jesus, you make so many fucking mistakes. It's fucking amazing, honestly. Which is why it's very important to know how to take
that same process is how when I started streaming, I ended up using Twitch Studio for the longest time because I tried Streamlabs OBS, and in the process of trying to set it up, I fucked it up so bad that like I would have had to learn a bunch of shit just to undo what I did and then learn a bunch more shit to do what I was trying to do.
But hey,
and I said, fuck that. And I went over to Twitch Studio, literally stayed with them until they just stop working.
Bless you.
Fuck.
Bless you again. But hey, all things.
I had an NCO when I was in the army that he was convinced that the way to stop sneezing was to cuss while you sneezed. So every time he sneezed, and it doesn't. It's not an idea. That doesn't fucking work.
Of course it doesn't.
And so every time he sneezed, you would always know it was him sneezing because you would hear, shit, shit. And like, it's not working. You're still sneezing 2 or 3 times like everyone else.
Yep, just how it goes. The Union of Soviet Republics has capitulated. Germany is a fucking massive beast now. Kinda cute. Are we still at war though? I'm pretty sure we are still at war, aren't we? Of the Philippines, United States, Canada. Canada is not a problem, but United States will be a pain in the fucking ass. I don't really want to get involved in that.
Okay, so I have successfully tracked down the first item in this area that I'll need, the Lens of Truth, which I didn't even remember I needed until I was here.
To come back to the original point, let's not forget, yes, you might have at some point been in the clutches of evil Twitch Studio, but nowadays, you're a proper streamer.
Now I'm still not in Streamlabs. Streamlabs went to shit. Streamlabs OBS went to shit. I went to OBS. Give me a second while I go drain my ball sack.
Yes, I do that. But remember, children, that OBS and Streamlabs is actually pretty much the same fucking shit, just with a small minor graphical differences. That's basically the same fucking program, doing the same fucking things in the same fucking way. Also, you're making the cheapest paratroops. I mean, yeah, what else will you do? Honestly, I'm not even going to bother with paratroopers at this point. This was a fun run to begin with. I'm not gonna do much about it, honestly. I'm just gonna sit here and enjoy the show for a bit. If I wanted to actually play this seriously, I would have actually had to start doing something quite a while ago, but meh. Not even going to bother. I wonder why I can't actually trade with them though.
Oh, I gotta say, I love having a bathroom next to my fucking... next to my den where I can just get up from my computer and go take a leak. I can't wait till we finish it and put a fucking door on the goddamn thing.
That would probably be good.
Also, I keep grabbing my mouse and setting my hand on my keyboard like I'm about to fucking continue gaming with those things. I will say, the biggest boon to streaming the Switch, I don't have to tab out of anything. I have to tab out of nothing.
I have too many plans,
I can do whatever I want on my other monitor. I've completely lost the use of one monitor.
What's that? Yeah, it's not what I want.
Oh.
I want to see a fucking...
You're doing in cadence, huh?
Yeah, I want to see some fucking pop-ups. on your fucking stream.
I don't have any pop-ups.
I will make fucking pop-ups out of that. That's Jesus Christ. I
Also, I don't have a sound alert for any of those alerts. Well, I guess I'm gonna just do that real quick. You're gonna have to fucking give me a sec. Now I gotta clear goddamn space because you motherfucker. God forbid I manual labor for a living ain't enough. Nah, we gotta work out.
I lost the chest. Don't take it seriously. Okay.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There, are you happy? Have you gotten your fucking fix?
Don't tempt me. I have over 20,000 points.
Really gotta give you all some more incentives to spin this shit on.
Yes, you do. I need more of that. Also, I need little pop-ups that go like, yeah, look at that. There's a little picture of the Chronos doing some training exercises.
I know how to do like custom sound alerts. I don't know how to apply them to custom redeems.
Basically what you're doing is you're basically binding your Twitch account to another website, which is basically sending it to your OBS, so that your OBS actually does it, so that if you stream on, for example, on Twitch and YouTube...
That's how fucking sound alerts work.
But it's awesome if you combine it with a nice picture, then you get sound alerts pictures of everything at once, and it goes everywhere.
Let me rephrase one thing. What you've just described is the literal process to how you put a sound alert on your channel.
Yes, but you...
But that is not the process necessarily, I don't think. Is that the same process to putting a sound alert, attaching it to a redeem?
Yes, I mean, what do you think I'm doing? I make a redeem.
If I knew what the fuck you were doing, I'd have probably done it.
I mean, it's really no
magic. What do I think you're doing? I don't fucking know. We've had this conversation.
I shall explain it to you in great detail, and
that's not how learning disorders work. I have missed this block in the same goddamn spot every time. Why didn't you jump?
That's actually amazing. I have, Jesus Christ, 7k new army. Well, good luck, little Simmons. You're going to be sitting there and collecting people for a long while. You want manpower, Great Britain. You know what? I actually can give you like 200k. Aren't I a nice person?
Truly, CD. I love how he says, this logic makes no sense. This ghost is like, what the fuck? You can see me? To which our silent protagonist, you can assume, is answering yes. Yeah, I can see you. So you get a verbal response, and then you go, and then this ghost's first instinct is to go, prove it.
Basically, yeah. I mean, you know, maybe Link just stares at him angrily, and he's like, okay, if you can truly see me, then follow me.
Yeah, I'm just staring at him. Link's not a silent video game protagonist, he's just a fucking mute.
Yeah, he just mutely stares at him angrily, like,
he can't speak. It's not that we never hear him speak, it's just that he can't.
I mean, he does make sounds, sometimes. Yeah.
So do mutes.
Indeed. Sometimes.
So do fucking deaf people.
I mean, deaf people, when they speak, it sounds really strange, but they can technically speak words.
Well, there's no technically about it. It's not about whether or not a deaf person can or cannot speak. It's about the fact that without the ability to hear, you have no ability to learn how to speak.
Indeed, they speak. I mean, usually your brain is smart enough to go like, I know that word, but it sounds really strange when they try to speak. Which is really not a problem, honestly. Communication just works between humans if they want to. I had quite a lot of customers with disabilities in my time, and honestly, one of them, a repeat customer, who was a thief, it worked. I mean, what we couldn't clear in, verbal communication, he just wrote a note, gave it to me, and I was like, oh, yeah. Works.
See, and fucking, this is why sign language should be required learning.
I mean, you know, as long as we have pen and paper, we can always communicate even without that. So, actually, we both had a lot of fun with that because, you know, then we started, you know, making little smileys on the paper and we're like, yay! It was like, kind of cool. I enjoyed that.
I fucking remember when I first started working at a Sonic, they were like, yo, somebody hollered at me and they were like, yo, this fucking person out at the speaker, like, we can't hear them, they're having trouble ordering or something like that. Mm-hmm. And they were like, go fucking take their order. And I was like, yeah, alright, whatever.
Wow.
And so I did. I walked out there with my little notepad and my pen and looking at my notepad and pen, ready to write, making sure I got the order correct and not looking up. I flat out just said to this person, hey, sorry, they were having a little trouble with the speaker and couldn't hear you. What can I get for you? And then after a few seconds of silence, I look up to be like, why the fuck isn't this douchebag talking? And then this douchebag gestures to their ear in a very obvious, I'm deaf kind of way.
Yep. Easy to understand that, isn't it?
I felt like I was like, you were a bunch of fucking assholes.
I mean, as long as everybody takes it with, you know, a good bit of humor, it's not really that bad, but yeah.
Well, you say everybody, as long as everybody, I would agree with you if, you know, I could speak with any sort of certainty that the deaf person was in on it.
Me, whatever.
Using a disabled persons to pull a joke on somebody is just ableist.
I mean, yeah, this is not the nicest thing to do. Honestly, from what I have experienced with disabled persons and serving them as customers mostly, although some of them became, well, at least good acquaintances over the years, most of them actually do take it with quite in stride. Actually, they make jokes on it. They joke with you about it. Honestly, I think that's actually the most healthy way to deal with that.
No, yeah, I've had one deaf friend in my life, and one of my favorite things to ask him was, "Did you hear that?" Yeah. He thought it was pretty funny.
Fair question. That's the whole point. As long as we can all laugh about it, honestly, that's the best we can get out of that. Sometimes I do think that we try with the best intentions, but we shouldn't always take things too seriously. Sometimes we just need to assume the best. Let a joke be a joke and assume that it was meant in good faith. Because otherwise you will end up feeling like the world is full of assholes.
I've much better luck being just a cynical fuck.
Yeah, because the problem is, if you don't, then that precisely is what happens. You will assume that everybody's a fucking asshole, and that they deserve your cynicism most likely.
Those people are fucking assholes.
Yeah, but if that's what you're thinking, isn't that gonna be a pain in the ass to live with?
People are a pain in the ass to live with.
Most people are, but still, I hold the belief and the hope that maybe potentially it's better.
Point.
Why is my king's mistress buying her fucking 6th, 7th, 8th fucking villa at this point? The woman is ruining my state. My stability.
Another way you could look at it also is that if you only ever expect the worst, you'll never be disappointed.
Yes, but you might be at least mildly positively surprised when something good actually comes along.
Exactly, so always expect people to be fucking assholes.
Yes, but it means you have
Worst that happens is you're right. Best thing that happens is you're surprised.
It still means that you're going to spend a lot of time in a very negative train of thought. At least that's what my mother believes. I personally am a bit more of a realist. I try to see things from a more neutral perspective, going like, you know what, people can be both things. There are some good people out there. I have met a few good people, honestly. People who are actually very, very selfless. And I've also met quite the amount of assholes, of course. Yeah, just...
I mean, number one thing that every friend I've ever had in my life has ever said about me is that I'm an asshole.
Hey, I haven't said you're an asshole yet. You asshole.
You've almost certainly before now called me an asshole before.
Yes, probably. I mean,
I've certainly deserved it. That
I mean, maybe in jest, but not on a,
that just proves my point. So what I'm saying is, you can be a good asshole.
Yeah.
You know?
There are people that can be good assholes. And they can be Kronuses. We just live with them. We accept them as they are.
Well, yeah, it's not that I'm good or bad. It's more of, I mean, I'm great in comparison to people you've met in the past. That does not make me good.
Yeah, you do beat some people I've met in the past, admittedly. No question there, I've met some real fucking scumbags way back when. I'm very happy that I have nothing to do with them any longer, but honestly I wouldn't compare you to them. That would be very unfair.
One of my buddies in the army said it best, where he said, man, I love you, your family, and I would die for you. God, I fucking hate you. I was like, you know what? That tracks. I can see your point of view on that. I can see where you're coming. I can see how you arrive at that conclusion. Man, you're a really great guy. I fucking hate you. No, yeah, that makes sense. That tracks.
Sometimes it does. Yes, sometimes it actually does.
Don't worry, buddy. I hate me too.
You shouldn't hate yourself. You should love yourself. Very much so, yes.
I do. A lot of the days.
See?
It's called masturbation.
I know. I knew you were going there.
And then it's just followed by more self-hate. Slightly more palatable than it was before.
That's the problem. It's like, this felt good. Oh shit. Now I'm clear. I'm very clear-minded.
Shit. I haven't felt that feeling of shame after a wank since I was a kid.
Actually, me neither. I don't see the point.
You grow out of that. You grow out of that shit.
I mean, I really don't see the point. It's like, yeah, that felt good. Now, back to business, as usual. I don't see any reason
that boner.
I don't feel any reason to feel bad about that particularly.
Yeah, it is weird how, like, when you're a teenager, how bad you might fucking feel after giving it a wank. Like, you beat your dick and then there's just that feeling of, what have I done?
Yep, but then you grow old and you're like, you know what? Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Like, there ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yep. That's a cool thing.
If you just fucking... Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't feel shame after every wank.
There's some wanks
There are some wanks you should not feel good about.
Oh yeah, there are. I mean, we all had them at one point or another. No question there. But yeah, there are some you should feel most definitively ashamed.
That's the wrong fucking song. That's the wrong song for the wrong goddamn game.
And also, I need another beer because I've decided I will drink another one. Which will probably put me at 3 in the morning.
Didn't you open up another one like when they redeemed the water redeemed 10 minutes ago?
Yes, I did. That's gone.
You're already in. Yeah, I was about to be surprised. Like, well, I mean, I just emptied my third beer. No, I did empty my third beer. I'm on my fourth. I just slightly spilt some because I drank it a little too fast.
I kind of slipped in another one when nobody was watching, so don't worry about it.
You don't have a camera. Nobody's watching.
That was quite literally the first time in a while that I had an opportunity to just sit back, relax, and drink something. You know, I'm not gonna lose this opportunity.
I'm just trying to catch a buzz because this beer ain't that great. But it's 6% alcohol and enough of them, and they'll taste fine. Like already, I'm on my fourth beer, and they're starting to taste like normal shiners.
It's a start. I mean, a small start, but still a start. I'll just quickly, empty my balls and get a new beer. Getting real smart
with
many things. Indeed.
Or you could empty your beer and get new balls. Is he cussing me? Is that motherfucker cussing me in German? Leave my undying feeling. Thanks for all the grief. Goron village, I have asked your assistance. Well, let me put on my mask of now I can read. Y'all ready for some horror? This fucking look with this focus With this focus, I can make Luxembourg kamikazes. Then I guess you're gonna need a lot of planes. You're gonna need all the planes. The Goron hero Darmani III rests here. In honor of the great hero, this memorial is inscribed with the knowledge of a great hero. Will you read and what the? How many times do you need to put the word hero on this goddamn gravestone? Sure. Oh, chosen Goron hero, your power to lift objects without effort is mightier than the strength of any other. And my heart is stronger too, as it is filled with compassion that is kinder than any other. Goron hero press. Okay, so thank you for just giving me my basic bitch controls. Well, of course, 92 planes isn't enough. You need more planes. You're gonna need like 9,200 planes if you're gonna be kamikaze.
What the fuck? 92 planes? Jesus Christ. I'm disappointed. That is not enough. You need a lot more of that. How many planes do I have? I have 74 in reserve and like 400 out, so I have almost 500.
A fucking Goron rolly ball.
You mean for transporting your little parrot troopers? I mean, you don't really have enough paratroopers to require that many planes, I assume.
I love their willingness to accept dumb shit in this game. I come out looking like a dead Goron hero that you just finished the grave for, and you're just like, are you him? Because if you're him, whose fucking grave did I just make? And now you're just real confused, and it's like...
somebody's fucking with me, Yeah, I mean, 13 paratroopers, that's okay. Japan is just... Why is Japan justifying against me?
A hot spring bubbling beneath his grave. So
I'm not even going to question.
Fuck up his grave. Right? That's right, I gotta fuck it up. But I don't... There we go.
Yep, nothing beats a good old-fashioned beer.
Let the hot spring flow. Who builds a grave over a hot spring?
Maybe they wanted to do something nice for the dead, like maybe.
That is okay. Can you, I don't even have to put any thought into thinking about the ways that goes wrong. Do you?
Yes, I will.
Hot and humid plus corpse. Body of water plus grave. Do these things seem compatible?
Yes,
I fucking this game sometimes. Hey, look at this Goron that's frozen solid. I touched the ice and I also immediately froze solid. But my hot water bottle is enough to thaw him out.
They just wanted to get rid of the corpses fast. They're good people. They understand that.
That wouldn't get rid of the corpses fast. That would make them take longer to decompose.
I hear about that.
Yeah. Have you never seen a waterlogged corpse?
I mean, yes, I have seen a waterlogged corpse. It looks pretty damn disgusting. But if
they decompose slower.
But if they're not, directly in the water, but if they're in a humid area
on top of a hot spring.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they throw the body into the hot spring. They're just gonna bury it close to it.
I pulled the gravestone back 2 feet and the chamber flooded.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't remember being that bloody stupid. 2 feet, Jesus Christ. What idiots.
Yeah. So unless his fucking grave is just his actual fucking corpse is somewhere else, which suppose that's possible, but then why not put the fucking headstone there?
Good question. Maybe it was meant more as a marker, you know, like a statue of a great hero. Like, look, we had great hero. Here's his name.
Inside of a cave?
I don't know.
That you need a magical lens to see the path up to?
They're just crazy people. What can I say?
Nah.
I gave up defending them.
Come on, keep coming at me with your fucking bullshit logic.
Nah, they're just crazy people. They like having corpses around that look pretty. Yes, that's right. Yeah, go for it. Attack the Netherlands.
Oh shit! Oh no!
Oh, what the fuck? Jesus!
I'm just over here trying to remember how to fucking be a ball.
You know what it reminds me of? Metroid. You should play some Metroid. Metroid?
You know, they just released a remaster of Metroid Prime.
Did they?
Also, OG Metroid is, whichever one it is, the one on either, what did Metroid come out on? Super Nintendo?
Originally, I think so, yeah.
Whichever one it came out on. I've got it on here.
The original 2D side-scrollers. Those were really fun, though.
They really are.
Although the ones on GameCube, the ones when they got 3D, honestly, pretty solid. Pretty solid work there.
Well, there was only 2 that came out on the GameCube. Yeah, there was Metroid Prime, which was just fucking phenomenal. Like, oh my god, it was so good.
I enjoyed that game really. I enjoyed the fuck out of that game.
And then there was Metroid Prime 2, which I'd never played all the way through, but I don't know, there's something about it that didn't tickle my pickle in the way that Metroid Prime 1 did.
Of course you only need 3 transport planes. You only have, like, what? At best you have, like, 15 divisions, 20 divisions. You don't need many fucking planes to get those across. Although, to be fair, Hearts of Iron has an interesting way to allocate convoys to divisions, sometimes. Same, or even worse, actually, with planes. Actually, still have that one thing going? Wait a second.
So Song of Healing doesn't work. Is there another song that I already have that might work? No.
Planes? No. Do I have it for ships? No. Yes, I have it for ships. That's a nice picture.
Alright, I have gone the wrong way.
Yeah, but imagine, you have like 10 divisions of paratroops and the game is like, okay, give me set number of planes. And you're like, that doesn't add up. What would I use the planes for specifically? Can I get a breakdown, please?
Oh. To be fair, if they're ever like someone like Luxembourg, that's probably their only real chance at contributing meaningfully to the war is paratroopers.
Well, yeah.
This is also why I never play those insanely tiny nations, because, like, realistically, the best they can do is contribute material to another's war effort. So, you know, weapons, planes, shit like that. Because they'll never have the manpower to, you know, amass a good fighting force that could survive on its own.
Even the most elite troops you could produce will never be there in the numbers that you would need to actually change anything.
Yeah, I mean, like, even the 300 fucking Spartans fell.
Obviously. Because at the end of the day, quality is nice and quality can be a decisive factor as long as, you know, the rest is also somewhat aligned. If the enemy has a quantitative advantage so fucking big, you can't even fucking count it.
Yeah, eventually quantity outplays quality.
Indeed.
You know, like, a machine gun is a million times better than a bolt-action rifle, but 500 guys with bolt-action rifles versus one guy with a machine gun The odds are in the bolt action's favor.
Yes, pretty much. It only
You
need
fall
to...
off this fucking mountain. God, I forgot how fucking finicky that was. Oh, no, I don't know if I'm going to go after the fierce deity mask on this run.
I have a general strike. Yeah, because, yeah. A fucking king! Stop! Isa, his mistress, buys a fucking villa. She goes to Paris to, you know, embarrass my country. Oh, he throws a fucking lavish party. This king has ruined so much for me, and I'm still supporting him all the way fucking through. What an asshole. Next time I play Romania, I'm gonna kill that guy so fucking fast he can't even say, but my kingdom! Ugh, monarchies. Monarchies were great, as long as you have a fucking competent leader. If you
Monarchies
don't...
are great if you were the monarchy.
Yeah, or the nobility. But, you know, monarchies in general, and dictatorships too, work great as long as you have a really great leader. If you don't, you're fucked. If you have a king like fucking Romania, you're fucked. No wonder Romania never came.
I've completely forgotten that with this super strong, like, these are the badasses of strength Goron mask on. That I forgot that your wombo combo is some really heavy punches and then an ass blast.
Why? Why
I
even?
don't know.
I understand the punches. A kick would be nice too in there, but yeah, he just goes
like an like you could have thrown like another like an uppercut.
Yeah, but no, instead he goes for the good old fashioned. I'm gonna soldier
and
my
I'm just gonna fucking ass blast the shit out of you.
A nice little hip slam for your pleasure. Here, take it. Yes, Kitty, I know it's getting late and you're not used to me being up at this hour. Kitty's complaining in the background.
Yeah, I remember when it was just me and the dogs. Eventually, before I was dating or married. Yeah, my dog would just be all like, "Yo, what the fuck? We're ready to go to bed."
Yep.
Go to bed. Why do you need me?
Yeah, the kitty's like, hey, at this time you're supposed to be asleep and I'm supposed to be, you know, doing my shit over on my part of the fucking apartment because he apparently has part of that now to himself. And now he's getting confused because I'm not going to sleep. Actually, I'm sitting here and speaking like an idiot. He doesn't like it. Yeah, well, I'm sure he's going to survive.
Okay, so now this crying fucking baby could be a little more receptive because it's, you know, I put on the dead face of his comrade. Don't know where my daddy, where's my daddy? I don't...
Tell the child, your daddy is dead. They died a hero's death. For no other reason than, well, you know. Yeah. Catches can get Dutch East Indies. Okay, that's neat. Like now, horrible things are happening. Yeah, you do that, little Simmons. Thank you very much for dropping by. It's nice having you, and do feel free to come back. Because I have a distinct feeling I'll be back too. Hopefully, maybe, potentially. Ask my my boss about that.
Okay, so Song of Healing, wasn't it?
But yes, do continue your Luxembourg game and
I did not mean to press A.
Just give me a few pictures to, you know, make sure to keep me posted. Yes. Keep your superiors posted. That is very important.
I need a means of setting shit on fire. Oh, wait a minute.
Quite a few ways to do that.
I know there's a way. There is a way. I don't think I need them yet. That's the puzzling part, isn't it? Right now I'm looking for the Goron Elder. I'm just fucking about until my brain kicks in and lets me know and remembers where the fuck it's supposed to be at. Because I mean, it wasn't until I was in this throne room the first time that I was like, oh yeah, I need the. This is where I get the fucking lens of truth. I don't remember where the fuck I get it, but this is where I get the lens of truth.
Oh,
Stop,
Jesus!
Stop hugging.
It's been too many fucking years. I do think you're right. There is something you can do. I just don't. I really don't know.
Right. Well, let's gather our thoughts now. I know that once the torches are lit, those will light and spin. Once those have lit and spin, I can start, hitting that ramp more and hitting all of them, because I don't think I can hit these far ones unless they move. Let's go check the shop for fire items.
It is indeed been too long. I'm drawing a nice solid blank at the moment.
That's fine. I will figure it out, because I know what's not the answer to a certain degree, and that's an important part of the process.
Yeah, it is. Oh shit, my resources. Oh, I just chose. I did not look at it for a while. Ah, my stability is suffering. Ban the Democrats. Good.
I knew I could open it up myself. Motherfuck. Okay, so now that I've remembered how to do at least that's nice. Now we will wander about, looking for doors and such. Because if I remember, I will eventually come across the Goron Elder somewhere, frozen as fuck. And then I have to thaw him, and I think follow him somewhere. But where the fuck do I find him? Because I know he's not at Snowhead. Oh, he's probably hitting at a fucking snowball. I knew it would click. I think he's hitting at a fucking snowball.
Yeah, I have a distinct feeling, yes. You're absolutely right. Although, to be fair, my poor little brain, a lot of the details from Ocarina of Time actually overlap with Majora's Mask. Like, was this game or was
Nothing from Ocarina of Time for me overlaps with fucking Majora's Mask.
Now I actually have that sometimes. It's like, the last time I played Ocarina of Time, I was actually sitting there going like, is this now here? Is this actually the Asaki image? Happens to the best of us. Oh, and he's actually the ball progressing. Yeah, no. I mean, this is basically the point where without play input the game stops, isn't it? Yes, because at this point, the USA would need to be invaded.
Told you. Oh god, now here comes the part that's really shit. The real shit part is now I've got to climb back up to Daria's grave, grab a bottle of the fucking hot spring water, and make it back to the Goron Elder before the water has cooled into just regular water.
Yep. I remember that part.
And
yours.
I do remember Oh yeah, you don't have a fucking jump. Why did you? Okay, whatever, sure. I need to be in human form anyways. Alright, we need to go ahead and equip the bottle because we don't need the Ocarina. And once we have the spring water, we will turn back into a Goron and roll our happy ass onto the Elder and thaw his bitch ass out.
So
provided I can make it up this fucking ladder before my magic runs out, because we needed some way to hinder you from just having the lens of truth on all the time.
That's how we use magic. order to do.
Granted, it doesn't. Looking at this item, it looks like a magnifying glass. How am I using this in both hands?
Magic, obviously. Already know
So
the answer.
magic is what allows me for the item to work.
Yes, it also allows you to work the item without use of your hands. See how impressive your magic is?
Alright. We're up here. Now we go grab the hot water. Bum rush back to the old fuck.
Make him go all warm inside, and then hopefully things happen.
Oh yeah, because, 12-ounce fucking bottle of hot water is enough to melt an entire solid block of ice.
Yep, that's precisely how it works.
I'm a little surprised I made that.
That was indeed rather surprising, but hey, it worked. As we all know, it is not stupid or suicidal if it actually works. And it actually self-capitulated.
Yeah, I remember this being a lot harder whenever I was a kid. I remember struggling to get here in time.
Yeah, if you go the normal way and not just, jump down like a madman, it does take a bit.
No, more like, turns out a couple of extra decades to hone your craft might actually pay off.
Bro enough. Now then, since my beer is almost empty, I think I'm going to end my stream here, then I'm going to watch you for a bit longer. I just relax and finish that.
Old man.
The old man's like, huh? What the fuck?
You're supposed to be dead. Nobody's gonna actually question this.
Nope, they're just like, yep.
This is what happens when you only give developers 18 months to make a fucking game.
And the game still came out well. What more do you want?
For workers to not be abused with harmful crunch times that are completely unnecessary and arbitrary.
Well, let me say it like this. The Japanese...
If I had to start somewhere.
The Japanese abuse their workers in basically every sector equally brutally. So,
yeah, that's wrong too.
That is very wrong. Honestly, I'm not a fan because purely from a monetary perspective, your company is not gonna earn much money if your workers collapse left, right, and center all the time because you're fucking overworking them. It is actually...
That's where you're wrong.
It's actually something we are learning.
Your company will actually make more money. Well, let's say that. All studies have shown that productivity increases when the amount of time to work that they have to work decreases. And that's why people like me are fighting for a 4-day work week with like a 6-hour day instead of an 8-hour day.
The interesting part is
all the studies show that the majority of workers are only productive for like the first 5 or 4 hours of their work day, and then the rest of the time of their shift they're pretty much just fucking around.
The interesting part is,
and every country that has ever lengthened the weekend and shortened the work hours has seen a dramatic increase in productivity.
Yeah, but that's not always necessarily what is reasonable to do. Sometimes, for example, if you're working in production and you need a certain set of produce just to be produced, you kind of have to just work longer hours. But generally speaking, it's actually seen as far as the economic part, because that's the fuck I'm learning right now. Getting all of those nice qualifications going. It's actually seen as a sign of sadness if a company has a massive amount of overtime actually being, necessary to get the work done, because that means your management sucks ass. It means your company is sick on some level. It's doing something that it's not supposed to do, because the work and the necessary workforce you need to do it is calculated beforehand. If that doesn't go well as it should be, that means something is going wrong. That is an indicator that something on a very, very fundamental level is going wrong. And so,
I would also like to point out that there is almost never a good reason for quotas.
No, but for example, there are circumstances where you need, when you are a middle-sized company, you're producing, let's say you're taking wheat, you produce flour, you know what I mean. The stuff that you make bread from, that you made from wheat, flour, that stuff. Oh, the beer's hitting me. I just felt that. Okay, you get the point. The point is this: you get a big job. You need to produce 10% more than you would usually do. In this case, you have two options. Either you hire more people, which in the short run is difficult, because you need people that actually know how to do their job, so you don't have the time to actually teach them how to do it, or you increase the work hours for a bit. Now, some extra time, when it serves the company's general purpose of making the money so they can pay and grow, is not necessarily a bad sign. But if it is a constant that people need to do more time, yeah, that's sick.
Here's the thing, though, about that. It is one thing. Let's say you got two companies. Now you can just go ahead and give me a guess on which one you think is going to be productive. Which one is going to be the more productive company? The one that's led by a leader who doesn't force workers to stay late and work past their scheduled shift, but instead rather offers incentives, gives adequate compensation for the extra time, basically does the stuff that makes an employee want to go ahead and stay that few extra hours. And when I say stuff that makes the employee want to stay there for a few extra hours to get extra work done, I'm not talking about overtime pay. I'm talking about something more. Or the company that's led by the guy that is just going to tell you you will either stay past your shift or you are fired.
It is a very black and white scenario, and usually when it comes to things company-wide, it's not that black and white. Basically, it's a conflict between the social interest of your workers compared to the economic interest of the company. Those go always astray. They can never go to the same goal. Which means you need to find a compromise. Where you go like, okay, listen, I need you to do some overtime, sometimes, in order to deal with situations that we can't plan for. So extra work orders coming in or stuff like that. As long as that is compensated in a fair way, and the general work conditions are fair, not a problem. If you actually overdo it, and you force your workers to work overtime all the time, because you try to keep the costs low for people, because you're like, you just fire one person, and the others will pick up the work for them, you harm your company in the long run.
But you see,
it's economically hurting you.
I wouldn't know anything about the kind of environment where you're only occasionally asked, and that's a very key word there, is you're asked.
I mean,
to stay.
See my situation, for example. I'm only asked to stay longer.
Where the overwhelming majority of the jobs, the overwhelming majority of the states are what we call right-to-work states. And it's a very misleading term. You make it think like it's a workers thing, like, oh, you have the right to work. No. What right to work means is that it is incredibly easy for legal union busting. And also, if you're in a right to work state, whoever you're fucking working for can quite literally fire you at any time, literally just because they don't want you to work there anymore. There need to be no performance missteps. You could be the most productive employee that company has ever had, and they can fire you for no reason, without being required to give you any severance or unemployment.
I mean, I will admit, I never really understood why the American system when it comes to work is that. I can only speak from my perspective. I mean, see it from my perspective. Yeah, I mean, Germany is in the most true sense a capitalist state. We rely heavily on our economy to actually keep us afloat. So we do invest into it, we give it freedoms, yes, but we also, on the other hand, force it.
You are not a capitalist state.
We are forcing.
I would like to correct. You are
a socialist democracy.
You have a capitalist economy.
Yes, we have.
But you are not a capitalist state because of your and what disqualifies you from being a capitalist state is the regulations that you have imposed upon corporations that keep your workers healthy and safe.
Indeed.
The strong social safety nets that your country has in place that is literally designed to keep people from falling into abject poverty.
Yeah. Precisely the point I was trying to get to. Basically,
capitalist state.
Basically, what we have a very, of course, capitalist economy because an economy needs to be capitalist. But we have das sogenannte.
There have been many economies before ours or yours that were not what we would define as capitalist.
Yeah, I mean,
capitalism is not the simple exchange of goods for services.
No, the capitalist mindset is the maximizing of the profits, which is not necessarily...
Capitalism is one thing and one thing only, the procurement and massing of capital.
Well, yeah, which is necessary. You need capital in order to reinvest, for example, in your company. Otherwise, you will never grow.
If you didn't have billionaires, do you think you wouldn't have innovation companies?
I'm not saying the system is not perfect, but the point is you do need a certain amount of capita in order to grow.
Well, I'm not going to be the one that sits here and argues against whether or not we need the very existence of capital, because at the end of the day, there will always be capital. It will take some form or another. In the last few lifetimes, the form that it has taken is paper currency that we have all universally just decided to agree has value.
Well, yeah.
And that is all money is that is literally all it is. Gold, silver have no inherent value to a society.
Well, obviously
they only have value. I mean, now you can argue all you want. Well, we use them to make fucking computers and shit. That is not why gold or silver have ever been given value. They were given value because they were shiny, and we said these have value now.
Well, yes, because we used them to produce, for example, jewelry, which has value. We gave it value at first, then we decided that it has value of its very own because of that.
Right.
Then we decided to use it as an exchange standard for, well, our currency. Or use it directly in our currency.
So what I'm getting at is capital will always exist because it can take either in the form of money or in the ancient ways of barter.
You know, basic economics say, let's say, for example, you own produce. Well, that's capita too. It's not direct capita, it's not liquid capita, but it is capita.
No, yeah, no, that's like actually
your
funny
production
you
buildings
specifically bring up produce because, like, congratulations, you've stumbled upon legitimately that is how society as we know it started.
Well, but
you can trace back the modern foundation or the foundation of modern society and civilization back to Mesopotamia, which oddly enough was actually two locations. They were two rivers, the river Meso and the river Potamia.
And then you're like, they'll command it into
they basically learned how to do irrigation in what amounts to some dank river valleys, which allowed them to produce more food.
Yeah.
And as you produce more food, you had more people. And once you had more people, you had more ability to produce things.
Yes,
and then people made stuff. And then you came up with business. Don't forget
the most basic economic rule. We have 3 layers. We have producing, we have refining, we have selling. These are the 3 basic things you do in any economy. We produce things. We refine them into other things. We sell them.
Wow.
That's the 3 steps you have. The primary, the secondary, the tertiary sectors, basically. And these basically determine all business.
And I'm not I am not going to stand here and advocate for the abolishment of all currency of all kinds. Frankly, I try not to advocate for the abolishment of any currently crucial system to society without being able to offer at least my own idea of a suitable replacement.
And then again, it would be a majority vote. Your opinion could very well be in the minority. That's the problem.
No, I understand, but anyway, I'm not against the idea of the free market.
You shouldn't be. It's
either.
Actually a good idea. In principle.
The thing, again, now we come back to my problem is, as I stated when I stated the difference in our nations.
Yes,
you
I know.
Have a capitalist economy.
And a socialist state.
Strong. I don't even know if I would say Germany's a full socialist state.
No, it's trying its best to go that way. Don't worry. Mostly because
no, it doesn't work great. At the end of the day, right now, your strong, fucking, insanely strong social safety nets.
Yeah, but
are the envy of my nation.
Do you know the concept behind that is actually rather simple. The concept is the solidarity concept. Basically, the idea is this. Strong shoulders have to carry more. That is the basic idea of the German social security. So, for example, we have, when it comes to taxation, just to give you one example, we say, okay, strong shoulders need to carry more. So people who earn more need to pay more taxes.
That's just German for from each according to their ability to each according to their need.
Not really. The point is this: we do this, but only to a certain degree. We go to the highest taxation rate you get for your income is capped at 55%. That's the highest you can go. So 55% from your money that you earn can be taxed if you are in the top 1% basically. But after that, there's nothing.
I was about to ask, if you had to ballpark the fucking percentage of your population in that tax bracket, what would it be? Top 1%? Top 2% maybe?
Basically, yes. The point is this.
Your average middle-class German's paying what? 25, 34% taxes?
Let me say it like this. I am earning... Actually, let me give you precise numbers. I'm earning precisely 1,000 euros in monies, then comes taxes. I'm paying almost...
I know what euros are, I just don't know how to convert them.
Well, in USD, that's like, I'm earning like 930...
I don't need to be converted, really. I imagine it's somewhere between 1,000 and probably 1,500 US dollars. Somewhere in that ballpark.
Let's say, depending on the exchange rate, it would be somewhere between 950 to 1,100, basically in dollars. It's
1,100 was gonna be my first high cap, and I'm just like, nah, surely it's not gonna be between 1,000 was still my lowest, so I was like, that's why I upped my high cap because I was like, nah, surely it's gonna, there's gotta be more margin of error than. So
basically, I'm earning quite literally nothing because that's not enough to live on, basically. But the point is, I'm paying off of that no taxation because I'm below a certain percentage. I'm not earning enough money to pay actual taxes. I'm paying the most minimum taxation, which means after my employee pays for me into my rent fund and my social security, which he has to pay, and I pay, basically you share. I pay for my money a bit into that bank account, basically. He pays his part, so both parties pay together, so that when something bad happens, I am actually secure. If I suddenly have an accident and I can't work any longer, the state will actually take care of me because I paid into that, and my employer paid too. But since I'm so little earning, I'm only paying the most minimum amount, which means at the end of the month I get like, I still pay like 200 euros, so $230 basically in tax money. Doesn't leave me much, but hey, normally the position I'm in, you're supposed to have when you're, still living at home and a young person. You're not really supposed to do this when you are at my age, which... aside, it's a nice little side note. Now,
Mario.
Once I start going higher, I of course start paying normal taxes. Now, normally, if you are like I am, unmarried, or well, in my case, I am unmarried, have no children, I pay the highest taxation rate because they assume I have no responsibilities, so I don't need as much money. So I'll pay like 38% basically in taxes, which is, considering that I would, under normal circumstances, earn like roughly $2,500 to $2,800. So starting entry money is okay. It's not bad. It allows me to live. Now, technically speaking, it should allow me to, well, then when I grow old and I have paid all my life, to go, well, into rent and actually get a nice pension out of that, but the system is under quite a bit of strain nowadays. So our ideals and reality are clashing rather hard. The ideal is still solidarity. We all stand together to basically pay for everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the idea.
Solidarity forever.
Yeah, solidarity. We stand in solidarity.
The union makes us fucking strong.
Yeah. The whole idea of Germany is basically quite dead. We are a social state, so we try to make things as fair for everyone. Of course, people will misuse the system. Of course, there will always be cases that will make you question the whole system, but at the end of the day, the whole idea of solidarity is rather fucking nice as a core principle of your state.
That's fucked up.
However, then I look over at the Americans, and the Americans are, from my perspective as a German, economically speaking, the Americans are fucking powerhouse. They have a lot of economical power themselves. They have their own very own big market that they play with, and you would assume that that would lead to a certain amount of regulation. That's the German way of thinking. I would assume that, of course, the state would regulate on the behalf of the people, because the people would vote that way, but for some reason, and that baffles me.
Bamboozled.
It baffles me every single time when I look then and see where is all of that? Why hasn't this happened?
Well,
then I remember
explain some of it.
Then I remember one thing, and that is actually rather important from a European perspective. America is young. It's a very young nation. It still is basically growing up. It's not yet there. It needs to go through a lot more conflict before it gets there. I don't mean the sort of conflict where you're like, oh, I'm sending my people somewhere else to fight to gain advantages. No, I mean
you mean internal conflict,
yes, I mean,
of either the diplomatic or violent variety.
Yes, and I bloody well hope that America can actually be enough of an adult as a nation to not let the internal trouble get to the point of violence, because honestly, I mean, I don't know how much you've read about European history, but I can tell you that shit never ends well for anyone. So I would rather like to avoid it.
I don't know. Most of the revolutions in history tend to end better for the revolutionaries than it does the bourgeoisie.
Well, and then comes the French Revolution and proves that the revolution eats its own children, because things achieved through violence just means that people now realize, okay, I can achieve things through violence. Well, congratulations. Violence will now be an illegal means which you use to achieve your goals. Honestly, the best way to do it is really to make constant change slowly through democratic means. I know that's not always possible, but I mean, a man can dream, can't he?
Well, in terms of how we got here, it is very simple. But first, we'll get to we are young and still learning. I would also like to point out that we are also one of the, how to put this, because I don't want to say smartest, because like obviously that would just be an insanely fucking arrogant thing to say. Oh yeah, we're just the smartest. But that's not true.
Very American thing to say.
We were just able, in the grand scheme of things, we were able to innovate faster than the rest of the world.
I mean,
but
yes,
that can be attributed to a number of things. God damn it. All right, maybe golf wasn't the best answer.
I will admit the Americans have achieved quite a bit in that little time they've actually been around. I mean, think about it. How old is your nation?
While it might not be true anymore, there was the time when we were the absolute technologically developing and then the most technologically developed nation on Earth. There was a time when that was a true fact.
I mean, even still, after all of these years of abuse, America's still a fucking great nation.
We are still probably, we might still be the most technologically advanced nation.
Yeah,
Just in terms of like the technology that our military industrial complex and government have access to.
That much is probably true. I mean, if all of Europe would combine, they could probably
we are no longer the innovators. We are no longer the ones building. The only reason we were able to innovate and develop as fast as we were is because of the time frame that we became independent. We became independent just before, like, historically speaking, right before the Industrial Revolution.
Well, yeah.
And then, so you had this new nation that is larger than any two European nations combined.
Yes, you are. Just by pure landmass, you are fucking big.
Right.
And by people, of course. Also.
And we found ourselves on the brink of the Industrial Revolution. Combine that with a good amount of fucking slave labor and no monarchy that reigns supreme to tell you how things are and aren't going to be. And at the end of the day, we let it all run away from us. Now, how did our economy and our people get to the point where they could be so bamboozled? That one is easy. We have spent so much of our time since the end of World War I doing nothing but lying to the people about other forms, both of government and of economies. That light doesn't work, baby. That bulb is dead. You're just gonna have to deal. You'll be fine. I mean, for God's sakes, we've spent the last 50 years alone insanely entrenched in an anti-communist and by extension anti-leftist propaganda campaign for decades.
That's really...
And when you spend that much time convincing your, at the time, uninformed citizens, because they didn't have the ability to be as readily, correctly informed as we do today. They didn't have the internet, you know. Now you can spout the evils of any particular economic system all you fucking want, and no matter what you spout, I have the world's information at my fingertips, and I can look into it myself to judge by myself. This was not the case in the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. This was not the case then. The case was you either had to be an intellectual that was well read. And then we managed to brand everything we hated and make people believe everything we hated was communist. Now, is this over here me saying that, like, had we embraced communism, everything would be better? Absolutely not.
No.
However, the side effect, the intentional side effect to doing this is that you pre-programmed generations of American citizens into basically associating anything on the political spectrum further left than centrist as communism. And you see that having come to a head now, at this moment in my nation, when even the most centrist piece of shit Democrat like Joe Biden is labeled by right-wingers as a communist, when anybody who knows a fucking thing about what communism is and what it entails would know that that's not true.
I mean, these days, honestly, I find myself not really giving much
These
about
days, Incius, before you continue that thought, I need to remind you, these days are a direct result of the days that came before them.
Obviously, yes.
Everything that our nation spent decades doing has led up to these days.
Well,
now, that's a little bit more true for me than it is for you, because in your own way, you were kind of lucky. You got a cultural reset after, you know, your whole nation was bombed into annihilation.
2 times
and then we
in a
decided
row.
to kidnap all the survivors and go, everything you were ever told is evil and wrong.
You do realize that after 2 times having to completely rebuild a country, Germany changed.
Let us not try to make out like Germany after World War I was anywhere near as devastated as Germany after World War II.
It wasn't. And do you know what the funny fact is? After the First World War, the Golden 20s came, and the Golden 20s were a time of splendor.
Is that what you call them?
Yeah.
Y'all call them the Golden 20s?
That was the Golden 20s, yeah. The best time.
No, I just thought that was... Well, I obviously know what the fuck you would mean by saying the Golden 20s. I just thought it was interesting because we call it the Roaring 20s.
Yeah, for us it's the Golden 20s. It's basically like the time when money flowed into the country. American investors heavily invested into Germany. Germany sprouted like fucking weeds.
Yeah, it's
in every perspective.
It's very similar to the Roaring 20s in America, where basically the economy was doing great. Investments were paying off. Now, the economy, our economy wasn't doing as great at the time as we thought, because
half of those investments went to Germany. You do that's an amazing thing how this all plays together when you think about it. You say, yeah, investments paid off. Yes, you invested a lot of money into Germany, and that paid off. A lot of money that flowed out of America into Germany came back with dividends like you have never seen before, because, well, yeah, we rebuilt, we felt suddenly all well and good again, and started, you know, really economically coming aboard, and all of the money that flowed into Germany from America came back with much, much more. And so, you know, you have a bit of...
100%, by the way, I just want to say, I 100% agree. A blaze, I can't blaze, I don't have weed, Reno.
That's so amazing.
But I would like to point out that, like, no, yeah.
Wait a second, we have a comment. We have a comment here. I feel like liberals in America want to believe they're communist, but when you look at the USSR, China, Vietnam, even East Germany, and the US are puppet states after World War II, no one that is a liberal in America would survive that style of government. Because they love protesting about anything, but yet when the government have
a hands-off policy unless it hurts their feelings. So I guess I have a few questions on this. Well, first of all,
me too.
Questions, comments. Number one, what are you calling a liberal?
Also, before we finish this, I need
as the American here, I would like to point out that all too often, y'all motherfuckers like to call everybody a liberal, when in reality, I am far worse than your average liberal. Liberals are Republicans' best friend if they were just smart enough to realize it, because liberals are centrists. I'm not a fucking centrist. I am a leftist.
I'm a centrist, but I'm very different.
Second of all, current day China, I challenge you to show me how one of the most capitalistic nations on the earth, the center of so many markets, is communist. When in reality they are so capitalistic that they have the economic power to make even superpowers like America bow to a degree to their whims, because we don't want to lose the Chinese market.
Bow. The Americans, as far as I'm aware, have never bowed to anyone. For good reason.
No, that's 100% not true. We have bowed. We have bent the knee to China in so many ways.
You have, but
not
officially,
like, I bent the knee. That's not the phrasing I should use.
Yeah, officially,
we have capitulated many disagreements in China's favor.
That is more likely, but honestly, you have never bent the knee to anyone. That is not America.
And you should be proud. Of course, we haven't bent the knee. In order to be forced to bend the knee to somebody, you have to take us.
The last time somebody challenged you
And while we have
technology-wise...
lost a few wars, I'm not going to be that American. It's like, well,
but let me say it like this. The last time somebody...
Nobody's ever made it here.
Yeah, no, the point is, the last time somebody even challenged you technology-wise, you were like, okay, let's spend a few more billions to show them. You can do it. You can do it again, technically speaking. You're not doing it, but you could.
The last time someone... Well, it's funny you bring that up. The last time someone challenged us technologically, the first round of that fight, we lost. Because if you remember, Yuri Gagarin was the first man in space.
Yeah, then you came back and did what? What did you do?
Yeah,
you spiteful little bastards.
No, that's what I said. Yeah. We lost the first round.
You take a punch, and then you hit back with a fucking truckload of shit. That's the American man. I really do appreciate the way the Americans are like, yeah, you can punch me, but I'm gonna punch back, and it's gonna hurt you a lot.
It is one of the few things about my nation that I find admirable. Honestly, is that we are very competitive.
I do love that about Americans. Actually, I mean,
I do not see that competitiveness as necessarily as an inherently bad thing.
It is not. Honestly, I do think not.
But that being said, I don't know any leftist that want the government to have hands-off policy. I've never heard a leftist want policy decisions to only be regulated at a state level. In fact, it's quite the fucking opposite. We don't want each individual state to be making its own wildly fucking different rules that make it insanely hard to make any kind of regulation happen. This is why gun regulation of any kind in America is a fucking pie in the sky idea, because unless it is a federal regulation, state regulations will always subvert it. This is why when people want to point out the crime rates in certain major cities that have heavy gun regulations, like New York City or Chicago, I like to point out to them that it doesn't matter about their fucking regulations whenever you can drive an hour and be in a state where those regulations don't fucking apply.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same with the whole idea of these, what's it called, the dry state system, where it's like states where you can't buy alcohol, you just drive to the next state, you buy it, and you come back.
I'm correct that it's not a dry state, it's dry counties.
Ah, okay, yeah. There was a system like this, where it's just like, isn't that completely insanely stupid to do that?
It is incredibly stupid. It is it's a holdover from the heavily Christian nationalist point of view of the Prohibition era.
I opened another beer just to let you know, because fuck that.
Yeah, because fuck Prohibition.
Indeed, fuck that, indeed. Honestly, if you wherever, just imagine trying that in Germany. The people of Germany endure a lot, but if you take our beer away from us, I can see the people rioting in the streets, and that is something you don't see in Germany.
You are speaking like we fucking allowed it either.
I know you didn't, and god damn it, I can understand that. Absolutely.
In fact, Prohibition is one fun area that I am strangely knowledgeable about, because I have written a few papers on it. Not like I went out of my way to write papers about it, more like I was in school and it just happened to come up, and then that was the assignment, was to write papers on this.
Also,
soon as Prohibition, within 30 days of Prohibition going into effect, the crime rate in America spiked 99%.
And nobody was surprised. I must admit,
he was fucking surprised.
I must absolutely admit, and
conviction rate went down.
I really don't think anyone can disagree. I do sometimes love the Americans. I mean, there are many things we can disagree on, but there are some points where it's just like, yeah, Americans they are truly bros. They understand what the
There are, as with all peoples, we have our admirable qualities.
Indeed, you have. And God bless you for that.
Competitive streak is one of them. That the insanely strong sense of independence is another one. And I don't mean like, oh, well, we're Americans, we're free, independent. No. I mean like individual independence.
Yeah.
Like, you're not gonna fucking tell me I can't drink a beer.
Which
kind
is
of independence.
Fucking great. Honestly, around here, Germans have a bit of a tendency to listen to the above. It's kind of in our blood. So when the above says something is like this, we have a tendency to accept it to a very, very high degree, as long as it's not completely ridiculous. I mean, if you ban beer...
That independence that I talked about is a good and a bad thing. It's a good thing in some ways, whereas like when the government overreaches, such as like with prohibition, we buck them and go, no, you can get fucked. But that independence also gets us into a lot of fucking trouble, like whenever there's a global goddamn pandemic and people don't even want to take basic safety fucking precautions.
Yeah, but it's the same around here. You will always have a few people who are like, nah, I don't believe this.
As well as I do, it is not the same. You had a few people. We had way more than a few.
Yes, but we also had, for once, and it is really rare here, we had rather large demonstrations against it. And honestly, the problem is, yes, it is your basic right. You have the right to...
Yes, I was about to say, I'm not even if I think you're a fucking moron.
I will defend your right for that.
I'm
That's
not going
fair.
to be against you exercising your right to peaceful protest.
Indeed. Because that needs to
and
be...
I reserve my right to both condemn or condone non-peaceful protest, depending on the cause.
There was a very specific situation recently in Germany with a small village that was basically, outbought by a big company so they can use the ground to get more coal because we're somewhat scared of our energy sources because, well, Russia suddenly was like, no oil for you. And honestly speaking, I'm on the side of the environmentalists in this case. And yes, we need to think about the future. I can understand it. But the very moment those protests turn from legal, peaceful protest into law-breaking and sometimes even violent and sometimes even outright lying protests, my support goes out of the window. Because if we can't agree on some basic bitch rules, like, okay, violence is not okay, as a means of communicating your message, we have a problem. Because if you do that, then the other side, if you as a protester go ahead and do that, okay, then I can't blame the company when they hire security people and send them in to fuck you up. Because, yeah, then we have teeth for teeth, eye for an eye society. No, please, no. Fuck that. Ah, shit, this is getting too heated, isn't it? Oh, getting...
But you do, like, first of all, I also believe that there is a difference in saying violence is okay.
Violence should never be okay.
There's a difference between saying that and accepting that sometimes it's necessary.
It is sometimes necessary, but when it is necessary...
When it's necessary, I mean, now we're not going... I'm just going to stop some of this right now. We are not going to get into the discussion of who decides when it's necessary, what makes it necessary.
I was about to say
that is a decision that is up to the people, that is up to the masses.
Yeah, as a whole.
None of us can state categorically one way or the other. We can state our fucking opinions. Those opinions will have holes poked in them easily.
Yes, but that's the good thing about opinions. It's just your opinion. And it is fair.
Well, and some opinions are harder to poke holes in than others. You go making hypotheticals about when it is and isn't okay to get violent, and then all of a sudden now that's 10 times easier.
Yes.
And if your logic can have holes poked in it that easy, shouldn't be making that argument.
Yes, but generally speaking, you can find holes in every logic, especially in such a semantic area. If you want to,
so
it is not.
We can. I was saying that. I was only saying that to say this, and that is that we can agree that violence sometimes is necessary, without getting into the discussion of what's necessary, who decides, all that crap.
Yeah, the problem is
because
you don't.
That gets into the realm of philosophy.
The problem is, honestly, see. You are missing, of course, in this case, the context, the cultural context of a German. For us, as I said before, we are very used to listening to what is said about. We are holding the law to a very high standard. To ourselves, of course, as we are law-abiding citizens, and to, the state, who should make good laws. In this particular
And the one
case,
that is like
the very
AOC
moment.
or worse, the CCP killed doctors that wanted
Oh.
to warn the world of COVID-19, zero COVID policy that absolutely destroyed their economy, that also forced companies out of China, tofu drug construction, that one-child policy, then two-child policy, which absolutely destroyed their birth rates to now they have more elderly people than younger people, to the point companies and the government know about the women's periods. All right, so
yeah, we're going for China, eh?
we'll point this out. First of all, what do you mean anyone like AOC? What the fuck does that mean? The CCP killed doctors that wanted to warn the world of COVID-19. Citation needed. The zero COVID policy that absolutely destroyed their economy, that also forced companies out of China. Citation needed. Those are big claims. And China is still the world's biggest market.
Yes, but to be fair,
this moment as we speak. So obviously, you cannot have your economy can't both be completely destroyed and you still be the world's biggest market.
I think
those two are not compatible.
I think it is very much fair to say that China, and that is actually something Germany is not only an export, the biggest exporter of shit, but we're also importing a lot from China. And the zero COVID strategy that the Chinese government decided on did millions of damage for our economy, which I can only assume did also then in turn, as the actually.
Well, if you're going to talk about how the pandemic fucked up every economy.
Yes, but different countries reacted differently. For example, while Germany had a very clear-cut position when it came to that, we did not have nearly as much of a strict policy than China put in place. And thanks to China closing its harbors, and that led to delays, which cost a lot of money. Millions basically were burned. So yeah, damages were made. If that is enough to stop China as the number one, honestly, I doubt it, but it did do damages because
if it's enough to stop China as the number one, then the rest of us are in infinitely more trouble than we realize.
Yeah, because whenever China loses whatever the fuck they have in currency, we lose a lot more because we directly dependent on the resources from China and stuff from China. So if that doesn't get over to us in time, companies here lose actual amounts of money. So yeah, that hurts.
I would still love a citation. I would love any source on what fucking companies were forced out of China.
I can give you the
because I come from a nation where where any company that's left here is either has gone to an East Asian country.
Well, let me give you a nice example. The EHK, how to even translate this? It's basically our Chamber of Commerce. Does of course its surveys, and according to their surveys over the last few years, many companies which had strong Chinese connections, so basically companies that either got their resources or some of their produce from China, are actually actively looking for alternatives now, because the last few years in normal China's business have cost them, in some cases of the bigger companies, millions of euros.
So what I just heard there is that they are actively looking for alternatives. Is that what you said?
They're actually building up now.
Hold on. Let's build on that for a second. So they're looking for alternatives. So that tells me that they are still a company in China.
No. They actually have
because they're looking for alternatives. They haven't found alternatives.
No, if
they haven't found alternatives, they haven't acted on alternatives.
No. Basically, what they're doing, excuse me, is the following. They realize that they are China's business.
Hold on, I gotta finish with this comment. As for the 1- and 2-child policy, that policy, as far as I recall, was put into place because of an overpopulation problem.
I think
and you say it destroyed their birth weight. All right, neat. More elderly people than younger people. America is damn near in that same boat. Americans are dying faster than they're reproducing because of how fucking outrageously expensive it is to reproduce here.
I mean, that's true for many Western countries these days. It's just like when everything is secure and you don't need to have 10 children.
As of a hands-off policy, they want their own problem solved. Yeah, everybody wants their own problem solved. I don't know what that means. It's just mainly their feelings not getting hurt. That doesn't even make sense. But they also want a no police state, which a communist state is. That's not true. Communist states have police. You find me a fucking communist state that doesn't have police.
They usually have a bit too much policing going on. For some
you mean
reasons.
like America? where we over police the living fuck out of neighborhoods.
America does it, but for
We have so many police that are so ill trained that at least once a month we have protest because a cop murdered somebody and then got let off.
I'm not saying that the American police system isn't rife for some very, very, very important overhaul, but let's not make apples and bananas the same here. There are different reasons for that. The American system is fucked because of how it is set up. The Chinese system for policing is quite often set up specifically to fuck up the populace, which is not really a good thing. I mean, China's government body is trying to keep in power at every fucking cost. That is not really good.
This article is already sending up tons of fucking red flags. First of all, what do they mean by globalization? Because that, at least in this neck of the woods, saying shit like that is just a dog whistle.
I'm pretty sure globalization
is a dog whistle for Jews.
No, I'm pretty sure globalization is a pretty clear-cut term. It means that we are using connections for businesses, mind you, internationally instead of just nationally, which means businesses are connected
at least in America, that's been going on with China since Nixon, which was before the 1990s.
Everybody has connections to China and Russia since the fucking 50s. That's normal. Even Germany has them.
Completely embrace the prospect of cheaper and less empowered labor. Oh, so in other words, the public didn't like it, but capitalism overruled it because capitalism, corporate executives gleefully, even as corporate executives, quote, gleefully embrace the prospect of cheaper and less empowered labor. In other words, that's capitalism, baby.
Yes.
Making more money.
Capitalism says that if I can outsource my production to China where it is cheaper to produce, then I should do that because it's cheaper.
It didn't start in the fucking 1990s either. That started in the early 1980s, late 1970s, whenever like union, it was right, because before then unions were insanely powerful, and workers were well compensated in America. This is when like the Detroit steel market was just like a Detroit automobile was peak of American automobile engineering. That's not the case anymore. Why? Because we just simply sent those jobs overseas.
Yeah, because it's cheaper.
Because unions don't make companies as much money, and companies do not care about making a profit. They only care about making all the money.
Yes, but you're forgetting about the circle.
They only want all the money.
You're forgetting about the circle of money. If I hire less workers, that means less people have money. If less people have money, less people spend money. If less people spend money, I make less money.
People don't give a flying fuck about that.
Yeah, because they don't understand basic economics.
That was the train of thought in America at one point. Specifically, because that's
the train of thought that
Henry Ford had. For as evil as that scumbag was, which anybody that thinks that Henry Ford was a good person, you're just telling me you're a fucking Nazi.
He said he was an inventive person. That much is true. If he was a great person, that is most definitively debatable.
He was innovative. He was, sure.
But he was innovative.
He was innovative. He got the assembly line going. Cool. Yeah. Somebody else would have came up with the fucking assembly line.
Yeah, but they didn't. He did.
Even maybe if it hadn't been Henry Ford, maybe it would have been somebody who wasn't quite so anti-Semitic and so racist that Hitler fucking based his views off of Ford's.
I have a distinct feeling that Hitler had a lot more influences than just one. But you know.
He did have a lot more influences just one. But you would be surprised just how many of his fucking atrocities stemmed from American policy.
I would like to remind you that back in the 1920s and 1910s, when Hitler was still an impressionable young one, America was still a fucking young country, and we had a lot of shit going on here ourselves. Let's just say it's easy enough to find ideas for racism and how to apply that here. Because, honestly, the whole anti-Jew thing, yeah, that's a German tradition, and it's a fucking European tradition. We hated the Jews with a passion for fucking centuries here. It's not hard to find ideas how to make this worse. Let's be honest, yeah. It's one of the darker parts of, European history.
Wait. Let's see what else does this article say. Now companies are trying to move production to friendly countries where they don't need to worry that they'll be caught in the geopolitical line of fire. And so, in other words, they just don't like being associated with China.
Yeah,
Okay.
because China is ever more a bit of a no-go zone, economically speaking, because you can do business there for cheap, yes, but your reputation will be ruined, and your reputation in any business is worth more than gold. Which means companies will go to the next country. They will go to India. I can tell you already the next big one, thanks to the West, basically, is going to be India, because everybody's going there now.
So far, I'm trying to read this article that
dude
linked, and so far nothing is really backing up all his fucking claims.
I'm not going to read the article because I'm too tired.
So far, this whole article is just like, hey, turns out China was a capitalist wet dream. That's what I'm reading here.
Imagine this: you find a country where you can literally get the same work done for less, even with the extra cost of importing it back into your own country. You are still making a nice plus. Of course, every bloody fucking capitalist will do that. Now, that isn't to say that China is very capitalistic minded. No, they're just making use of their position. Oh my
god! Yeah. Okay. So this is clearly a biased article, and I had all my suspicions, but they've been confirmed because. Right here on this one paragraph, they could retrain, and many did, but offshoring may be the original sin that caused always existing divisions between, quote, so-called elites and so-called ordinary people. We live in the most financially richest nation on the face of the earth, and all of that wealth is concentrated into the hands of a few dozen people. There is no so-called elites and so-called ordinary people. You have the 1% and everyone else.
There is indeed a ever larger growing.
That was caused by China. That's a division that was caused by American businesses refusing to make less of a profit, not make a profit, because they still would have made record profits.
Yeah, but you have
less of a profit in order to maintain good relationships with ordinary people. But that's not what happened.
You have to think about how these people are taught. These people are taught economic basics. The economic basic is that you need to make as much of a profit as you can. How do you do it? How do you optimize your profit? You go for the dark road, which is why you need regulations to stop that to some degree. You don't need many regulations, just some basic rules can go a long way. And I know America, and that's where I come back to my original point of going, like, yes, America's a young nation. They're going to make mistakes in their way, as everybody else has. And that is okay, not for the people who have to live through them, because you will suffer for it, which means people like you will suffer for it. But it's a necessary step in every other nation that has ever been and has, managed to stay around in one form or another.
In a June survey conducted by the European Union Chamber of Commerce in China, 23% of Western firms said that they were considering moving operations away from the country, while 50% reported that business in China had become more politicized in 2021 than it had in previous years.
Yes, and that's bad.
So 23% out of 100%. So a minority of Western firms
that's almost
said that they were
fourth of the. You don't know what volume you are talking about. We're talking about billions of euros moving out of China. That's a lot. That's not. That's still not going to. It's still not abandoning China, mind you. Many will come back if things change, but companies value money, and since they value money and their profits, they're like, this is politicized in a bad light. I'm going to stay. It's the same in gaming, actually. What you sometimes see when.
Which, by the way, we should also point out. I should also point out the hypocrisy of these companies being like, well, business has become more politicized when most of these companies are pumping billions into politics.
Well, yeah. Let's not forget, as I said,
shit got politicized. You funded it that way.
The problem is that's the main problem. The basic of economics do not go well with morality. Simple morality, the most simple.
Capitalism doesn't go well with morality.
It's not even capitalism fault at the space. It's just how basic economics work.
Well, no, what I'm saying is like legitimately, capitalism doesn't go with morality.
Well, no, but even if you go further back, if you go to the basic economics don't work well with morality, because if you are a moral person, then you will not always prioritize your profits. But you need to prioritize your profits if you want to be economically successful, which is a conundrum that will only be doable, to some degree at least, if you have, as I said, slight regulations. It is not about hindering businesses in what they're doing, but it is about making sure that we can actually, to some degree, take influence when necessary. We need to make sure that companies are, for example, forced to pay for the pension of their workers. They need to make it difficult for a company to actually hire somebody, let them work for 10 years until they are basically, driven into the ground and can't work any longer, and then just fire them with no compensation. Stuff like that needs to be internationally.
Article.
And that needs to be everywhere. That needs to be in China. That needs to be in America. That needs to be everywhere. But even then, we do have to give some countries more time, because some people still consider China to be a fucking second world nation with no power whatsoever, which is a fucking laughing stock ever since the fucking, 80s. Yeah, around then. It is difficult in this particular regard.
So this article not only doesn't back up really anything that dude was saying, it contradicts everything, a lot of things he was saying. Like, you're not gonna sit here and be all like, communism is the problem. And in the article you cite where it talks about how Apple, you list Vietnam as a communist country, and then Apple has begun moving manufacturing from China to Vietnam, where its AirPods Pro 2 are now likely to be produced. Okay, so I guess communism isn't the reason that Apple has moved. Vietnam is also a communist country,
right? The main reason they moved is because China is politicized. Vietnam is not at the moment, so they're moving to the next best base where they can cheaply produce. Which means the workers there get paid shit. Which means the people there will not get anything from the economic wealth that comes into the country. The ruling elite probably will.
But you can't. I refuse to just take the politicization of business as some fucking in-depth, like, what is that? Am I supposed to take that as COVID? Because that zero COVID policy that y'all mentioned is mentioned in a sentence in this entire article.
It was the original reason, but the problem is, once something is brought to the public,
I mean, if your argument that the economy might be collapsing is that
it's not gonna collapse.
They quarantined their nation during a fucking global pandemic.
Yeah, but there's a bit of.
I guess we're all fucked.
No, the difference is just that most countries did do some protection, of course, for their people, which is understandable. China, however, forced quite literally their harbors to delay shipping, which means that they have internationally become a problem. Because, business, money needs to flow. If it doesn't flow, if it gets delayed, you spend more money to earn your money. And that is not going to make anyone happy. In fact, that is going to make you internationally a pariah. Now, if you then have also the public going like, okay, now we look at China and we see all of the problems. That China is involved in quite the amount of human rights violation when it comes to minorities. It's a sad state of affairs, but it is still quite literally a thing that is happening.
Hold on. I gotta read that. As a police state, America isn't a true blue police state, because if so, then so many people would be locked up, killed, or in forced labor camps. My brother in fucking Christ, we have the largest incarceration rate per capita in the fucking world. We put more of our citizens in prison than any communist nation.
Yeah, but that's because your numbers are actually somewhat public compared to other countries that keep them very well hidden. But
if your evidence to counter an argument is a lack of evidence you have to produce, it's not evidence.
No, then I'm admitting to the old point that I know nothing, and that is all I know.
We can just, because you can say all you want, like, well, you don't have access to all the numbers. Well, I don't have access to all the American numbers either, do I? Government could be hiding those too.
Yes, that is the point.
If one government can hide the facts, then I guess they all can.
No,
and I guess we should just assume they're always all hiding the facts.
That is precisely the point. Every government is going to make the numbers look pretty. That is true for
American
everyone.
prison system is a forced labor camp.
Also,
it is written into our very constitution that slavery is legal for people in prison.
It's more like indenture, isn't it? And not just prisoner.
No, it flat out specifies fucking slavery, NCS.
That is interesting, and I want to read that up now, just out of interest.
Yeah, look it up. The 13th Amendment.
But before I do this...
It's the 13th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States that outlaws slavery in the United States, but it also carves out an exception for criminals.
How the fuck did we end up managing doing this debate right now? I wonder.
So in America, slavery is still legal as long as you're in prison, which means you just find reasons or make up reasons or make up bullshit laws to lock up more people.
Actually, while we're on the topic
now
of,
you have a free labor force, which we exploit the living fuck out of. Most of our highway system is maintained by the prison population.
While we're on the topic of prison, do you want to hear something interesting, or do you want to answer an interesting question, my friend?
Sure.
Now, listen up. In Germany, do you think it is illegal to try to attempt to escape from prison?
Do what? One more time.
In Germany, not in America, do you think it is illegal to try to attempt from an escape from prison?
What?
Let me repeat this.
My brain cut off.
Okay, imagine this. In Germany, mind you, not in America.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that it is for a person, an imprisoned person, do you think it is illegal for a person in prison to try to escape from said prison?
In your country?
In my country.
I actually, I don't think it is it?
It is not. It is not illegal to try to escape.
Actually, I was about to say, I think I remember reading something about this, how in, not just in Germany, but in some other European nations, that the legal system recognizes the desire for freedom as an innate human desire, right up there with horniness or jealousy.
Anger and anything else you have. It's basically a basic human desire for freedom. And that is not illegal. You cannot
criminalize that.
Yep, you cannot criminalize that. What you can, however, criminalize is, of course, everything you do in order to achieve that. If you beat a guard up, that's illegal. If you break a lock, that's illegal. But the attempt to escape itself cannot, in any way, shape, or form, by our own law, be judged, which will... It shows.
You know what? I would be if you were to present me with a set of laws regarding prisoner escape that just simply said, like, hey, like you hit a guard, it doesn't matter if you're trying to escape or not. That's assault of a corrections officer. So that's a crime. You yes, babe?
Dogs still need to go out, and it's almost 9 o'clock.
Okay.
You've been on since 3.
Okay.
Well, it looks like our time must come to a close.
I had kind of figured it would be coming soonish. It is gonna get evening at your location, isn't it?
It's almost 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I figured as much. Well, that was bloody fucking fun, actually. I haven't had that much fun in a while.
God damn, have I missed these conversations.
I do too.
And Papa Mao, if you were, I hope you come back into Incius's chat. Because God knows whether or not I agree with you or not is irrelevant, because I enjoy intellectually stimulating conversations, even if it's one where I'm convinced that I'm 100% in the right the entirety of the time.
Yeah, but that's
I
the good part,
love
isn't it?
having my views challenged.
Indeed. Isn't that the most fun? just talking.
Because people challenging my views has, at least thus far, continued to reinforce them.
Yeah, but just the simple fact that we can just randomly talk, hear some new points, debate those points, that is fun, isn't it? That is really fucking fun.
Love it. I have missed it.
Yes, I have to. Fuck's sake. It's only a few more months. I have my last exam in May of this year. Once that is over, I will be a regular, normal worker again. That means I have a lot more free time. That means I can
in the
debate you a lot.
meantime, I have scheduled my Fridays for multiplayer, specifically for multiplayer. So if you happen to be available on Friday, we will play.
Yes,
more.
we will. We will indeed.
Well, I said we will play more. We'll actually play. We'll play together at all.
Yes, we will. I mean, I do like what we did now.
Maybe we'll continue our political discussion while hashing out the wasteland and Fallout.
Indeed. I mean, I do like what we did now. Yeah, just randomly talking shit while we're playing games. That is nice. But actually doing a nice bit of multiplayer again while we're talking shit is probably even better. The great old times.
I 100% agree. But I need to get off here. I have dogs to walk and a wife that's going to kill me if I don't get off here.
You do that, I'll be back. Probably, let me think, on Saturday actually, because the next few days do really look a bit horrible. Yeah, they really do look a bit horrible. But on Saturday, let me think, Saturday evening, I'll be around. So if you find yourself with nothing to do on Saturday, well, midday on your end.
It'll be afternoon for me.
Indeed.
Which I may or may not. That's one of those where, everybody's home, so we'll have to play it a little bit by ear.
Yeah, we'll do that. So
but even if I can't join you for the gaming part, I'll be in the stream.
Yeah. And Saturday and probably Sunday a bit, I'll be around in your afternoon time. So if you find some, some boring times where you have nothing to do, do consider joining me for some nonsense.
I will do everything I can to make sure I have nothing to do.
Sounds very promising. I like it.
But in the meantime, I am afraid I must bid you and all our wonderful viewers on both of our streams adieu.
Very nicely said.
I will see you on the next one, my friend.
You too, my friend. I'll see you soon. Now then, as for me, well, I have been over my limit time-wise and energy-wise for quite a bit, but honestly, since it has been such a rare opportunity to have the Kronos to myself for a bit, I might have overstayed my welcome just a tiny bit. Because, well, I still, technically speaking, have work tomorrow, but I can, technically speaking, come in whenever I want, which is a nice way of saying that I still need to work a certain amount of hours, but a good start. On the offside of that is that the next 3 days will probably be rather tiresome. Tomorrow is the only day I basically have some freedom of choice, which I'm gliding around when it comes to my work time per se. As for, well, technically speaking, today and tomorrow and Saturday, I'm a bit more bound. But, as I've said before, a huge part of the fun of streaming actually comes from, well, stuff like you've just seen, and that stuff is rather enjoyable, and I'd like to have more of it. But alas, just a few more fucking minor months until fucking hopefully everything will return to a more easily plannable schedule work-wise, because then I will actually stream again very, very, very regularly. You can basically count on it. Might not be every day of the week, and I might have to keep it a bit more flexible than before, because, well, my work time does change quite a bit more than it did before, but it is not really scaring me at all. For the moment, however, we shall, well, for once, be very thankful for the opportunity to have a little Kronos around for some good old-fashioned debating. This is rather refreshing. Honestly, I do love that one particular American quite a bit. Just, generally speaking, a good guy. We might not agree on every point, and honestly, I find that to be very much okay. But it's not that often that you find a guy which you can just, argue back and forth with without anyone getting, the usual. Insulted or otherwise annoyed and just quitting in between, which is just fucking a waste because, that's not the point of a debate. The point of a debate is to bring out your points, argue them back and forth, and honestly, the most important thing is having fun with it, because otherwise, why are you even doing it? With that said, it is like 4 in the fucking morning, and I have a very, very, very much overstayed my welcome. So let's end it here by going through the usual. I shall bid you adieu. Have a good one and all of that. Thank you very much for dropping by and staying until this late an hour of us and our little shenanigans. And let's see who has dropped by, shall we? On the YouTube side, I had a massive amount of fucking people coming by. It's like, 31 people clicked on your video. It's like, okay, that's nice. We would have liked if they had left a comment or so. I mean, in the chat, so I could name them. But what isn't. As for the Twitch side, the left side, things are a bit more easily nameable as far as I'm aware. First things first, we had good old strategy, of course, coming by. Being a never vigilant little watcher, of course. And a benefactor, mind you. And then we had, of course, little Kronos coming by. I don't think I need to add much to that because, well, he has stayed with that for quite a long while. Next, we had little Simmons joining us for quite a bit, playing his own little hoy round, and he also has decided to follow us, which is very nice, and we appreciate it very much, of course. And now I need to actually do something about that, don't I? Click, click, click. And next in line, we had, well, a rather random follow by a little Carl Johnson, has decided to also follow, which is very much appreciated. Hasn't been the most talkative person, but that is very much, well, okay. I think his only comment is like, can you just fart? It's like, nah, can't do that on command. Next and last in the line of easily named ones, we had little Papa Mao Zedong, quite a name for starting this particular debate, who came along to inspire a bit of a heated China conversation. Actually, we already had a heated China conversation in part, which then, got a bit more heat thanks to him. But hey, as the Kronos himself said, I do very much hope that you come back so we can follow this. Because honestly, well, we're both not opposed to debating, and well, the Kronos is very much assured of his opinions. Honestly, I'm willing to correct myself if I see overwhelming evidence that I'm wrong. So far, however, China is a difficult topic. I'm not completely convinced of both sides' arguments, and I myself am still a bit in the middle of it. But hey, honestly, if this continues, at some point we're just going to have a fucking whole debate stream at some point where we're just like, no, we don't even have the time to game any longer because we need to debate each other and the chatties or stuff. I can kind of see that being fun too, so I would kind of like to go that way at some point. Maybe. Then again, I would miss gaming, and I do like to game. Alas, we'll see how that turns out. Well, that was easily everybody. Yes, no, maybe. Yes, that is everybody I can easily see. Let's say it like that. If I missed somebody, do just shout at me. Fuck's sake, go on the Discord and write me a message. Go like, hey, asshole, you forgot to point me out. Which is fair. I'll correct myself then. Apart from that, as for everybody else on the Molochi side, do feel appreciated too. Pat yourself on the shoulder for a job well done indeed. And I do hope to see you all again soon. As I said, the next few days will be a bit more difficult. I'll be around on Saturday. Again, I hope for at least a few hours, 4, 5, 6 hours, maybe 8 like now. Actually, 8.5 it is now, isn't it? Well, we'll see. With that said, though, let's hope for the best. I'd expect the worst. But yes, keep an eye out. If you don't want to miss anything, just it's the most easy. Let's just go to the little Discord thingy of mine, and everybody who joins should potentially get a role, which means you're getting a nice little ping whenever I do stuff. And there's also a channel there to for the Chronos, and so you can see us doing shit pretty easily from there. You can also potentially use that to post shit and stuff. And I mean, that's your choice. I'm not forcing anyone to do anything. Kinda dislike that idea. So feel free to do or don't as at your leisure, basically. And I think that is everything I wanted to say. So once again,